It's a bright, lovely day outside, but the mood inside the palace is quite the opposite. Yeonwoo strides down the fancy hallway, a sword held tightly in her hand. The ladies of the court gasp in shock as they see the blood smeared across her palm. Her attendants rush after her, begging her to stop so she can see a doctor, but she brushes past them, her eyes showing a haunting emptiness. She walks steadily toward the throne room, where the king sits in all his royal clothing, a smile spreading across his face at the sight of her. He announces with exaggerated joy that she has finally arrived to congratulate her husband, himself, on his birthday. However, Yeonwoo does not join in his joke. Instead, she holds his gaze firmly, her expression cold and hard. The king's joy wavers as he senses the tension in the air. He orders her to stop her reckless behavior immediately, but she responds with a strong and clear no. Confusion crosses his face, and a flicker of amusement sparkles in his eyes as he wonders if this is another attempt on his life, especially after her last unsuccessful try to take him down. His men laugh at her, dismissing Yeonwoo as just a foolish joke. Hearing their laughter, she grips the sword even tighter, and the sharp edges digs into her skin, drawing fresh blood. She tells her husband he should have just killed her instead of murdering innocent members of her family. He should have killed her and turned her into crow's food. The king urges her not to say such things, insisting that he could never kill the one that he loves. This declaration snaps something deep within our female lead's mind, and she flashes a smile that borders on insanity. She declares that her husband is crazy if he dares to call this love. Wobbling on her feet, she breaks into maniacal laughter. Yeonwoo questions him about how he can speak of love after all the terrible things he has done. Hot, bitter tears begin to stream down her face as the weight of her pain overwhelms her. She confronts him, reminding him that after he slaughtered her entire family and hung their heads on the city gate, he has the audacity to mention love. Her body trembles at the mere sound of his name, and yet he still thinks this twisted reality is love. The king gazes at her with an unsettling calmness, asserting that, of course, this is love. Her eyes, filled with disbelief, search his face for any hint of remorse or understanding. But there is only cold certainty in his expression. He tells her that she is his and his alone, just like it is carved all over her body. For the first time, we notice a branded mark just above her left breast, stark against her skin. It is a grim reminder of the king's possessiveness, a symbol of how thoroughly he believes he has claimed her. Her husband tells her that she belongs to him, and he smiles. She screams in defiance, declaring that she is not his, trembling as she holds her head in her hands. The king walks up to her, gently taking her hand and raising her face to meet his gaze. He tells her that she is his, and that she belongs to him forever. With a delicate touch, he kisses her fingers before turning and walking away. Suddenly, a chilling change comes over the female lead. She breaks into maniacal laughter, the sound filling the air with an unsettling energy. With madness gleaming in her eyes, she calls her husband a lunatic and says she doesn't know what she was thinking getting involved with someone like him. At this moment, the king notices the shift in her tone, and a sense of alarm washes over him. He turns around to face her as she raises the sword to her neck. She presses it against her skin with a manic smile that sends a shiver down his spine. The king, now visibly shaken, urges her to hand over the sword as cold sweat breaking out across his forehead. Yet, Yeonwoo continues to smile in that unsettling way, her eyes wild with defiance. She declares that he can never have her, and the one who can kill her is herself, not him. And with that, in one swift and violent motion, she drags the blade viciously across her neck, spilling her blood. The king screams her name as he rushes toward her. In the perpetually dark underworld, the king's birthday is the only day Yeonwoo gets to see the azure sky. But for him, it has become too much to bear. So, she has orchestrated a birthday fitting for him. As he holds her in his hands and weeps, she whispers a heartfelt happy birthday to him. In a moment of desperation, he turns around and shouts for one of his guards to fetch the physician immediately. With a hardened resolve, she tells him that, since he has wronged her, may this day mark the beginning of a lifetime of suffering for him. As he screams for his guards to hurry with the physician, she casts her gaze over the crowd gathered, and her eyes land on a peculiar face among them. She wonders who it is and why tears are streaming down the man's cheeks. A chilling thought crosses her mind. Could he be crying for her? Inwardly, she urges him not to look at her with those sorrowful eyes, for she has just executed the ultimate act of revenge. She tells herself that she must revel in this death, to savor the taste of vengeance. In her final moments, she closes her eyes and prays to Tamya, the god of the underworld. She confesses that she doesn't understand why she has been made to endure such a cruel existence, but she does not wish to repeat it. She declares that she would prefer to disappear entirely rather than be thrust into a world where her husband, Hyo Jo, exists in the next life. Suddenly, Yeonwoo opens her eyes and surveys her surroundings in confusion. She drops to her knees, and she cries out to the heavens in agony, asking why she has been brought here again. The sound of approaching horses' hooves ignites a panic within her, The thought of Hyo Jo approaching sends shivers down her spine, and she tells herself that she must escape, that she needs to flee immediately. Yet, as she tries to will her legs to move, they remain stubbornly unresponsive. In that moment of anguish, she hears a voice behind her. Turning around, she finds herself face to face with a strikingly beautiful man who gazes at her with awe. He speaks softly and says she is someone from Earth. Yeonwoo turns around to see the man mounted on the horse, and she immediately notices that things are different from before. In her previous life, Hyo Jo definitely appeared, but the man she sees now is entirely different. A voice comes from her left side, asking if everyone is okay. Yeonwoo turns to see her father and younger sister, and even her mom. Everyone is still alive, and her eyes glitter with tears of relief. The strange man observes them and notes that they look like they've had an accident. He inquires if they are all okay. Her father replies that none of them are injured, then turns to the man on the horse, asking why he is wearing that peculiar outfit and whether there is a drama filming nearby. Yeonwoo and her entire family are dressed in modern clothing, while the man on the horse dons historical attire. Her father continues, asking the stranger if he can borrow a phone since his own has stopped working after the accident. The horseman seems puzzled, saying he's not sure what Yeonwoo's father is talking about, but he might still be able to help. He turns to one of his guards and commands him to escort Yeonwoo's family to meet Lord Jangkong. Our female lead's eyes widen with alarm at the mention of Lord Jangkong. He is the ruler of this place, the underworld, and also Hyo Jo's father. If things keep progressing like this, she realizes she might run into Hyo Jo soon, and he could already be on his way here. It's simply not safe. She thinks frantically that she needs to run away with her family, that they must leave this place as soon as possible. But where can they go? Just then, her younger sister Seowoo calls out to her from behind, mentioning that the man on the horse is going to help them. Suddenly, Seowoo stops mid-sentence, pointing out that Yeonwoo's hair has changed color. In that moment, our female lead looks at her hair and notices for the first time that it is now a brilliant shade of silver. The man on the horse remarks that her hair is truly beautiful, and that he has never seen such radiant hair before. He invites her to please come with him. Confused, she glances back at him. Her father quickly intervenes, questioning the man as to why he wants to take only his oldest daughter. The stranger assures her father not to worry, stating that he will ensure they are all reunited again after they meet with Lord Jangkong. Her father, skeptical, asks why he should believe such words. Suddenly, Yeonwoo thinks to herself that if they keep this up, they will most likely run into Hyo Jo. Memories flood her mind of her family's tragic death in her previous life, and she feels an overwhelming wave of guilt. It's her fault that they ended up this way. Determined to change things, she quickly voices her decision to go with the man on the horse. Her younger sister gasps, asking if she's serious, while her father warns that it's too dangerous. Yeonwoo thinks that she's not sure if this is the right choice, but if she wants to avoid meeting Hyo Jo right now, there truly isn't another option. At that moment, her mother angrily interrupts, insisting that her father and sister should leave her alone. She points out that our female lead has always operated on her own terms, unaware of the anguish burning in her family's hearts, or the worry that she is causing them. Yeonwoo starts to explain herself, but her mother cuts her off, declaring that she no longer cares and that Yeonwoo can do as she pleases. She then calls to her husband and Seowoo to follow the guard and to leave with him. Her father hesitates, asking if it's truly okay to leave their oldest daughter behind. She gazes at her family, pain etched on her face, knowing she can't explain everything she feels because they simply wouldn't understand. Deep down, she promises herself that this time around, she will definitely protect her family. Turning her attention back to the strange man, she steels herself. He tells her that she is quite an unusual woman for agreeing to be left alone with him in such a situation. He says it must have been a difficult choice. Holding out her hand, she responds that she has no other options at this point. She asks him if he has something important to discuss with her alone, certain that he does. When the man watches her with curiosity, she urges him to take her hand. Without hesitation, he grasps it and kisses it softly, declaring that it is an honor to hold the hand of such a beautiful woman in the underworld. Then he asks her what it is she wishes to say. Our female lead takes a deep breath, steeling her resolve. After falling into the underworld due to a car accident, she reflects on how she has always returned to this very place each time she has died in the underworld. This happens to be her third time in the underworld, and through the bitter experiences of her previous lives, she vows to use everything she has learned in an effort to escape Hyo Jo. With a newfound determination, she rises to her feet, affirming to herself that she can indeed do this. Looking into the stranger's eyes, she boldly tells him to own her. The man tells our female lead that asking someone who she has just met to own her is a very bold move. He asks her if she is aware of the meaning of her statement, and she replies that she is well aware. Having lived 2 lives in the underworld, she has come to realize one crucial truth. Once you are here, you can never return to your original world. It is even more impossible to remain unnoticed by Hyo Jo. The thought of repeating that dreadful life fills her with despair. She would rather die than endure the same fate again, so she expresses to this stranger that she would be his woman. He looks at her with a confused expression on his face. Then, leaning closer, he gently slips some of her hair behind her ear. He mentions that her confession somehow appears sad, and wonders out loud why she would make such a mournful face while proposing to become his woman in this world. His curiosity about her grows, but he states firmly that he would not accept a woman that he does not even know. Just then, Yeonwoo interrupts him, insisting that he must accept her. She explains that usually, when a lost person is found, they are checked for injuries or sent home. Yet he attempted to introduce her family to a person named Jang Kong, suggesting that this is the established rule in their realm. Also, he requested to speak to her separately, meaning he broke an important protocol. With a savage smile on her face, she asks him if she is wrong. He responds with a smile of his own, acknowledging that her request does not seem simple at all. However, he requests a moment of her patience. Without further ado, he lifts her effortlessly and places her on his horse. He proposes a deal, clarifying that, as he mentioned earlier, he does not accept strangers. Moreover, he expresses his doubt that she is innocent enough to genuinely wish to be his woman. He urges her to be honest about what she truly desires. Looking down at him from her perch on the horse, Yeonwoo states that her heart's true wish is for her family to be safe, no matter what happens. She pleads with him to protect them. He smiles, indicating that he understands her request, and climbs up behind her on the horse, kicking it into a gallop. As they ride, he points out that they have not yet exchanged names. He introduces himself as Hwita, and with genuine interest asks for her name. Our female lead responds, sharing that she is Yeonwoo, Chai Yeonwoo. With a moment of respite, she closes her eyes, allowing herself to enjoy the breeze rushing past her. It has been a long time since she has had the freedom to wander outside in this manner. Hwita compliments her, claiming that she possesses a truly beautiful name. After some time riding together, he announces that they have arrived. He explains that they are at the back door of the castle and advises her to keep her hair concealed, as it stands out too much. Glancing towards the door, she suddenly notices some flowers that capture her attention. Hwita observes her reaction and comments that it must be her first time seeing that particular flower. He explains that this flower blooms only in the underworld, a realm perpetually shrouded in darkness, with the sky always pitch black, illuminated only by the reddish glow of the lava pits. These flowers thrive on the ashes from the lava, which provide them with the necessary nutrients to blossom. After his insightful explanation, Yeonwoo replies dryly, saying that she understands. A flashback invades her mind, and she recalls Hyo Jo giving her those very flowers and telling her that they bloom as beautifully as she does. Her hatred for the flowers surges, and she glances at them with loathing. Hwita notices her reaction but decides to remain silent, respecting her unspoken feelings. The flowers serve as a painful reminder that she is back in this sickening and dreadful place. As they stand at the back door, it suddenly opens, and someone steps out, calling out to Hwita. The newcomer informs him that they have been waiting for the horsemen. Yeonwoo's eyes widen in recognition upon hearing the familiar voice. The woman greets her and announces that she will be accompanying Yeonwoo in the future. With a warm smile, she introduces herself as Serim. Unexpectedly, a flashback washes over our female lead, bringing to mind a moment where she lays on a bed, and Serim, her dedicated handmaid, comforts her by holding her hands. Serim encourages her to admit when things are tough, assuring her that no matter what happens, she will always be by her side. In the present moment, Yeonwoo allows a sad smile to grace her lips, glad to see Serim once more. The maid informs her that her family members have been settled in a comfortable place, which should bring her some relief. However, Yeonwoo's expression shifts dramatically, her eyes widening with anxiety upon realizing that Serim is Hyo Jo's subordinate. The realization creates a storm of confusion within her. Why is Serim here? Hwita, undeterred, instructs the maid to accompany our female lead, advising her to dye Yeonwoo's hair. He merely requests that any color will suffice, as long as it does not shine too much. Afterward, he insists that Serim should provide Yeonwoo with a bath and change her clothes before bringing her to his chamber. Our female lead, taken aback, turns to look at him in surprise. Hwita glances down at her with a hint of mischief in his smile. Then he informs her that they will be spending the night together. In the next scene, we find Serim and our female lead, Yeonwoo, alone together. The maid, with a bright smile on her face, shares the news with Yeonwoo as they walk through the expansive residence. She tells her that this will be her home from now on and encourages her to feel free to explore. Yeonwoo nods in response, thanking her softly but soon looks away, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Summoning her courage, she tries to articulate her thoughts, but Serim, perceptive as always, encourages her to share what's on her mind. Yeonwoo takes a deep breath and expresses her preference not to be addressed as Miss. She asks Serim to speak more casually with her, feeling that it would create a more relaxed atmosphere. Furthermore, she mentions that she senses a misunderstanding between them, but reassures Serim that there is nothing romantic going on between her and Hwita. She insists that his earlier remarks do not imply anything of that nature. Before she can finish, Serim interrupts, shaking her head slightly. She explains that first of all, Hwita referred to Yeonwoo as Miss, so it would be inappropriate for her to speak informally to someone whom her master has addressed in that manner. Serim pauses to gather her thoughts, then she adds that bringing a lady home is a first for Sir Hwita. Yeonwoo looks surprised at this revelation, her mind racing back to the moment when Hwita had gently kissed her fingers. She can't help but think to herself that he doesn't appear to embody that kind of behavior at all. Serim begins to say something else, but then she looks away sadly and tells our female leader that it's nothing. She adds that it's not her place to speak about it. However, one thing is clear, Yeonwoo is special to Hwita. When our female leader hears this, she is genuinely surprised. As she continues to walk with her maid, she turns to Serim and asks what kind of person Hwita really is. The maid pauses for a moment and then asks her if she happens to know what guardian spirits are. Yeonwoo gulps in response and looks away before replying that she has never heard of them before. Serim takes this opportunity to explain, her tone becoming more serious. She elaborates that those who are born and raised here in the underworld are all imbued with the spirits of beasts. These spirits are what the inhabitants call guardian spirits. Serim describes the range of these spirits, noting how they can vary from weaker ones, like rabbits or sparrows, to much more powerful entities, like tigers that reign over all animals. As she speaks, she gestures animatedly, emphasizing the variety of guardian spirits. She continues, saying that in dire situations, one can actually manifest their guardian spirits. The stronger the spirit, the stronger the individual is perceived to be. Yeonwoo listens intently, pretending to look thoughtful as she processes this information. Deep down, she has known about this all along. She is acutely aware that the most formidable individuals in the underworld include the king of the palace, who possesses the spirit of a tiger as his guardian spirit, and Hyo Jo, who is imbued with the spirit of a brown bear. Serim continues to speak, revealing that Hwita possesses the spirit of a black wolf, which is why people refer to him as the Black Wolf. Our female lead looks surprised, and a wave of realization washes over her as she recalls the look on Hwita's face during their first encounter. She thinks to herself that the guardian spirit suits him quite well, aligning perfectly with his aura. In the next scene, we find her comfortably settled in a bath. Serim eagerly asks her what color she would like to dye her hair. The maids chime in, suggesting that with Yeonwoo's fair complexion, any color would suit her beautifully. After a moment of thought, Serim playfully inquires if Yeonwoo would consider dyeing her hair black, similar to Hwita's striking locks. Yeonwoo notices Serim's excitement and smiles inwardly. The old Serim, who was never particularly sociable, seems to have transformed. This newfound cheerfulness feels both heartwarming and slightly unfamiliar to her. As she reflects on this change, Yeonwoo recalls the words of her handmaid from her previous life, who had vowed to always be by her side. Yet, because it is Serim, she wants to believe wholeheartedly that this promise holds true once more. So much has transformed in this life already. In the place where she was supposed to meet Hyo Jo, she met Hwita instead. Also, she met Serim not at Hyo Jo's castle, but at Hwita's dwelling. The same goes for her hair. She wonders why the color suddenly changed, and she looks at it with picks up some strands with distaste. Serim chides her gently, telling her not to touch her hair, as the dye might stain her hands. As Yeonwoo sits there, she gets the distinct feeling that each situation is attempting to convey something important, a message that this life will be different from her previous experiences. Consequently, she feels a flicker of hope ignite within her, a hope that maybe, just this time, things could turn out in ways she has only dared to imagine. Suddenly, her maid calls out, sounding distressed. She reveals that she has applied the dye diligently to Yeonwoo's hair, but it hasn't changed color. It has only dulled the shine. Yeonwoo responds calmly, saying it's all right as long as her hair doesn't shine brightly. However, Serim seems disappointed, expressing that she had wanted to match Yeonwoo's hair color with Hwita's. Yeonwoo looks at her in disbelief, surprised that this was her intention. She reassures her maid that it can't be helped and compliments her hair color, saying it's pretty just the way it is. Grateful, she thanks her maid for her hard work. Serim then decides to step aside, allowing Yeonwoo to rest comfortably. As she enjoys the warmth of her bath, the hot water soothing her skin, she reflects on the events of the night and her encounter with Hwita. Although he had proposed a deal, she realizes that she didn't truly hear what he wanted at all. A flicker of doubt crosses her mind. Still, deep down, she wonders if she is truly special to him, just as Serim insists. Maybe he will protect her and her family, regardless of the terms of that deal. Eventually, she steps out of the bathtub and wraps a robe tightly around her body. As she acclimates to the cool air outside, Hwita calls out to her from the side, asking if she's finished. Her cheeks heat up and she turns around, looking at him in surprise. He confesses that he had heard it usually takes women longer to prepare, but to be honest, waiting like this isn't so bad at all. Yeonwoo starts to stutter, flustered by both his presence and his words. She asks him what he is doing in there, struggling with a mix of embarrassment and confusion. Trying to lighten the mood, Hwita tells her not to be too angry. With a sudden push, he gently nudges her backward, teasingly reminding her that she is the one who proposed the idea first. He reminds her that she's the one who asked to be his woman. Feeling overwhelmed, our female lead looks away, refusing to meet Hwita's gaze. In a flustered tone, she also reminds him that he had made it very clear he does not accept women he doesn't know. Hwita nods in agreement, acknowledging his previous statement. However, he explains that this is exactly why he is here now, to discuss the terms of their deal. He mentions that he doesn't recall ever officially stating his conditions for their agreement, and adds that now that he has accepted her terms, it's only fair that she accepts his in order for a genuine deal to be struck. Curiosity piqued, she expresses her desire to know more and asks him what his conditions are. A smile spreads across his face as he responds with confidence that it's very simple. From now on, he wants Yeonwoo to be his bride. Hwita tells her that from this moment onward, he would like it if she would become his wife. This statement annoys her, and she asks him if it is fun for him to toy with her emotions. She argues that a woman whom he has just met for the first time asking him to take her seems laughable, which is why he had acted aloof toward her words and turned her down back then. She questions whether he thinks it is wrong for him to say this now, clenching her fist in anger as she looks away in frustration. Finally, Hwita gently tucks some strands of hair behind her ears and apologizes. He admits that he hasn't explained himself well, which has led to her misunderstanding him. Hwita apologizes for not having fully considered Yeonwoo's feelings. He continues, explaining that to be driven to the point of telling a man she has just met to take her, she must indeed be in quite a difficult situation. He asserts that he feels the same. Hwita clarifies that he did not say what he did to lie or play a joke on her at all. Instead, he asks if she would give him a chance to explain his situation. He reveals to her that in the underworld, Jangkong holds a special status. He is the king, and at the same time, he commands the strongest familia. Hwita mentions that there are currently 2 candidates being discussed to become Jangkong's successor. Yeonwoo's surprise grows as she recalls that Jangkong only has one son, Hyo Jo. Hwita continues, explaining that one of the 2 candidates is Jangkong's direct descendant, named Hyo Jo, while the other candidate is himself, Hwita, who is Jangkong's distant cousin. Yeonwoo looks at him in surprise as he reveals that Hyo Jo is currently threatening him because his existence is an obstacle to Hyo Jo's claim to the throne. Hwita expresses that to demonstrate he is not interested in the position of successor, he needs a woman who is entirely unrelated to the royal family. And just at that moment, she has appeared in his life. He cautiously asks her what she thinks and if she would consider becoming his pretend wife. Furthermore, he suggests that when she is ready to accept her role, she should return to his chambers. As Yeonwoo prepares for the night, dressed in royal regalia, she reflects on what it means to be a pretend wife. She is escorted to Hwita's chambers, with her presence formally announced. Lost in thought, she considers that in her past life, she had never heard of a distant cousin of Jangkong. Doubt fills her mind as she questions how much of his story is the truth, but ultimately she realizes she has no other options. When Hwita gives her permission to enter, he greets her warmly, clearly pleased to see her. Yeonwoo thinks to herself that she is ready to accept his position. In her mind, it no longer matters what it is, Hwita's status or situation. She must utilize everything within her reach, just as he is using her. Hwita observes her expression and asks if she has made her decision. She affirmatively replies that she will be his wife. A delighted smile spreads across his face, and he confirms that it's a deal. Hwita then offers her his hand and gestures toward the bed, instructing her to join him there. He emphasizes that, to outsiders, they must appear as 2 lovers who have fallen in love at first sight. He leans closer, preparing to place his lips against her neck, and asks if she would be comfortable with that. However, in that moment, he notices her earrings, and mentions that he had instructed Serim not to allow her to wear them. He wonders aloud if the maid had simply forgotten. Gathering his composure, he leans forward, his lips hovering close to her ear. Just then, Yeonwoo is jolted by a flashback of Hyo Jo, who had once placed his lips near her neck. Hyo Jo's voice echoes in her memory, reminding her not to forget that the only person she can let near her in such an intimate way is him. Yeonwoo's eyes widen in horror, and she suddenly screams for Hwita to let her go. Surprised by her reaction, he looks down at her, his expression shifting to confusion. Instinctively, he releases her, but Yeonwoo continues to scream for him to let go of her, her panic increasing as she struggles to process the tangled emotions spiraling within her. Yeonwoo continues to scream for Hwita to let go of her, and although she struggles, he slowly sets her down, clearly confused by her behavior. He remarks that she is unpredictable as he supports her with his arm. Outside, 3 maids stand close, listening to what is happening inside. One asks what that sound was, while another says she heard a lady scream. Serim steps closer, trying to hear better. However, the other two warn her not to, reminding her that if she is caught, she will not be spared. Just then, the door opens, and Lord Hwita sees all three of them standing there. He tells the others to leave and asks Serim to stay. After they leave, he reminds her that he told her to wait for his orders and does not recall allowing her to listen in. She calmly explains that since it is an important night, she thought he might need something, even subtly flattering herself. He then says it is over, and that the important night will not happen again. Naturally, she asks what went wrong and why Yeonwoo screamed like that, but instead of answering directly, he instructs her to check for herself. As a result, Serim enters and sees Yeonwoo lying down. After checking her, she says it is only a brief loss of consciousness and that she will be fine after some rest. She then questions why she cried like that, but he simply replies that he did nothing, which leads her to tease him, saying he handles other matters well yet chose to treat her this way. However, he thinks to himself that from the start, she was not even looking at him properly, as if her mind was elsewhere, and he wonders what occupied her thoughts. Serim advises him to treat her well, reminding him that she is important and offering to help her feel comfortable, yet he admits he does not know how. He then asks if she has checked the marks on her neck, and she confirms she has but has not been able to trace them yet. She adds that she thought he would confirm it after spending the night, but since her condition is not good, it will be difficult for now. He says he understands and tells her to leave, making it clear that everything that happened today must remain secret. She agrees before leaving. Left alone, Hwita walks toward Yeonwoo, looks at her, and admits that she is making him worried. The next day, Yeonwoo suddenly wakes up, screaming Hyo Jo's name. At that moment, Hwita, sitting quietly in a corner and drinking tea, asks if she had a nightmare and how she is feeling now. He explains that she suddenly collapsed the previous night, which worried him. She struggles to remember what happened, and he reassures her that it is fine, gently urging her to eat first. However, he decides to make something clear, reminding her that she asked him for protection and that he agreed yet wants to know what exactly he is protecting her from, insisting that he needs to know everything. Hearing this, Yeonwoo begins to think deeply, wondering how much she can truly tell him. She stutters slightly and finally admits that she had a husband, her ex-husband. Yeonwoo says that before speaking about her previous husband, she will first talk about her childhood. She explains that her family consists of a strict mother, a loving father, a mature first daughter, and an affectionate second daughter. Although it looks like a normal family to others, she always feels like an outsider in that home. She recalls a moment at school where a teacher announces that the next class will be a parents' observation day and instructs everyone to show their parents the family newsletter. As she looks at the newsletter, she wonders if it would be okay to tell her mother. Later at home, she shouts at Seowoo, asking why the house is so messy when their parents will soon return and questioning who will clean it. Although her sister says she will do it, this only makes her more frustrated. Their argument is interrupted by the sound of the door opening as their parents return. Seowoo immediately runs to them, asking to be carried. Meanwhile, their mother looks at Yeonwoo with disapproval, and she bows with guilt and greets her. The mother questions the state of the house, and although Yeonwoo tries to blame her younger sister, she is quickly stopped and reminded that it is her responsibility to take care of her. She is told that the older one must act properly for the younger one to follow. She apologizes, and her mother says she is going upstairs to wash up, instructing her to clean the mess before she returns. As Yeonwoo picks up the toys on the floor, she thinks it would be better not to mention the parents' observation day, because even if she does, her mother will be too busy to come. She decides not to inconvenience her. The next day, Yeonwoo heads out to school and informs everyone that she is leaving. However, her mother calls her back and asks if she has something to say. She becomes shocked and confused, asking what she means, and is told that it is parents' observation day. Her mother wonders why she did not mention it. Yeonwoo admits she did not, explaining that she did not intend to hide it, but since her mother is always busy, she did not want to bother her. At that moment, her mother notices her hesitation and instructs her to look her in the eye and answer clearly whether she wants her to attend, urging her to think carefully. Yeonwoo stutters, then says she wants her mother to come, quietly reflecting that she has not seen her mother smile in a long time. Her mother calmly sips her tea and says that since it is her daughter's class, she should of course attend, assuring her that she will see her later at school. Feeling hopeful, Yeonwoo becomes happy that her mother will come to see her. She promises herself that she will work harder so that her teacher's compliments will make her mother proud and encourage her to come again next time. She believes she can become a daughter who receives love. However, at the end of the school day, her mother expresses disappointment, saying she expected her to be the smartest girl in her class. After seeing the other parents, she felt embarrassed. She explains that she wanted to see how well Yeonwoo was doing, but if things remain this way, she will not come again. As she looks at her, Yeonwoo quietly wishes her mother would keep coming. Yet her mother says she had wanted to proudly show others how smart and pretty her daughter is, but was unable to do so. She then says that if Yeonwoo promises to improve, she will come again, and Yeonwoo agrees. After that, her mother steps away to take a phone call and asks Yeonwoo to watch over Seowoo. While Yeonwoo and Seowoo stand by the roadside waiting, Seowoo asks if they should keep waiting. Yeonwoo admits she does not know, but the call seems to be taking too long. Seowoo suggests leaving, but Yeonwoo stops her, telling her to stay and wait a little longer since it appears to be almost over. However, unable to remain patient, Seowoo suddenly runs onto the road. Yeonwoo immediately shouts for her to come back, reminding her to listen to her elder sister. In a panic, she runs after her without checking the road. At that moment, both of them are hit by a moving car. People nearby begin shouting for an ambulance, while their mother rushes toward them as they lie on the ground after the accident. Yeonwoo suddenly wakes up in a hospital bed and turns her head to see Seowoo lying nearby, fully bandaged. She feels relieved that she is also safe, while at the same time apologizing for not being able to protect her this time. Soon after, she hears voices outside the door and realizes they belong to her parents. From their conversation, she overhears them arguing about the hospital bills. Her mother complains that they cannot afford to pay, and warns that if they fail to handle the situation, they may end up back on the streets, while her father tries to calm her down by telling her to lower her voice. She refuses and continues, eventually breaking down in tears. Listening to this, Yeonwoo blames herself, thinking that if she had not asked her mother to come to school, the accident would not have happened and her sister would not have been hurt. She cries, taking full responsibility for everything, believing it all started from her mistake. As time passes, both Yeonwoo and Seowoo are discharged from the hospital, but due to the high cost of their treatment, the family is forced to sell their home and move into an older one. After the accident, their mother begins to treat Yeonwoo differently, often reprimanding her. Whenever she looks at her, it feels as though everything points back to her, making it difficult to even maintain eye contact. Years later, Yeonwoo grows into a well-known composer, and although she still struggles to move her little finger properly, people describe her as a beautiful composer who has overcome pain, which brings her more attention. One day, her song reaches the charts for the first time, and she quickly runs to share the news with her mother, only to hear her say she is proud of her while also asking when she can send the monthly living expenses. Yeonwoo responds that she expects payment within the week and will send it as soon as she receives it. Her mother, relieved, says she is glad things are going well and that there will be enough money, adding that the month has been very difficult and thanks her. Yeonwoo accepts this without hesitation, saying it is her duty to support the family, showing how deeply she has accepted her role despite everything she has gone through. One day, her entire family were inside a car, traveling together and feeling happy, when suddenly the brakes stopped working. Her father, who was driving, shouted for everyone to be careful, but despite his warning, the car crashed. As a result, they all fell into the underworld for the first time, which is where she met Hyo Jo. He looked at her and said she reminded him of his mother, and at that moment, he fell in love with her at first sight. In addition, he treated her family with great hospitality and provided them with a place to stay inside his palace. As he whispered words of love to her, she experienced those feelings for the first time, and it slowly affected her, making her feel as though a warm spring had arrived in her heart. Later, one night, Yeonwoo steps outside and sees Hyo Jo standing with other people. She notices that he is torturing them to the point where blood is visible, which shocks her deeply. She asks what he is doing, but he dismisses her concern and shifts his attention to her instead, saying he heard one of them touched her and asking her to mention who it was. She hesitates in confusion and shock, explaining that they only caught her just as when she was about to fall. He explains that it is natural to punish them directly and insists that she simply tell him who it was so he can kill that person, even going as far as mentioning that he has already done such things to other innocent people. Seeing her reaction, he realizes she is surprised, so he gently holds her hand and reassures her that everything will be fine, promising to handle everything for her while declaring his love. In her vulnerable state, this begins to quietly affect her perception of him. Now we are brought into a tense moment as Hwita listens to everything Yeonwoo has said, and immediately he asks if something like that really happened and even offers to protect her from her ex. And this makes her pause as she wonders if he misunderstood and thought her husband was just an ex. And then she admits that because of her ex-husband, she became afraid of men. And in response, he asks if she is afraid of him too. Yet she brushes it off. However, he continues and says he is kind, and then recalls how she once told him to have her. And from there, he assumes he must make her feel comfortable, even adding that if she had not collapsed last night, he would have shown her what kind of man he is. And yet she apologizes, while he brushes it aside and says it is fine since he did not mean it, and instead tells her he has somewhere to go with her today, explaining that there is a banquet at the small shop he runs, and that he has to change his face. Yeonwoo questions why she should go to such a place, and he responds that he wants to do what a lover should do as a man, and even asks if he should make their relationship known. And later he tells her she must also follow him on his schedules for now, while assuring her that if she needs anything, she can call Serim or Soho at any time and that he will always be by her side. And then he introduces Soho as the one who will escort her from now on, and apologizes for the late introduction, adding that although he is young, he is very talented and will protect her when he is not around. And she says she is fine with it, although she then asks if she will be apart from him often, and he assures her it will not happen much since they will be using one room anyway, which shocks her. Yet he calmly says it is natural since they are lovers, and she accepts while still feeling uneasy about it. And then, as if that was not enough, he adds that after the banquet he plans to visit Lord Janggong and wants to introduce her as his lover, asking if she will be okay with it. And at this point, this is starting to feel like he is locking everything in place too quickly as the situation keeps getting deeper. Yeonwoo begins to tremble while thinking about Hyo Jo, and in her mind she tries to calm herself by reminding herself that she is going there as Hwita's lover, and that he would not be able to treat her carelessly. However, her body still shakes, and he notices this and asks if she is okay, pointing out that her eyes have not looked right for a while, and then gently wipes her face with a towel. And she quickly says she is fine and that she only got lost in her thoughts, and then asks if they have arrived. Yet he instead asks if she is worried about what will happen next, and reassures her that she should not worry, because from now on she is his lover, and he promises that nothing will happen to her. And as a result, she places her hand in his, and they walk down together to the banquet. Then as they arrive, the maids bow to welcome Lord Hwita, and she recalls how he said it was just a small shop, yet what she sees says otherwise. And soon an elegantly dressed lady approaches and greets him warmly, revealing herself as Dee-hee. And after exchanging greetings, she introduces herself as the best performer there while humbly saying she always receives too much praise. And then she notices the lady beside him and asks who she is. And he clearly says she is his lover, which leaves her slightly confused. Yet she quickly recovers and calls her a precious guest and promises to serve them with more sincerity today, and then moves to the Gayagayam and begins to play. And as everyone enjoys the music and she finishes, he applauds and praises her as the best as expected. And she explains she practiced hard to give him a better song, which leads him to say it was amazing and that he will grant her one wish, telling her to ask for anything. And although she did not expect this, she makes a request that surprises everyone, asking that Yeonwoo play a song, and she reacts in confusion and asks if she is really being addressed, and she confirms that she is. Things start getting uncomfortable real fast as all attention shifts onto her. Now the moment takes a turn as Dee-hee explains that she noticed the young lady's hands and saw calluses on her fingers, which made her think she might play an instrument just like her. And she adds that a performer can always recognize another performer, therefore believing that if her guess is right, then her performance will be just as beautiful as her appearance, and as a result, Hwita turns to Yeonwoo and asks if she can play, and she nods, and he tells her to go ahead, adding that while he would love to hear it, she should not do it if she does not want to. However, she accepts and says although it is sudden, she will play. But then she asks if her wish will also be granted, which confuses him, and she explains that since he liked the other performance and granted that wish, hers should count too. He lets out a soft laugh and says she still does not know him well, because even if she does not play, he would still grant all her wishes, and this makes her smile and thank him. We can see that she is slowly getting comfortable with him as she steps forward. She walks to the Gayagayam and introduces her song as Untitled, explaining that she made it when she was underground in a low room with no windows, trapped because of Hyo Jo's obsession. And as those empty days repeated, she found the Gayagayam, picked it up, and created the song, pouring in her regret for ever loving him and filling it with her hatred. And as she begins to play, the entire room is drawn in, while Dee-hee stands in a corner, shocked and watching closely. And everyone, including Hwita, is moved by the performance. And this clearly provokes her as she cannot hide how much she is affected. And when the song ends, applause fills the room, and he praises it as the most beautiful performance he has ever heard and says since she fulfilled her part. He will keep his promise and asks for her wish, while at the same time she grows angry and walks out of the hall, unable to take it. And she decides to tell him her wish only when they are alone. And meanwhile, the other one, burning with jealousy, moves to the back, remembering his words about the best performance and thinking that the seat beside him should have been hers, and she breaks down in tears. This kind of jealousy is already turning dangerous as the tension keeps rising. After the banquet ends, Hwita and Yeonwoo walk together. He admits he is truly shocked that she can play the gayagam so beautifully. She thanks him. He then wonders if she used to play often on Earth. She explains that she did not. Instead, she made music professionally, which is why she can play many instruments a little. She adds that she has created several other songs as well, although it has been a long time since she last played them herself. As if that were not enough, he brings up something he noticed, saying that while she was performing, her pinky finger trembled slightly as if it had been injured, and he asks if she is in pain. She admits she injured it a long time ago, and although it makes it hard to perform perfectly, it no longer hurts. He remarks that it is a shame, which catches her off guard. He explains that even though she plays beautifully now, if she had not been injured, her music could have been even more beautiful. She thanks him for saying that, letting out a small sigh, thinking that such praise reaches deeper than ordinary compliments because it acknowledges both her skill and her loss. The moment shifts as he reminds her about the wish she said she would ask for. She begins to think about what she truly wants, which is to ask if they can use separate rooms. However, she hesitates, wondering if they must share one since their relationship is contractual. She also recalls that the first night was already ruined because of her, leaving her uncertain of what to say next. Yeonwoo suddenly looks up and realizes they have walked quite far. Instead of stating her wish, she simply asks where they are. Hwita calmly explains that the place is sponsored by his clan and that it is his favorite spot. Without hesitation, he removes his shoes and steps into the ash, explaining that the wall is low, so a lot of volcanic ash gathers there. Moreover, if someone steps on it with bare feet, it feels like walking on clouds. Although she initially refuses, saying she is fine, he insists and points out that she has been tense ever since she arrived in the underworld. As a result, she finally agrees and removes her shoes, saying she will only try a little. As she steps into it, she is surprised by how soft it feels, and at the same time, she realizes it has been a while since she last experienced something like this. However, just as the moment becomes peaceful, he suddenly kicks ash toward her. She protests, but he continues, encouraging her to enjoy it. Eventually, she fights back, throws ash at him, then apologizes, saying that was why she warned him. He casually replies that it is fine, assuming she could not tolerate it, while she quietly thinks he looks handsome and even laughs. After that playful moment, they sit together on the fence. He asks if she likes it, then casually reveals that this is actually the room she will be staying in. She is surprised and asks if she was not supposed to share a room with him. He explains that his own room is right next to hers, and that there is a small side door connecting both rooms, so they are almost together anyway. He even jokes about his appearance, adding that since she is afraid of men, there is no way she would feel comfortable sharing a room with him, so this arrangement is better and will not burden her. He reminds her that the house is large with many rooms and encourages her to rest well. She thanks him. Later that night, Lord Hwita walks down the hallway, and suddenly Soho is kneeling before him. When he asks what is going on, the boy reveals that he has finally found that person. In the next scene, Hyo Jo and Yeonwoo ride together in a chariot, and soon, it comes to a stop. As she looks ahead, she realizes the place is Janggong's castle, and immediately it becomes clear that this is the very day she might see Hyo Jo. The mere thought of him makes her feel dizzy. He notices right away and asks if she is okay. She quickly apologizes and explains that she just felt nauseous for a moment. However, he reminds her that he made a promise not to allow anything to torment her. As he says this, he moves a little closer, yet she turns her face away and insists she is fine. She has already made a promise to herself that she will never be afraid because of Hyo Jo again, even though the situation is frightening. After that, she walks toward the door, leaving him slightly confused, then asks if they should go in. He agrees. As they step forward, everything inside the palace remains exactly the same, from the structure to the placement of every item, which pulls her into a trance-like state. Suddenly, she imagines Hyo Jo right behind her, whispering that she has finally arrived while holding her neck. The thought makes her tremble, so she grips the hem of Hwita's clothes for support. Although he notices, he continues forward and calls out loudly to Lord Janggong, announcing his arrival. A voice from inside invites them to enter, and this only makes her tremble more, because now she is certain that the moment the door opens, she will come face to face with her ex. But soon enough, we can see that instead of Hyo Jo, it is Lord Janggong, the ruler of the underworld. He immediately looks at Yeonwoo and asks if she is Hwita's lover, then asks for her name. She answers that she is Yeonwoo. He comments that Hyo Jo's hiding her away made it seem as though he intended to harm her by calling her here. Yeonwoo remains confused, wondering why Hyo Jo is not present, since in her past life he was always with Janggong. Hwita quickly denies the claim, saying he never did such a thing. Lord Janggong then questions why it took him so long to come. Meanwhile, Yeonwoo keeps thinking that perhaps, in this life, she might not meet Hyo Jo at all. Janggong says he wanted to meet him face to face, and now that he has, he assumes he must be tired and should return home to rest. However, he turns to her and asks for a moment with Hwita alone. She agrees, saying she will wait outside. As she leaves, Lord Janggong remarks that she is a pretty child and advises Hwita to ensure she adapts well to the underworld. Then his tone shifts as he calls him Black Wolf, making it clear he knows why he summoned him. Outside, Yeonwoo reflects that for a moment she believed she would meet Hyo Jo today, but nothing happened. She begins to feel at ease, convincing herself that this must be the end, and if Lord Janggong does not call her again, she will have no reason to return. She leans against a tree, feeling relieved. However, just when it seems calm, she hears footsteps behind her. When she turns, she sees the same figure of Hyo Jo. Fear grips her again as she wonders why he is here. He speaks in a low voice, questioning what is so special about someone no different from the rest, even remarking that Hwita seems wrapped around her fingers. As he steps closer, the tension rises sharply, giving us the moment where peace just disappears instantly. In the next moment, Yeonwoo quickly hides and covers her mouth as the person walks past. For a second, she lets out a small sigh of relief, thinking he is gone. However, just as she believes she is safe, a voice suddenly comes from behind, asking who she is. She trembles as she slowly turns around, only to see the same figure again. Her fear rises immediately because he looks exactly like Hyo Jo from her memories. As he questions her again, who she is and why she is hiding, she cannot respond. Her thoughts repeat the same realization. It is him. Noticing her reaction, he comments on how startled she looks and reaches out his hand to pull her up. Her mind races, wondering what he intends to do. At the same time, she remembers that reacting the way she did in the past will only make him more persistent. She decides to stay quiet and avoid drawing attention to herself, though remaining calm is far from easy. Even so, she slowly places her hand in his, trying not to provoke him. As he pulls her closer, almost into his arms, lifting her from the ground, the tension spikes. She finally breaks away, pulling her hand back and shouting for him to let go. Instead of reacting harshly, he simply apologizes lightly and remarks that when he saw her trembling, she reminded him of a small mouse, which made him want to play with her. Yeonwoo looks down at her bruised hand and feels disgusted, thinking he has always been like this, never caring about her feelings and doing whatever he wants. She speaks up, saying that playing such games with someone he just met is unpleasant. Instead of backing down, he calls her cheeky and questions whether she knows who she is speaking to. When he says her name, she gasps and quickly declares that she is Lord Hwita's lover, warning him not to treat her carelessly. She adds that even basic manners should make that clear. He reacts with amusement, calling her that man's woman and saying she is quite fierce. He even comments that Hwita must have enjoyed himself with her and mentions that he once thought the rumor about him being a eunuch was true, but now finds it disappointing that it is not. His words only make the situation worse. After that, he asks for her name, and when she says Yeonwoo, he replies that it is a lovely name, which only deepens the uneasy tension. Soon after, Serim comes looking for her. Upon seeing Hyo Jo, she is visibly shocked. Yeonwoo asks for a moment alone, saying she needs to rest, while Serim continues calling out to her. She explains that she feels weak and that her legs have lost their strength, then leaves. Not long after, Serim finds her and asks what happened. Yeonwoo apologizes and asks if she can return home first. Serim agrees. Later, when Hwita returns, Serim informs him of what happened. He immediately asks where Yeonwoo is, and she says she is resting. He praises her for handling things well and asks what happened, but Serim admits she is unsure since Yeonwoo was alone. However, she adds that Yeonwoo seemed very terrified of something. Hearing this, he questions it, saying nothing unusual happened during the meeting with Lord Janggong. Serim then mentions one more detail. That before Yeonwoo left the back garden, Lord Hyo Jo came out from the same area. Several hours earlier, we are taken aback as Lord Janggong calls Hwita, the Black Wolf, closer and says he is always grateful to him and his brother, explaining that their presence maintains peace. Suddenly, he coughs harshly. Although Hwita moves to assist him, he insists he is fine and says it is only natural with age, as his body no longer obeys him as it once did. He admits he feels the time is approaching to pass on his position. Hwita immediately objects, insisting he is still strong. However, Janggong brings up Hyo Jo, saying it seems he still does not trust him, and even admits he feels the same despite being his father. Hwita agrees, adding that the false family bond will end someday, because Hyo Jo will eventually discover they are not related by blood. That truth will surface the moment he becomes ruler. Janggong acknowledges this, admitting he has been careless. Changing the subject, he asks about Yeonwoo, wondering if she is the woman he has been searching for. Hwita pauses, uncertain, and admits he is not sure. Even so, something deeper lingers in his thoughts. Janggong calmly says he hopes she is the one, and in silence, Hwita finds himself hoping the same. The next day, Hwita and Yeonwoo sit across from each other, sipping tea. She apologizes for leaving abruptly the previous night, explaining that she intended to wait but left without saying anything. He dismisses it, saying it is not a big deal. When he asks about her condition, noticing she still seems unwell, she struggles with how much she can reveal. Memories of Hyo Jo and her past lives surface, reminding her of everything she endured. She promised herself this life would be different, yet seeing him again brings back the same fear. She simply says she is tired. He encourages her to rest, showing concern that surprises her. Serim announces that her bath is ready and will wait outside. As Yeonwoo carries her things, she reflects on how Hwita does not seem suspicious, only genuinely worried. She quietly admires his kindness. Just as she is about to enter, she hears a voice from inside saying, "No extra help is needed." She looks up and is startled to see Hwita in the bath. She quickly apologizes and turns to leave, but he stops her. In that moment, she notices how unexpectedly gentle he is, and the closeness leaves her uncertain, caught between embarrassment and trust. Hwita holds Yeonwoo's hand and asks how many people are waiting outside. He explains that Serim is not the type to make such a mistake, so this must have been intentional. Yeonwoo is confused at first, but after thinking about it, she agrees that it is unlikely to be an accident. He points out that if she leaves now, it may raise suspicion. Since things have already reached this point, he suggests she warm herself before leaving, adding that the decision is entirely hers. She is surprised, but eventually agrees. She steps into the bath, staying at one corner, careful and cautious. In her thoughts, she reminds herself not to act suspiciously. Even if their relationship is only a contract, they must appear convincing. Their eyes meet briefly, but she quickly looks away. He notices and comments on how openly she stares at him. Caught off guard, she apologizes. He tells her not to, saying it is his fault instead, then casually remarks that anyone would find it hard to look away from someone with such beauty. He then grows more serious and explains that when it comes to him, he does not want her to feel sorry about anything. She admits she feels strange and believes there are many things about her that could raise suspicion. He acknowledges this but says he does not want to pressure her. Instead, he will wait until she is ready to speak, until she no longer carries such sadness. Hearing this, she reflects deeply. The kinder he is, the more she feels like opening up about her past. At the same time, she becomes curious about him. Eventually, she quietly thanks him. Elsewhere, Hyo Jo sits alone, drinking tea, his thoughts lingering on Yeonwoo, the one he encountered earlier. Yeonwoo is being dressed as Sharon carefully adjusts her outfit and ties the corset behind her. While doing so, Sharon suddenly notices something on her shoulder blade and points it out, asking if it has always been there. This catches Yeonwoo off guard. She quickly thinks back and realizes it must be a bruise from when Hyo Jo held her, yet she denies it and says she does not have anything like that, adding that she must have bumped into something by accident. Trying to move past it, she calls Serim and says she is curious about something. Serim calmly tells her to feel at ease. Yeonwoo explains that she is only going to teach him how to play an instrument and wonders if she really has to dress this way. Serim assures her that she must, explaining that in a relationship between a man and a woman, especially lovers, no one can predict what might happen in the end. She even adds that Yeonwoo will thank her later. Yeonwoo agrees, though a quiet hesitation remains. Earlier, while sitting outside together, Hwita had asked her for a favor, admitting it might sound sudden. When she asked what he meant, he brought up the song Untitled, explaining that he had not been able to stop thinking about it since he heard it. He then asked if she would be willing to teach him how to play it. Hearing this, Yeonwoo paused, wondering what that would be like. Later, Yeonwoo arrives, and Hwita is informed of her presence. He turns and sees her standing before him, noticing how beautiful she looks. In his mind, he admits he expected nothing less. At the same time, Yeonwoo feels uneasy and avoids meeting his gaze. Soon, they sit together with the gayagam. She explains that there is no sheet music and asks if he can follow by listening line by line. He agrees. As she begins to play, he watches closely and tries to follow her notes. The first sound moves her, bringing a small smile to her lips. As they continue, she comments that he is quite good, explaining that men are naturally stronger, so the sound differs from that of a female performer, yet his playing remains refined. He thanks her. She adds that he must be delicate and skilled at controlling his strength, which makes her pause, suddenly aware of her own thoughts. She quickly shifts the topic and asks if he enjoys exercising. He is confused at first, but she explains it relates to playing the instrument. Once he understands, he remarks that he thought she had become interested in him again, but she simply laughs it off. He explains that he does not follow a specific exercise routine, but practices horseback riding and archery when necessary. Then he asks something in return, what she likes. The question catches her off guard. After a moment, she answers that she likes the sky, especially the blue sky. He admits he wanted to get her a gift, but now it seems difficult. He then asks her to tell him about the upper grounds. She asks if he has heard of snow. He looks confused, so she explains it is something that falls from the sky, similar to ash but white and clean. She describes how it covers everything, creating a beautiful scene. Hearing this, he recalls that she mentioned it before and shares that when he was young, he once visited the upper grounds and saw snow for the first time. Before he can continue, Yeonwoo suddenly moves forward and jumps onto him, catching him off guard. In that moment, she urgently asks if he knows how to get to the upper grounds, revealing a sudden shift in her thoughts. Yeonwoo thinks deeply to herself that if she can somehow find a way to reach the upper ground, then perhaps she might be able to completely escape the terrible and suffocating connection she has with Hyo Jo, and in doing so, return to a life that feels peaceful, warm, and whole again. A life where she can exist happily with her family without fear, constantly lingering behind her. At that moment, Hwita steadies her gently, lifting her slightly as if to ground her, and calmly urges her to relax, reminding her that she needs to slow down. His voice remains even and controlled as he explains that although he has been to the upper ground once before, it happened when he was very young, so young that his memories of it are unclear, fragmented, and incomplete. He continues by adding that even during that time, the situation had not been normal, because his guardian spirit had gone into a violent rampage after he was forcefully taken there, making the entire experience chaotic and difficult to recall properly. Hearing this, Yeonwoo is left standing in silence, her thoughts momentarily freezing as the weight of his words settles in. The small hope she had been holding on to begins to waver. Hwita notices this shift immediately and apologizes in a quiet tone, explaining that he knows this is not the answer she was hoping to hear, and that he regrets not being able to provide her with something more helpful or reassuring. Without hesitation, she quickly shakes her head and responds that it is all right, insisting that there is no need for him to apologize, and that if anything, she should be the one apologizing instead. Her voice carries a softness, but beneath it, there is a faint trace of disappointment that she tries to suppress. He studies her for a moment before asking if she misses the upper ground so deeply that it affects her this much. However, he does not stop there, as he also reminds her, almost carefully, that the same place she longs for is also where her ex-husband exists. The mention of that fact lingers briefly in the air, but she deliberately chooses not to respond to that part. Instead, she admits honestly that she does miss the upper ground. She explains that it is the place where she truly belongs, the place where everything feels right to her. And more than anything, she simply wants to see the clear sky again, the kind of sky that stretches endlessly, untouched and bright. Hwita listens without interruption, and after a brief pause, he lets out a small breath, saying that it seems he may have asked something too complicated without realizing it. He apologizes again, this time for being inconsiderate in bringing it up so lightly. Yeonwoo quickly reassures him once more, telling him that it is fine and that she was also at fault for how she reacted earlier. She acknowledges that he was only showing concern, and nothing more. He nods slightly, accepting her response before shifting his tone. There is something else he wants to address. His expression becomes more serious as he tells her that from now on, she must never go outside at night without him. Although she responds outwardly with agreement, nodding as if she fully understands and accepts his words, her thoughts tell a different story. Quietly, deep within herself, she decides that she does not intend to follow that instruction completely. He continues, explaining the reason behind his warning. Nighttime in the underworld is not the same as it is on the surface. When people die, their souls arrive there during the night, and these wandering souls are not always stable or harmless. Some of them, lost and confused, can pose a danger to the living. Because of this, there exists a being whose role is to guide them, a reaper. Yeonwoo listens carefully, nodding in understanding, though inside, she reflects on how strange it would seem if she revealed that she already knows all of this. Then, as if shifting the mood, Hwita adds something else. He tells her that she will be able to visit her family that same day, explaining that the issue regarding their lodging has already been resolved. For a moment, she simply stares at him, processing his words before a genuine sense of happiness begins to spread across her expression. This time, her reaction is not forced or restrained. It is real. She expresses her gratitude sincerely, her voice lighter than before. He responds with a faint smile, saying that he prefers hearing that. She looks slightly surprised, and he explains that he likes it when she says thank you, adding that from now on, she should express gratitude like that instead of apologizing so often. She accepts this quietly, nodding as she takes in his words. Later, we see Yeonwoo speaking with Serim in front of her family's place. She asks whether it will truly be all right for her to go alone, wondering if Serim will have to wait for her for a long time. Serim reassures her calmly, saying that there is no need to worry. She reminds her that this will be the first time she is seeing her family again since that day, encouraging her to take her time and be fully present with them. Yeonwoo thanks her, and Serim mentions that she has other matters to attend to in the meantime. Yeonwoo agrees before heading off on her own. Soon after, there is a knock at the door. When it opens, Jae immediately recognizes her. Her reaction is immediate and full of energy as she calls out Yeonwoo's name and rushes forward to embrace her tightly. She comments excitedly on how successful Yeonwoo must be now, even pointing out how refined and expensive her clothes look. Without hesitation, she calls out to their parents, announcing her arrival. Her father appears, and the moment their eyes meet, there is a quiet pause before she greets him, saying it has been a long time. He responds with visible relief, saying that he has been worried about her all this time. She apologizes softly for causing that worry, but reassures him that she has been doing well. Then her mother steps out. She looks at Yeonwoo for a moment, almost as if confirming what she is seeing, before asking if it is truly her. Yeonwoo greets her as well. In that moment, there is a silence that lingers between them, a silence filled with everything that has happened, everything that has not been said, and everything that still remains unresolved beneath the surface. In a brief flashback, Serim stands quietly beside Hwita, maintaining her usual composed posture as he asks where Yeonwoo is at that moment. His tone is calm, yet there is a subtle expectation in his voice. Serim responds respectfully, explaining that Yeonwoo is currently preparing to go out. Hwita pauses for a short moment, as if considering something carefully before giving her a quiet instruction. He tells her to take care of a certain matter once they leave, though his words remain measured and indirect. Serim lowers her head slightly in acknowledgement, accepting the task without further question. The scene shifts back to the present. Yeonwoo now sits at a table with her family. The atmosphere feels both familiar and distant at the same time, as though something invisible stands between them. Her father looks at her with concern that has clearly been building for a long time. He asks how she has been, his voice carrying genuine worry, as though he has been waiting for this moment to confirm her safety. She responds softly, apologizing once again for making them worry, while reassuring him that there was nothing serious to be concerned about. She explains that the man she encountered in the forest helped her significantly and appeared to be a good person. As she speaks, she keeps her tone steady, careful not to reveal too much. Her mother reaches out and takes her hand, her grip firm yet not harsh. She advises her not to trust people too easily, her words carrying a familiar sharpness, though not as severe as before. Then, in a slightly quieter tone, she apologizes for having raised her voice in the past. She continues, telling Yeonwoo that she must think carefully about everything moving forward, because none of them truly understand where they are or how long they will remain in this place. Yeonwoo nods in agreement, lowering her gaze slightly as she apologizes once more. Her mother exhales softly before thanking her. She says that from now on, as a family, they should share everything with one another. There should be no secrets between them anymore. Yeonwoo agrees again, her voice gentle, though something in her expression remains restrained. However, the atmosphere begins to shift. Her mother's attention moves to Yeonwoo's clothes. Her expression changes as she questions how she came to be dressed in such fine garments. There is dissatisfaction in her voice as she looks her over. Soon her words begin to carry a different tone, one that drifts toward complaint. She speaks about their current living conditions, about how difficult things have been, and about the lack of proper food. Seowoo quietly raises her hands, showing the blisters that have formed on her skin. She explains that she has been working in the fields, her voice small but honest. The sight alone says more than her words. The reality of the underworld becomes clearer in that moment. The air feels heavy, filled with smoke that never seems to fade. Above them, there is no clear blue sky, only a dull, suffocating atmosphere that weighs on everything. Despite all of this, Seowoo looks at Yeonwoo and asks if they can come live with her instead. Her voice carries a small hope, fragile and uncertain. Yeonwoo hesitates. Her thoughts begin to tangle as she tries to find the right answer. She admits that she cannot make such a decision on her own, her voice careful, almost apologetic. Before she can say anything further, her mother interrupts. She tells Seowoo not to place additional burdens on her sister, pointing out that Yeonwoo herself is still relying on someone else. Her tone becomes firm again, drawing a clear line. Then, almost immediately, her mother's expression softens. Her voice changes once more, becoming gentler, almost persuasive. She asks if Yeonwoo can bring something for them the next time she visits, explaining that their supplies are running low and that things have been very difficult. She suggests that Yeonwoo speak to the man who helped her, the one she described as kind, implying that he might be willing to provide assistance. At that moment, Yeonwoo finds herself unable to respond. Her mother pulls her into a tight embrace, apologizing for having to rely on her in this way. The weight of her words lingers heavily in the air. Around them, the others remain silent, as though they are all aware of what is happening but choose not to say anything. In the end, Yeonwoo slowly reassures her. She says that she understands and promises that she will speak to him. Even as she says it, she feels the burden settling deeper within her, heavier than before. Time passes and she prepares to leave. Her mother notices and asks why she is going so soon. Yeonwoo explains that someone is waiting for her, keeping her tone simple and direct. Her mother nods, accepting the explanation, but just as Yeonwoo begins to step away, she calls her back. She asks if she is forgetting something. Yeonwoo pauses, then returns. Without hesitation, she leans forward and hugs her mother. The embrace is quiet, but it carries a sense of obligation more than comfort. In that moment, her mother speaks softly, reminding her that she is the only one they can rely on. Yeonwoo closes her eyes briefly before responding that she will do her best. As she walks away, those words echo repeatedly in her mind. She tells herself that she must protect her family, no matter what it takes. At the same time, another thought rises within her, just as strong. She must also protect herself from Hyo Jo. Her steps continue forward, steady but heavy, until suddenly a hand grabs hers from behind and her thoughts break instantly. Yeonwoo turns quickly, her heart tightening in her chest from the sudden contact, only to see that it is Serim. The tension that had gripped her just moments ago loosens almost immediately, replaced by a quiet sense of relief. Serim looks at her carefully, her gaze observant and steady. She asks if something is wrong, noting that Yeonwoo's expression appears unsettled, almost frightened. Yeonwoo exhales slowly, as though releasing something she had been holding in for a while. She admits that she could not find Serim earlier and wonders aloud if her expression had truly been that obvious. Serim apologizes softly, explaining that she may not have noticed clearly at the time. After a brief pause, Serim asks if she has eaten. The question seems simple, yet it catches Yeonwoo slightly off guard. She realizes then that she has not eaten anything. Serim suggests going to a place she likes, a buchimgae restaurant. She mentions it casually, as though it is something she has already decided. Yeonwoo hesitates for a moment, unsure, but eventually nods with a small, polite smile. Without questioning it further, she agrees and follows Serim. As they walk, Serim suggests that they also take some time to look around the market afterward, adding that it might help Yeonwoo relax a little. Hearing this, Yeonwoo quietly wonders to herself when she ever mentioned liking buchimgae, but she chooses not to question it aloud. When they arrive, Serim gives her a small warning, explaining that the place might feel chaotic and that she should not be too surprised by the atmosphere. Just as they are about to enter, Dee-hee appears. She greets them with a composed smile, her presence immediately shifting the atmosphere. Her eyes move toward Yeonwoo as she notes that she has come out alone today. Serim explains briefly, keeping her response simple. Dee-hee then turns her attention fully to Yeonwoo, offering praise for her previous performance. She describes it as unique, something that stands apart. However, her words carry an undertone. She continues, mentioning that Hwita tends to enjoy things that are new and different, but that his interest does not last long. She expresses a quiet hope that Yeonwoo will be able to hold his attention for as long as possible. The meaning behind her words does not go unnoticed. Soon after, she questions their choice of restaurant, subtly implying that such a place is not suitable for women of their status. Behind her, a few women let out small, amused laughs. Yeonwoo notices Serim's reaction to this. Dee-hee offers to take them somewhere more appropriate, something more refined. However, Yeonwoo politely declines, explaining that she wants to try the place Serim recommended. When Dee-hee shifts her tone slightly, directing a dismissive remark toward Serim, Yeonwoo steps in and stops it. She makes it clear, without raising her voice, that Serim is important to her. That single statement changes the atmosphere again. Later, after they finish eating, Yeonwoo expresses how much she enjoyed the food, saying it sincerely. Serim remains quiet for a moment before finally speaking. She thanks Yeonwoo, explaining that she is grateful for the way she handled things earlier. Yeonwoo reassures her that it was not done out of obligation, but because she genuinely meant it. Hearing that, Serim suddenly steps forward and hugs her tightly. The gesture is unexpected but filled with emotion. She promises her loyalty in that moment, her voice firm despite its softness. However, the moment does not last long. A group of men approaches, their presence immediately disrupting the calm. Their words are inappropriate, careless, and intrusive. Serim attempts to leave with Yeonwoo, hoping to avoid unnecessary trouble, but one of the men reaches out and grabs her. She cries out in pain as his grip tightens. Yeonwoo reacts instantly, raising her voice and demanding that he let go, her shock evident. The situation begins to escalate rapidly. Then, a figure wearing a silver mask suddenly appears. Everything stops. One of the men immediately steps forward, his expression filled with irritation and anger as he demands to know who the masked figure is. His voice is loud and aggressive, clearly expecting an answer. Another man, without hesitation, throws out an insult, calling him a bastard as he moves forward. He raises his fist, aiming to strike, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing interfering like this. However, his attack fails completely. He misses his target and loses his balance, falling straight to the ground in an embarrassing display. The situation shifts instantly. The rest of the men, angered and unwilling to back down, rush forward all at once. What follows is brief but decisive. The masked man moves with precision, his actions controlled and effortless. One by one, he subdues them without hesitation. In a matter of moments, the fight is over. The men lie on the ground, defeated. He looks at them calmly before questioning their actions, asking how they can move around in groups like this just to harass a woman, and whether they feel no sense of shame for what they have done. His words are direct, leaving no room for argument. After that, he turns toward the women. Serim recognizes him immediately. She calls out his name, Hwita. Yeonwoo expresses her gratitude, thanking him for stepping in when he did. Serim lowers her head respectfully, acknowledging him and noting that it has been a long time since they last saw each other. Yeonwoo looks between them, surprised that Serim knows him. Hwita responds casually, teasing Serim by saying she is still as shameless as her master. Serim accepts the remark without resistance, as though she is used to it. However, Yeonwoo feels a slight discomfort as she watches their exchange, unsure of how to interpret it. Hwita's attention shifts toward her. He checks whether she is hurt, his tone less teasing now. She reassures him that she is fine and thanks him once again. Without saying anything further, he suddenly leaps upward, landing on a rooftop with ease before disappearing from sight. The people around them begin whispering, confused by what they have just witnessed. Serim turns to Yeonwoo, asking if she is all right, and acknowledging how shocking the situation must have been. When Yeonwoo asks who he is, Serim explains that he is Hwita, Hwita's twin brother. The revelation surprises her. Serim continues, explaining that it is not unusual that she did not know, since he rarely appears and is almost always seen wearing a mask. She adds that the two brothers do not have a good relationship. Yeonwoo wonders briefly whether she should inform Hwita about this encounter. Serim reassures her that she will handle it and that there is no need for her to worry. Elsewhere, Dee-hee sits with members of her group. They speak among themselves, suggesting that Hwita must be struggling and expressing disappointment that she cannot witness it directly. Dee-hee responds calmly, telling them not to be too harsh. She suggests that Yeonwoo likely does not know any better and adds that situations like this provide opportunities for people to learn. However, as she turns, she freezes. Hwita is standing right in front of her. She questions his presence, asking if he has something to say. Before she can react further, he strikes her down. The action is swift and unexpected. He warns her clearly, telling her never to lay a hand on that woman again. Dee-hee, shocked and angered, demands an explanation, asking who he is referring to and why she is being treated this way. He responds by pointing out details that are small but precise, making it clear that he knows exactly what she did. His warning is final. There will not be another chance. Despite this, she slowly smiles, her thoughts turning darker as she considers the situation from another angle. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Yeonwoo lies on the bed. She feels exhausted, even though she cannot fully explain why. After some time, she sits up. She begins to clean. For her, cleaning brings a sense of order. It helps her organize not just her surroundings, but also her thoughts. She moves quietly, focusing on each task. Serim enters and questions what she is doing, surprised by how intensely she is cleaning. She attempts to take the broom from her. Yeonwoo insists that she enjoys it, calling it a habit of hers. Serim eventually takes the broom anyway, though she still looks concerned. Yeonwoo reassures her once again, saying there is nothing to worry about. Serim says she will return later. After she leaves, Yeonwoo continues. While cleaning, she notices a box placed high on a shelf. Curious, she reaches for it, carefully bringing it down. She opens it slowly. Inside, something valuable. She pauses, holding it gently, her thoughts settling for a moment as she reflects on how even the smallest things can bring a sense of comfort in the middle of everything. Yeonwoo picks up the box and notices a ribbon inside, something that looks like it belongs to a woman. She pauses, holding it for a moment before putting it back carefully, telling herself that it has nothing to do with her. As she closes the box, Hwita appears behind her, arms crossed, watching silently. His sudden presence startles her, and she thinks to herself, "Oh my God, did he see me?" She quickly explains that she is cleaning, and he raises an eyebrow, suggesting that if she needed something done, she could have asked someone else. She shakes her head, insisting that she can manage on her own, and that cleaning is something she enjoys. He nods, accepting her answer, but asks her to make sure everything goes back in its place when she is done. Surprised, she listens carefully as he explains that the room used to belong to him, and although it feels a little embarrassing, he cannot feel at ease if things are left out of order. She agrees, but her mind drifts to the ribbon, remembering that he once mentioned it was the first time he brought a woman into this space. Her thoughts then turn to Hwita, whom she met earlier that day, and she shares this with him. He says he came to speak about the same matter, and she remarks that the two seem familiar, though he must have been wearing a mask. Hwita listens and notes the similarity, and Yeonwoo wonders to herself whether siblings usually refer to one another as that man. She clarifies that she did not see his face, but only felt the same aura. Silence fills the room, and she feels awkward, questioning if she should have mentioned it at all. She decides to stand and tells him she will finish cleaning and return shortly. As she walks toward the basin to dump the water, he asks if she is going outside. She pauses and replies calmly, questioning if it matters, and he bends slightly to adjust her gown, reminding her of the many eyes outside. She thanks him quietly while he observes, noting that it is good she appears unhurt, and adding that over time, even Hwita might prove useful. Yeonwoo thinks firmly that she must never mention him again, and announces that she will really go now. Hwita watches her leave and calls out, teasingly telling her to stop eavesdropping, revealing Serim, who emerges blushing. He questions whether Serim agrees with Yeonwoo's observation that Hwita and Hwita resemble one another. She responds that it makes sense, given they are siblings, but he wonders aloud how Hwita, someone who dislikes resembling him and always hides behind a mask, would react if he heard this. Serim remains composed, assuring him that he would understand, and he finally nods, agreeing that it is better not to bring Hwita up again. Later that evening, Yeonwoo and Hwita sit together at a table, sharing a meal. He mentions that tonight's dinner was prepared by Serim herself and insists that she must try it. He glances across at her and recalls that she enjoys spicy, oily food during the day and asks if she can still eat more. She nods, takes a bite, and tells him it is her favorite. He listens, noting he will remember this, and encourages her to relax and enjoy the long evening. Yeonwoo thinks back to a time when she used to drink alone after composing music, realizing how long it has been since she had a moment like this. She hums a few musical notes, and Hwita observes, asking if it is a piece she enjoys. She happily admits it is, and though she apologizes for humming, he assures her it is not a problem, saying that a drink without elegance would feel empty. He picks up a daejum and begins playing a song as a special thanks for sharing the untitled piece before. Yeonwoo listens to the soft, flowing notes, thinking to herself that he not only plays the gyeogeum well, but also the daejum beautifully, understanding why people admire him. She notes in her mind that he enjoys trying new things but can get bored easily. In her thoughts, she accidentally voices a concern about him being too close to the gazangs, which makes him stop and ask how she could say that. Shocked, she covers her mouth, thinking she did not mean to speak aloud, and she quickly reassures him that she is not implying anything. Standing, she compliments him, acknowledging his kindness, skill with instruments, attentiveness, and care for her family. He watches her carefully as she speaks, and she feels a mixture of surprise and nervousness at her own words. She reflects in her mind on how much she is grateful to him, feeling the weight of the moment. Realizing the silence, he moves closer, his face approaching hers, and she looks up at him, caught in a moment that feels intimate and significant. He notices a small crumb on her lip. He carefully lifts it, holding it up for her to see. She frowns, thinking he could have just told her so she could have removed it herself, but she quickly adds a quiet thanks. He smirks slightly and notes that it has grown late, suggesting they get going. She agrees, walking away from the table, and he pauses, saying it is a shame to end the evening so soon. She nods, and he comments that whenever they are together, time seems to pass too quickly. She smiles and bids him a good night, walking to her room where she lays on her bed, feeling restless. Her thoughts swirl as she wonders what she should do, realizing she cannot sleep, thinking about how close he seemed and how much she wants to understand her own feelings. The next morning, Hyo Jo rides in his chariot toward Hwita's place, recalling Lord Janggong mentioning that his birthday is coming soon, and suggesting he invite Hwita to the banquet. He mutters in frustration, questioning why he must see him so early. And as he nears the palace gates, he encounters the guards. He demands the gates open, and though they bow and try to explain that Hwita is not present, he interrupts, furious that they expect him to wait without knowing the master's return time. The guards quickly apologize, terrified, clarifying that they only meant to inform him, and he brushes it off. Then he asks if they serve anyone else in the household and instructs them to take him to Yeonwoo, showing his determination and impatience to see her. Yeonwoo wakes up to loud noises outside and blinks her sleepy eyes, wondering what could be going on. She calls for Serim, asking if something is happening, rubbing her eyes as she struggles to wake up. Just then, a familiar voice breaks through the noise and Hyo Jo appears with a wide smile, saying he came to the right place. Shock runs through her as she sees him, and she wonders what he is doing here. Serim cries out, urging her to go back inside, but he pushes forward and she is steadied by other maids, barely avoiding a fall. She confronts him, yelling that this is a house with a master, and that even though he is Lord Hyo Jo, he cannot just enter freely like this. He smiles, acknowledging that she recognizes him and rejoices at the reaction. She thinks to herself that he is acting like a creepy punk, questioning if it even matters at this point. She warns him again that this is Hwita's house, and entering carelessly is against the rules. He places a hand on his head, muttering about Hwita's strict laws, and mentions he heard she has recently come to the underworld, noting it is good that she already understands the rules. Then he takes her hand and compliments her skill on the gyeogeum, looking directly into her eyes as he mentions an upcoming banquet for his birthday, and asks her to perform there, emphasizing that it would be powerful. Yeonwoo's mind races as she recalls all the suffering he caused, remembering how he confined her and murdered everyone connected to her, including her family. She struggles to comprehend that after everything, he is still asking her to perform. She firmly tells him to let go of her hand, shocking him as he demands a response, insisting she cannot refuse a royal invitation. Frustration and anger surge through her, and she strikes him with a punch while repeating her demand to release her. The tension is electric, her courage and defiance clashing with his authority and arrogance, and it leaves the moment charged with unease and unresolved conflict. I think I would have reacted the same way. Standing up to someone so bold takes guts, watching her navigate the danger with both bravery and fury. The scene leaves a sense of chaos and intensity as Yeonwoo fights to assert her space and autonomy, and the power struggle between them feels immediate and dangerously alive. Hyo Jo stands silently, staring at her. He touches his cheek, shocked, and then bursts into loud laughter. He seems almost incredulous that she would dare touch him even after knowing who he is. Yeonwoo holds his hand carefully and admits it was a mistake, insisting it was unintentional, and points out that if he had released her hand when she asked, his injury wouldn't have happened. He listens and acknowledges that she has a point, then questions whether that justifies her cutting his face. She doesn't answer directly, but he feels that her words mean that because he was hurt, he cannot ignore her now. He closes the distance between them and pulls her into a hug. At that moment, he commands that the criminal who injured a member of the royal family be arrested immediately. Serim protests, insisting it cannot happen, but the guards follow his orders, silencing her. Yeonwoo reflects, wondering if things had to end up this way. Just then, a voice interrupts from behind, and she turns to see Hwita arriving in the scene. Hyo Jo immediately points out that her lover assaulted him and intends to take her to the palace for punishment. Hwita, calm and measured, points out that before acting, some questions must be answered. Hyo Jo insists that nothing could be more serious than his injury, but Hwita counters by asking why the private army entered his mansion without permission, why Hyo Jo is in the backyard instead of the living room, and why he grabbed her wrist carelessly. Hyo Jo becomes furious, grabbing Hwita's cloak, calling him insolent, but Hwita maintains his composure and emphasizes the trespass, the harassment, and the possibility of unsavory rumors. Hyo Jo, amused yet exasperated, remarks on Hwita's sharp tongue and asks for clarification. Hwita suggests that if Hyo Jo returns quickly, it will be as if nothing happened. Hyo Jo laughs, acknowledging the cleverness of the situation, and accepts, but only on one condition. At his birthday celebration, he wishes to hear Yeonwoo play the Gayagam. Hwita agrees, and Hyo Jo finally decides to let the matter rest, at least for now. Hwita hears Hyo Jo calling her Yeonwoo and immediately asks why he suddenly brings up the Gayagam. He explains that there is a rumor her performance is extraordinary, and he wants to witness it himself. Then he asks if Hwita will allow her to come with him, and insists he is already looking forward to the banquet, imagining it will be wonderful. Hwita corrects him, making it clear that she is not his servant but his lover, and that he only acts according to her wishes. Yeonwoo stands silently, thinking that she never wants to see Hyo Jo's face again. However, she realizes that refusing him now would create trouble for Hwita, and she cannot allow that. She decides to attend the banquet, but she sets a condition that must be met first, which she shares with them. Later, Hyo Jo is seen walking through his palace early in the morning. Vivian, his fiancée, notices him and asks why he has returned so early, commenting that he seems to be in a good mood. As he walks past, she thinks to herself that he is a lunatic for acting this way again. Meanwhile, he glances up at a large portrait on the wall and mutters that he finally remembers where he saw her before. The thought lingers as he connects the memory to the face in front of him, revealing a mix of recognition and lingering irritation. Later that evening, Yeonwoo sits quietly, staring at the sky while thinking about the banquet. She wonders if it was a mistake to agree to go and perform in front of Hyo Jo, questioning whether she should have refused. As she shakes her head, a voice calls from behind, and Hwita steps in carrying a bowl and some ointment. He places it carefully on her injury, noting that it is worse than he expected and warning that a bruise might remain despite the medicine. He adds that it is fortunate the injury ended up this way, considering how close he came to being dragged into trouble, and he apologizes for the earlier mistake and the commotion it caused. Yeonwoo reflects, admitting to herself that she may have acted out of fear, and tries to calm the tension between them. Hwita then asks about her earlier encounter with Hyo Jo, pointing out that it was only the second time she met him. She pauses, trying to understand what he means, and he explains that after greeting Lord Janggong, he learned from Serim about the day she returned early, and that Hyo Jo was seen near her at that time. He admits he did not press for details before because she seemed unwilling to talk, but now, seeing her injured, he feels he must ask. He questions if Hyo Jo was the reason for her pale and poor complexion that day. She looks down, avoiding eye contact, realizing he already knows everything, and confirms it quietly. Then she recounts everything that happened, explaining that he mocked her and that she did not mention it earlier because she never expected to meet him again, and certainly not to have him come all the way to her house. Yeonwoo sits quietly, thinking about the events that have unfolded. She reflects on how she thought that day with Hyo Jo would be the end, even knowing how reckless he is, and blames herself for underestimating him. She admits to Hwita that after that day, things unfolded as he might have suspected. Hyo Jo forced her to perform, and when she refused, he tried to use violence. She explains that she tried to handle the situation on her own but regrets causing trouble for him as well. Hwita feels anger rising at the thought of what she endured, but he remains calm, reassuring her that she should not apologize because the one who suffered most was her. He reminds her that he has already sworn to protect her no matter what happens, and she can rely on him. Standing, she thanks him sincerely while feeling a sense of relief and gratitude. She smiles, admitting that despite the danger, she managed to slap Hyo Jo hard, which felt satisfying. Hwita congratulates her, but also admits that he feels he let Hyo Jo go too easily and considers going back to strike him again. Yeonwoo quickly holds him back, insisting that it is enough for now and that once this matter is resolved, Hyo Jo will no longer interfere. She recalls the condition she gave him. He must never come to Hwita's house in that way again, and this will be the first and last banquet she attends. Hyo Jo agreed and swore to it. Hwita warns her that she does not yet know how dangerous Hyo Jo truly is, describing him as malevolent and impulsive, able to change his attitude as quickly as flipping a coin, and that his words cannot be fully trusted. Holding her hand, he emphasizes that she should avoid him when possible, though he will always protect her. Yeonwoo then confides that Hyo Jo reminds her of her former husband in both appearance and personality, making him frightening. She recalls how her husband once locked her in a room out of jealousy, leaving her powerless while people around her suffered, but contrasts that with her current situation, noting that this time she is fighting back and honoring the promises she made. Hwita listens, affirming that he understands, and reassuring her that they are fighting together. On the day of the banquet, Hyo Jo reflects to himself that everything is fine this time, and he is not facing the challenge alone, aware that the dynamics have shifted and that the events leading to this day have prepared them all for what is to come. Yeonwoo and Hwita walk down the hallway, dressed elegantly, approaching the other end where Hyo Jo announces that his guest has arrived. Hwita bows and extends his congratulations, which Hyo Jo brushes off as insincere and immediately asks if all preparations have been made, his expectations focused on her. She is given the gayagam and positions herself carefully to play, while he watches intently, thinking that she looks different now, as if her face could burst into tears at any moment. Yet her gaze is always fixed on him. He feels anticipation for the performance, curious to see how she will entertain him today. In a flashback, she remembers feeling troubled before that presentation, with Hwita noticing her discomfort and asking if she is all right. She admits that it is not easy, no matter how resilient one is, to play for an undesired audience. But before she can continue, he interrupts, urging her to think of it as playing for his sake rather than Hyo Jo's. Back in the present, she reflects on when his words began to bring her comfort, and she begins by expressing gratitude for being invited to this special occasion. She dedicates the performance to Hyo Jo's birthday while acknowledging quietly to herself that the piece was originally meant for him with feelings of anger, asking silently that he not look at her in certain ways. As the notes flow, Hyo Jo is visibly troubled, sensing something in the music, while Vivian stands to support him, asking if he is all right, though he pushes her hand away, consumed by the conflicting emotions that her performance has stirred. Yeonwoo plays the gayagam steadily, focused despite the anger she senses directed at her from Hyo Jo. His gaze troubles him, and he scolds Vivian silently for her complexion as Yeonwoo continues playing without faltering. Once she finishes, she stands, and the room fills with applause. Later that evening, she is with Hwita, and he praises her for performing so well, admitting that he had been worried, though it seems his concern was overthinking. She responds that she did as he asked, imagining she was playing for his sake, and his support gave her the courage to perform. She thanks him sincerely, but inwardly wonders if her words sounded like a confession, realizing that she only meant to convey that he has been a source of strength for her. Hwita notices the cold wind and suggests she go inside, but she hesitates, aware that Hyo Jo could be nearby. Seeing the shift in her expression, he offers to fetch a quilt, and she agrees, sitting on the grass while reflecting that her words were not too burdensome. Suddenly, someone greets her from behind, and she turns, uncertain who it could be, but still returns the greeting. Before she can react further, the person pushes her to the ground, startling her as she asks what he is doing. He looks at her with fury and accuses her, asking if she is the bride of the god of death. The shock of his words and the sudden attack leave her frozen, And in that moment, the quiet evening with Hwita is replaced by tension and danger, making her heart race as she struggles to process what has just happened. In the next moment, we watch Yeonwoo trying to understand what Hyunsa just said about her being the god of death's bride, and confusion fills her as she questions his meaning. However, he does not hold back, as he accuses her of pretending, insisting that this must be the reason Hwita accepted her. At the same time, he tightens his grip around her neck, and as a result, her breath begins to fail, causing her to struggle more and more. Furthermore, he continues, explaining that the plan is to use her to gain the full power of the god of death, and even suggests that Hwita aims to take Lord Hyo Jo's place. Because of this, panic rises within her as she realizes she can no longer breathe properly, and the situation grows more dangerous with every passing second. Just when it seems like all hope is fading, everything changes suddenly, as a strong punch lands on Hyunsa's face and slams him to the ground, and we immediately see that it is Hwita, who has arrived. In response, Hyunsa recognizes him and questions his actions, yet before anything else can happen, he casts a spell that strikes his hand, forcing him to pull back at once. Nevertheless, he begins to speak with a strange calm, revealing that his guardian spirit is a snake, and among them, the most dangerous is the pit viper. Moreover, he explains that once he uses that power, venom spreads through his whole body, and if the contact had lasted longer, the arm would have rotted away. As if that was not enough, he adds that the poison will soon spread unless the arm is cut off, and even mocks him by saying that the mighty black wolf is not so special. Yeonwoo, on hearing this, is shocked, and Hwita says, "This is nothing," cutting him by surprise and giving him a heavy punch to his face, which makes him fall to the ground. Then, before cutting off my arm, "I will just kill you." "Am I so incapable that I cannot even handle such trivial poison?" Hwita says. This mysterious man now replies, "Very well. In that case, I shall enjoy watching you succumb to this drivel poison," he says as he summons another spell to blast him with it. "We will see what you have to say when that time comes." He charges towards Hwita, and Hwita reverses the action, pressing his neck to the ground. He tells him it is now over, and Yeonwoo cries out to Lord Hwita, but there is a tap on her shoulder from behind. It is Hyo Jo. He tells them to stop, and everyone turns to look at him. It seems that perhaps due to the joyous occasion, the snake spirit made quite a few mistakes while intoxicated. I will apologize on his behalf. It seems you two are quite startled, Yeonwoo. Hyo Jo says. Hwita sees this and tries to return to his fight with the snake spirit, and Yeonwoo calls out to him, pleading with him to stop. At this rate, she didn't finish what she was saying, and Hwita picks her up, carrying her in his arms. He turns to look at Hyo Jo and says, "You should take care of the incident that your subordinate caused today." And Hyo Jo gives an evil smile. "I will handle it myself," he says. Hwita, carrying her, walks her into the door, and she looks up at him and calls out his name. Yeonwoo looks up at Hwita and calls out to him, trying to assure him that she is fine. However, he only looks at her in silence, and as a result, she chooses not to speak again while he carries her toward the chariot. Meanwhile, Serim stands nearby and welcomes him, and once inside, Yeonwoo explains everything that happened. Immediately, Serim reacts with shock and anger, shouting as she questions if Hyunsa, the snake spirit, has lost his mind. Her anger grows stronger as she points out how unacceptable his actions are, especially on a day like this, on his master's birthday. And she adds that it is not only an insult to the ladies, but also a direct affront to Hwita. However, Yeonwoo quietly questions if that is truly the reason, which makes Serim clench her teeth and ask what she means. Yeonwoo then reflects that this is the first time she has seen him so angry, and begins to feel that she may have caused trouble. Hearing this, Serim looks at her with disbelief and reminds her that she was in serious danger, adding that even she feels enraged, which surprises Yeonwoo. In her thoughts, she begins to admire Serim, feeling as though her guardian spirit must be a dragon, and even praises her strength and presence, almost like she has a rare ability. As the conversation continues, Serim openly states that she dislikes anyone whose guardian spirit is a snake and admits she never liked Hyunsa from the beginning, especially when he caused trouble as Hyo Jo's aide. Hearing this, Yeonwoo recalls what Hyunsa said earlier, calling her the bride of the god of death. Yet she hesitates at first, and almost keeps it to herself, but eventually brings it up, admitting that he said something strange to her. This catches Serim off guard, and Yeonwoo, still confused, asks what it means to be the bride of the god of death. However, Serim chooses to remain silent for the moment, which only deepens the mystery. That silence says more than any answer could. At the same time, the scene shifts back to Hyo Jo's palace, where Hyunsa is seen in pain, frustrated and angry as he curses Hyo Jo, complaining that he was beaten so badly just for touching one woman, even though she is not his. As he struggles with the injuries and blood left on his body, we are taken into Hyunsa's thoughts as he recalls a past moment where Hyo Jo gave him only one warning. Back then, he pleaded for forgiveness, yet his plea was ignored, and he was firmly warned never to touch that woman again, being beaten up mercilessly. Now, in the present, He reflects on everything and begins to connect the dots, realizing that since even Hyo Jo is involved with that woman, the rumors must be true. Recently, stories have been spreading that the god of death who rules the underground night has a weakness. The rumor explains that during the day, when spirits cannot move freely, the god of death also cannot use his full power. As a result, if someone kills him during that time, they can take his power and become stronger. However, there is a condition, and he carefully thinks through it, recognizing that the only obstacle is the bride of the god of death. If the god of death sleeps with his bride, he can keep his power even during the day, meaning he will have no weakness at all. Therefore, Hyeonsa concludes that to defeat him, he must get to the bride first, before either Hwita or Hyo Jo can claim her. And as his thoughts grow darker, he begins to imagine taking revenge, believing that after stripping the god of death of his power, he will repay the humiliation he suffered. Just as he sinks deeper into these thoughts, a voice suddenly cuts in from behind, pulling him back to reality. And when he turns, he sees Hwita standing there, which immediately fills him with fear. Confused and shaken, he questions what kind of being he is, but before he can understand the situation, Hwita brings up what happened earlier, accusing him of laying his hands on his woman, and draws his sword. Hyeonsa tries to deny it, but before he can finish, the blade pierces through his body, causing him to cry out for help. However, in a strange twist, when he touches his chest, he realizes that nothing has happened, even though he is certain he was stabbed. As confusion sets in, Hwita calmly looks at the sword and remarks that it is not the right one, explaining that this weapon cannot kill someone who is already dead. This revelation shocks Hyeonsa, leaving him questioning what that means. And as he looks closer, he sees Hwita casting a spell. At that moment, he recognizes the presence of the four spirits, and not just any spirits, but black ones, which makes him realize that this is not Hwita, but the god of death himself. Then, with a cold shift in tone, Hwita entrusts him to the spirits, suggesting that if he is lucky, he might survive. But there is also the chance that he will beg to be killed instead, and as his expression darkens, the situation becomes even more terrifying. Hwita casts the spell on Hyeonsa, and immediately, Hyeonsa begins to scream, begging for mercy, admitting he was wrong and promising never to touch that woman again. Yet before he can finish his plea, he is completely consumed. Hwita remains standing there, watching everything with a calm and expressionless face, unaffected by the cries for help, and states that he should never have done it in the first place. The moment ends there, and the scene shifts back to Hwita's mansion, where Hwita arrives with Yeonwoo, and she expresses deep gratitude for being rescued, admitting that without him, she does not know what would have happened to her. However, before she can finish speaking, he suddenly pulls her into a hug. In that moment, she notices how hot his body feels, which immediately alarms her, and she calls out for Serim to bring a doctor at once. However, Hwita refuses firmly, pleading that no doctor should be called, insisting again and again that they must not call one, even as she tries to explain how serious his condition feels. As they move further inside, Hwita lies down quietly, and Yeonwoo stays by his side watching over him closely. Serim approaches and suggests that they will take care of him, encouraging Yeonwoo to rest as well, but she refuses, choosing to remain because she wants to, and seeing this, Serim accepts her decision. She then instructs the other maids to return to their duties, reminding them that there is still work to be done, and also believes that Hwita would prefer to be cared for by Yeonwoo. So she sends them away. Left alone with him, Yeonwoo dips a cloth into water and gently places it on his head, quietly scolding him for being reckless. She then takes his hand and presses a soft kiss against it, her emotions rising as she begins to speak about the fear of something bad happening to him because of her. But before she can finish, she suddenly feels movement. Hwita's hand lifts slightly and brushes against her hair, bringing the moment to a quiet pause. As Hwita regains consciousness, Yeonwoo immediately notices and asks if he is awake, explaining that she did not call a doctor because he asked her not to, yet she is still willing to call one if he is in pain. However, he stops her and instead focuses on her face, asking why she is crying as he gently wipes her tears, but she quickly denies it. He smiles softly and says he must have been mistaken, since he thought he saw tears in her eyes, and even admits that he was startled. Hearing this, Yeonwoo reflects that this is how he usually behaves. Soon after, he says he needs to rest, but before he can withdraw, Yeonwoo raises her voice and scolds him, telling him never to act so recklessly again, explaining how frightened she was when she thought something terrible had happened to him, repeating his own words back to him. In response, Hwita admits that he felt the same way, explaining that in the moment he thought something had happened to her, he could see nothing at all. And even if he may have looked unsightly, he was still able to protect her. So he asks if he can at least be forgiven for that much. As the moment deepens, he pulls her closer, and they share a kiss. Overwhelmed, Yeonwoo admits that she likes him and asks if he feels the same, and he responds in a way that suggests she should already know his answer. As time passes, morning arrives, and Yeonwoo wakes up lying in bed, only to realize that she is in Hwita's room. Startled, she sits up and questions how she ended up there, then begins to recall what happened the previous night, remembering that after taking care of him, they kissed, and she wonders if she fell asleep right after. However, as she looks around, she notices that he is not in the room and begins to question if he is already feeling better. Just then, she hears voices coming from outside. Serim is speaking, explaining that she handled something as instructed earlier, and Hwita acknowledges her effort. Hearing this, Yeonwoo realizes he is outside with her. Then Serim brings up that Yeonwoo had asked about the bride of the god of death, and explains that she pretended not to know anything, asking what should be done next. Hwita responds that it is not yet time and makes it clear that until he is certain about everything, nothing about this matter must reach Yeonwoo. He further adds that it would be troublesome if she were to leave before then. Upon hearing this, Yeonwoo is left in deep shock. Yeonwoo feels a chill of confusion as she processes what she just heard. Questions flood her mind, wondering why Hwita speaks in such a strange way about her. Serim reassures her that she will soon wake up, while Hwita, opening the door, instructs her to watch over Yeonwoo closely and report every detail, no matter how small. Serim agrees, attentive and obedient. As he looks at the door, Hwita senses something unusual, and when asked if something is wrong, he dismisses it, claiming it is probably just the maids busy at this hour. Yeonwoo, however, cannot shake her thoughts, hurrying to a corner to sit and mull over his words. The god of death's bride. What could that possibly mean for her? She recalls Hwita's earlier statements and wonders if she has misunderstood, questioning what he is hiding and what he seeks to confirm. Doubts gnaw at her as she reflects on the previous night, wondering if the mutual feelings she believed they shared could have been part of some larger deception. Her mind races, torn between hope and uncertainty. Suddenly, a voice from outside calls her, and she rises to open the door. Hwita enters, asking when she arrived in her room. She hesitates, remembering that they had slept together in his room, and explains that when she woke, he was not there, and she did not want him to see her first thing in the morning. He listens with understanding, then expresses gratitude for her care, noting that she attended to him through the night. Yeonwoo stands silently, absorbing his words while her mind continues to swirl with questions about his intentions and the strange title he used. She feels a mixture of relief and lingering doubt, unsure of what lies ahead, but aware that Hwita's attention remains firmly on her, signaling that the night's events have left an indelible mark on both of them. Hwita raises his hand, showing how much it has healed, waving it in front of Yeonwoo's face as he acknowledges her care. She agrees, noting that he seems right, while he expresses that he owes her a great debt. Confused, she wonders if he truly does not remember, and he notices her expression, asking if she feels unwell. She reassures him that she is fine, only a little unfocused from the morning, and quickly shifts to ask if he is going somewhere. Noticing his dressed state, he explains that he has just returned from an early walk, enjoying the dawn, and she nods in understanding, warning him to be careful since his body may still have lingering effects from illness. Observing him closely, she begins to suspect that he may be hiding something, but realizes that, even if that is true, it does not change anything for her, because she has nowhere else to go. Suddenly, he notices a change in her expression and sees blood on her thumb. The memory of his words outside the door with Serim strikes her, and she quickly pulls her hand away. Surprised, he lets it go, and she apologizes for being startled, while he casually shrugs, saying he was startled as well. He decides to take his leave, suggesting that she rest, and quietly closes the door behind him. Later, Yeonwoo sits alone on the balcony, reflecting on the morning's events. She thinks about how she shook off his hand without realizing it, and imagines how shocked he must have been. She reminds herself that, even if he is hiding something, she cannot do anything about it. The contract between them, she reasons, shows how far he is willing to go, even to the point of hurting himself. As her thoughts drift, something by her right foot catches her attention. A small fox appears, and she marvels at how it managed to get inside. Lifting it up, she realizes it is not a puppy as she initially thought, and she smiles at the unexpected visitor, holding the tiny fox gently in her hands while continuing to ponder the complicated bond she shares with Hwita. Yeonwoo, as Serim notices her and reacts with frustration, saying this strange situation is happening again, as she questions how many times such a mistake will continue. She moves forward and picks up the small creature, speaking as if it will forget everything later anyway. This confuses Yeonwoo, who wonders if she is talking to the puppy, but Serim looks up and explains that the creature is actually Soho. This shocks her, and she asks in disbelief if the puppy is truly Soho. The explanation follows that his guardian spirit is still very young, so it sometimes changes form on its own. And moreover, it is not even a dog, but a wolf. In addition, she is advised to pretend not to know whenever she is around him, since he would feel embarrassed. And this makes the moment feel oddly light despite everything. Yeonwoo finds it interesting and reaches out to touch it, realizing it is her first time seeing a guardian spirit up close, and it looks no different from a normal animal. At the same time, she recalls that Lord Hwita also has a wolf as his guardian spirit, which connects this moment back to him in a quiet way. As a result, her thoughts shift to the past, remembering when Hwita once said that he had gone to the upper grounds as a child, but his guardian spirit went out of control, leading to him being dragged away. This memory leads her to ask Serim if having a guardian spirit allows someone to go to the upper grounds. However, the answer is firm, saying that if such a way existed, everyone would have already left. Furthermore, it is explained that only in very rare cases do people reach the upper grounds and return, and even then, they do not know how it happened. Hearing this, Yeonwoo accepts it and continues to ask if anyone from the upper grounds has ever gained a guardian spirit. Serim begins to answer but suddenly stops and instead questions why such a topic is being brought up. This shift creates tension, and although Yeonwoo feels confused, she is then asked if she wants to return to the upper grounds. At the same time, Serim quietly thinks that things might become complicated if she leaves. Trying to avoid suspicion, Yeonwoo turns her head and explains that it is only simple curiosity. Even so, Serim studies her expression and gently points out that she often tries to carry everything alone. Nevertheless, she reminds her that she is not alone because she has both her and Lord Hwita by her side, encouraging her to speak up even if the matter seems small. Yeonwoo expresses her gratitude and agrees that she will rely on them more, and then, as the moment passes, the scene shifts elsewhere. We are now brought before Sewol, who plays the Gayagayam for Lord Hyo Jo, and although she finishes her performance, something feels off immediately. He looks at her and demands that she play again, which confuses her, as she believes she has just played the correct piece. However, he questions her sharply, pointing out that the song sounded different from the one he remembers, and orders her to start over from the beginning. She tries to explain herself, insisting she is certain, yet her words fall on deaf ears, and the command becomes harsher, pressing her to play at once while accusing her of calling him a liar. The pressure builds, and he gives a final warning that if she fails again, she will not survive. As a result, fear takes over her, and she trembles, looking toward Seolhung for help. At this point, we are drawn into Seolhung's thoughts, where she coldly reflects that the girl has led herself to this end, realizing that this situation is not truly about the song, but about something deeper. She understands that what he truly desires is not the music itself, but the woman who originally played it. And even more, he wishes to see her again. She recalls her earlier suspicion, now confirmed, and notes that he does not seem aware of his own feelings yet, which leads her to decide there is no need to act. Immediately after, the situation takes a dark turn as Sewol is killed, and despite the brutality, Seolhung smiles. This draws his attention, and he questions her expression. She quickly masks it, offering an apology and explaining that she could not help but smile at his dignified presence. Even so, he finds it unpleasant, and the moment closes with a clear command being given to bring the woman capable of playing the untitled piece, setting the stage for what is to come next. We return to Lord Hwita's house, where Soho and Serim stand before him and bow, asking if they were called. At the same time, Serim keeps staring at Soho, which makes him question her behavior. She then remarks that he has returned to his original form and even comments that he looks pretty and especially adorable today, clearly annoying him. He responds that he cannot help it. Yet before it can go further, Hwita steps in and stops her from teasing him. Soon after, the focus shifts as he brings up Hyunsa, asking if they know what happened to him. In response, Soho explains that he was interrogated that day and released shortly after, but because Lord Hyo Jo personally handled it, he now seems mentally unstable from the after effects. This makes Hwita pause and think deeply, realizing that someone like Hyo Jo, who never cared about others, is acting strangely when it comes to Milady, which leaves him feeling that something important is missing. As if that was not enough, Soho adds that after his release, Hyunsa has been saying strange things, including a claim that he met the god of death, and that the reason Hwita is keeping a woman in his house is because she is the god of death's bride. This shocks him and fills him with anger, while Serim also reacts in frustration, although she is quickly calmed down. However, the concern does not fade, as Serim points out that if such a rumor spreads, Lady Yeonwoo will be in danger, and reminds them that they kept things hidden to avoid causing her unnecessary suffering if it turns out to be false. Hwita then decides they should observe the situation for a while, believing that people will not take Hyunsa seriously. This leads to confusion, and Soho explains that no one listens to him anymore because he is no longer in his right mind. It is revealed that after leaving prison, his condition became disturbing, as he sometimes harms himself by hitting his head until he bleeds or scratching his body until his skin tears. And because of this, even his family could not bear to see him, so they tied him up and locked him away. Yet, on the rare moments he can speak clearly, he keeps repeating that he saw the god of death, the white god of death. As a result, Hwita reveals the truth behind it, stating that this was done by Hwita, who gave his soul to the black spirits. When asked about this, he explains that the soul and body are meant to be one, separating only at death, but the black spirits defy this order, and whether one devours or is devoured, the result is always terrible. Because of this, Yeonso will never regain his sanity, and even what remains of him will soon go out of control, which is why giving a soul to a spirit is forbidden. Finally, when Soho questions how he is so sure Hwita is responsible, Hwita explains that at dawn that day, he sensed a spirit where it should not have been. And since only the gods of death can control spirits, and he himself had collapsed from poison, it could only have been Hwita. As he reflects on this, a quiet frustration rises within him, questioning why such a dangerous act was done in the first place. In the morning, across the city, people pass around a growing rumor, each one adding more fear to it. Some question if it is true and wonder if even their master might be called to the palace soon. Just then, Dan-hui arrives, cutting through the noise and reminding them that the banquet is about to begin. However, her younger sister quickly brings up the rumor, explaining that at Lord Hyo Jo's castle, people who can play a song called Untitled are being searched for, yet none of those summoned have returned safely. This shocks her, and as she asks for clarity, a memory surfaces of Yeonwoo playing that same song before Lord Hwita, making the connection feel too real. The others continue, mentioning that even Sewol, who had been gaining fame, went with excitement but returned as a corpse, which deepens the tension. As a result, frustration builds within her as she reflects on everything that has been happening, blaming it all on the mysterious woman who suddenly appeared. Suddenly, the flow of conversation is interrupted when someone rushes in with news that the performance has been cancelled. This surprises everyone, and disappointment spreads, especially among those who had prepared to see Lord Hwita. When asked for details, it is revealed that he has been injured, possibly during Lord Hyo Jo's birthday banquet, where a large fight broke out over his lover, and that he was even poisoned. Hearing this, she begins to connect everything, and anger rises as she concludes that he must have been hurt because of that woman. Without hesitation, she storms out, determined to see him herself, ignoring those who call after her. At the same time, we return to Lord Hwita's house, where Yeonwoo stands quietly, looking up at the sky, until footsteps approach from behind. She turns and sees Dan-hui rushing toward her with clear anger. The moment quickly turns tense as accusations are thrown, blaming her for the harm done to him, questioning how she can remain so calm. Confused, she asks what she means, but the response only grows sharper, bringing up the rumor again and claiming that those summoned to play the Untitled song have all lost their lives. The words grow harsher, accusing her of charming men so easily, and even suggesting she should have been born as a Jixiang instead. She then questions how she even entered such a place, only to be met with a calm but firm reply that such titles mean nothing, and that barging in like this shows selfishness. The argument escalates further as her actions are called out, pointing out that this is not concern but anger being taken out on the wrong person. As if that was not enough, her idea of love is challenged, described as forceful and wrong, which only fuels her rage. Unable to accept it, she lashes out and strikes her, but the moment does not end there, as Yeonwoo immediately fights back with a punch, leaving her completely speechless and shifting the balance of the confrontation in an instant. Ms. Dan-hui falls to the ground, holding her face in shock, and yet her anger does not fade. She demands an answer, while Yeonwoo, still holding her wrist, questions her actions in return. The reason comes out in a rush of blame, as she insists everything is her fault, claiming her colleagues died and even Lord Hwita was injured because of her. However, Yeonwoo does not accept this, and instead calmly points out the truth. The ones who went to the castle were summoned by someone else, ordered to play a song, and killed for failing to satisfy that person. Therefore, the blame makes no sense. As we follow this exchange, it becomes clear that the real reason behind the anger is not justice, but jealousy. And once this is exposed, Dan-hui admits it without hesitation. Just when it feels like the situation might settle, everything escalates again as she pulls out a hairpin and tries to stab her, driven by the thought that she should have been the one standing beside Lord Hwita. However, the guards step in at once, blocking the attack and calling her out, warning her to stop before they summon him. At that point, Yeonwoo remains composed and asks her to leave, hoping they never meet under such circumstances again. Even then, the anger in Dan-hui does not disappear, and she trembles as she stands there. Soon after, as Yeonwoo walks inside, Serim rushes to her side, worried and checking if she was hurt. At the same time, guilt fills her voice, as she apologizes for not being there at that moment, saying she failed to stay by her side and protect her. Even so, Yeonwoo reassures her, explaining that the situation was handled properly on her own. Hearing this, Serim praises her, and the moment softens slightly. Then, curiosity shifts the focus as she asks about Lord Hwita, and Serim explains that he has stepped out of the compound for a while. However, something in her tone feels unclear, and Yeonwoo notices it, especially after hearing that the banquet was cancelled. When she asks again, the answer remains uncertain, and she learns that he may have gone anyway because of his role, although he plans to return early. As we stay with her thoughts, we see her quietly accept this. Yet she also reflects that there are many others around him, and Dan Hui is not the only one lingering. Even though she knows she cannot control his actions, she still wishes, just for today, things were different. As she touches her face, Serim notices and asks if she is all right. But instead of explaining further, she simply apologizes and hurries back inside to rest, leaving behind a feeling that something is not quite right. Yeonwoo walks outside to Hwita's favorite spot, her bare feet pressing into the ash as she begins kicking it absent-mindedly. She questions herself, trying to make sense of her emotions, and wonders what she is doing there. As she kicks, she reminds herself that Hwita is simply doing his duty as the leader of the merchant group, and asks why that should bother her. She recalls her earlier words to Dan Hui, and admits quietly to herself that she didn't mean them as she said. Maybe Dan Hui wasn't the jealous one. Perhaps it was her. Her thoughts swirl as she continues, the ash scattering with each movement, when suddenly a voice calls behind her. She spins around in shock to see Lord Yuta standing there, asking if she is feeling any better. He mentions that he heard about the incident with Hyunsa, and she reassures him that she is fine, thanking him. Then he apologizes, saying that because of her, Lord Hwita was seriously injured. Yeonwoo reassures him that there is no need to worry, though she catches herself thinking that no matter how strained their relationship is, that seems extreme. She starts to remind him that Hwita is still his brother, but he interrupts, explaining that she doesn't need to worry because of their peculiar constitution. Even if injured, they recover faster than ordinary people, though the pain they feel is far more intense. He shows her his arm, and she finds it interesting, though she doubts him, and cautiously asks if such a constitution might cause total memory loss. He says no, and she smiles, admitting she asked a useless question. Turning her face away, she hears him continue, saying that sometimes the pain causes confusion, and there are moments when he forgets what he said. Her mind flashes back to that night, realizing it might explain why she remembered so little. Then he shifts the topic, noting that she still enjoys walking on ashes barefoot. She responds simply, saying there is no grand reason, that she does it because she wants to, and it makes her feel at ease. His words make her pause, and she questions him silently, thinking that he just acknowledged something personal. She turns to ask him if he really knew her before, and he says he is glad to see that she is okay, leaving her thoughts tangled between curiosity and surprise. The rumor continues to swirl at Miss Dan Hui's place, and gossip fills the room. People talk excitedly, wondering if the banquet will be held again, and whether that means Lord Hwita has recovered. Some express that it will be wonderful just to see him again. Then the conversation turns to Miss Dan Hui herself, with whispers that she visited Lord Hwita's home area and caused a commotion involving his lover. The comments are sharp, and she darkens at the insinuation. We are taken back in a flashback to a lonely moment when Yeonwoo sits by herself, crying and wishing to return home. She hears music and, curious, looks out the window to see a younger Dan Hui playing the gayagayam. Dan Hui notices her and asks why she is lingering there, suggesting that she might want to try playing music. Hesitant, Yeonwoo admits she dares to try, and Dan Hui begins teaching her. Through her guidance, Yeonwoo learns the basics of the gayagayam. Soon, Dan Hui applauds her, remarking that her performance is impressive, even if a little rustic, and that it is one of the most beautiful she has heard in a while. Recalling this, Dan Hui slams her hand on the table in frustration, enraged by the memory. Back at the banquet, maids welcome Lord Hwita warmly, expressing how much they missed him and how glad they are to see him again. He notices that Miss Dan Hui is not present and asks about her. A maid begins to answer, but Dan Hui arrives just in time, apologizing for her lateness with a composed smile. As they sit down to have their meal, Dan Hui speaks first, telling Hwita that she heard he had been very ill and could not bear her worry, so she went to visit his place. However, she met Lady Yeonwoo instead. She continues, admitting that perhaps she misspoke back then, and that her words had quickly upset Yeonwoo. Realizing she had hurt her feelings, she apologized to him as well. Pouring a drink into a cup for him, she says this is her apology and hands it to him. watching closely as he lifts it toward his mouth. Hwita perceives that something about the drink is different from usual. He pauses, tracing the scent with suspicion, and drops his hand. He asks if something unusual was added, and she reacts in shock, trying to explain herself. Trembling, she bows and admits that she was wrong, apologizing profusely and promising never to do it again. He questions if she put poison in the drink, and she tries to deny it, stammering that it is ridiculous but cannot finish her sentence. Hwita simply remarks that it does not matter. When has he ever refused a glass she offered? Since she prepared it, he should drink every last drop. Without hesitation, he lifts the cup and drinks it all. She cries out for him to stop, but he continues, leaving her in complete shock. Lord Hwita finishes the cup and smashes it to the ground beside her, making her tremble even more. He rises and glares at her, his tone stern, telling her that she is no longer one of his people, and warning her never to appear before him or Lady Yeonwoo again. He means every word and walks away. She quickly reaches for his robe, calling out that she was wrong and begging for forgiveness. She promises to apologize to Yeonwoo personally and swears never to act so recklessly again, pleading that he not cast her aside. He pushes her hand away, but she continues, explaining that before meeting him, she could not even receive guests properly and was considered worthless, nearly abandoned even at the Gisang house. Memories flood back, showing a woman shouting at her younger self, demanding that she act properly and berating her for the mistakes she made despite her parents' sacrifices. Back in the present, tears streaming down her face, she tells Hwita that starting from that lowest point, she survived a harsh life, surrounded by people who only brought her harm. Her brother thrived because of his status, and her parents sold her for money, leaving her to live only for revenge. Yet, he showed her that life still had value. She admits that if she could be with him, revenge would no longer matter, and that loving him seemed to be all that counted. She asks if all the time they spent together has only meant something to her. He turns to face her, looking her in the eye, and finally tells her that he never misled her. The only reason he brought her in was for her exceptional musical talents. Nothing more. Lord Hwita tells her that as the master of this group, he recruits talented performers and has treated her according to her skills. He asks if he has ever treated her specially beyond that, and tells her that no matter what delusions she had in the past, they were of no concern to him. However, now that has changed. As he walks away, he orders her to pack her things immediately and leave, insisting that they never see each other again. Later that evening, riding his horse back, he feels his body burning. The substance Ms. Dan Hui put in the alcohol was not poison, he realizes, and yet the effect is undeniable. Back in his house, Yeonwoo arranges flowers in his room, telling herself to finish before he returns. She recalls the moment with Lord Hwita when she asked if he knew her before. He had not answered but said he would see her again soon. She wonders what that meant and whether Hwita could be similar. The door suddenly opens, revealing him in pain. She rushes to him, asking if he is okay, and he questions why she's there. She explains that she wanted him to recover soon, so she left flowers and planned to go. She apologizes for entering without permission, but he raises his hand, telling her it is fine. Groaning, he insists that she leave immediately. She looks at him, acknowledges his words, and tells him to rest. She adds that banquets are all well and good, but he must think of his own health, warning that overindulgence will hinder his recovery. He tells her he is not drunk, but that he consumed a drug, a type that drives desire, and at that moment the need to hold her consumes him. Yeonwoo touches him lightly, asking if he is okay, confused by his earlier words. He looks at her and she presses him, saying she doesn't fully understand. He quickly removes his hand, turns his face away, and asks her to leave the room. She stands there, speechless, thinking to herself that he desires to hold her. She wonders if it is because of the drug and realizes that at today's banquet, many people must have wanted to be near him. Her thoughts trail off as he pulls her hand away. He tells her firmly that she must not provoke him further, that he is already losing control whenever he touches her, and pleads for her to leave the room. She watches him, understanding that even though he is struggling, she absolutely cannot be with him. She thinks that if she cannot, perhaps someone else could help him. He stops her thought immediately, holding her back, insisting that no one else would be of any use to him. She turns to ask why, and he explains that he cannot let anyone else be involved because to him, she is incredible and precious, especially when he is affected by this drug. Yeonwoo studies him carefully, feeling her heart stir and realizes that she likes him. She presses him gently toward the bed and asks if he remembers the events from the night he became hot. He admits he cannot recall and asks what happened. She tells him that she confessed her feelings to him that night. He responds softly, calling out to her. She thinks to herself that even if their relationship is only contractual, even if he is using her, she cannot stop her heart from liking him. She leans closer, letting him know that he does not need to restrain himself, bringing her face near his. We watch as Yeonwoo leans in and kisses Hwita. However, before things go any further, he stops her gently. Even though his feelings are clear, he chooses restraint, saying he wants to cherish her. He fears that if he embraces her while under the effect of the drug, she might misunderstand his true intentions later. Therefore, instead of acting on impulse, he asks her to simply stay by his side for the night, believing he can endure at least that much. In response, she agrees, yet firmly reminds him that this time, he is not allowed to forget. As a result, the moment settles into something quiet yet meaningful, where both choose presence over haste. Then, in the morning, we see Yeonwoo wake up in Lord Hwita's room. She looks around and notices he is not beside her, which causes a brief moment of confusion. Just then, his voice comes from the corner, asking if she slept well. Relieved, she confirms that she did and quickly shifts her concern to him, noting that he seems much better. He admits that he is fine now, though he feels a bit embarrassed, as he believes he has only shown her his weak sides recently. However, she denies that, explaining that there were reasons for everything that happened. Even so, as she reflects on the night before, her expression darkens, realizing he might have forgotten again. Noticing this change, he gently lifts her chin and reassures her that this time is different, that he has not forgotten. This surprises her deeply, and as she processes it, he takes her hand and looks into her eyes. Rather than continuing with a false relationship, he asks if she would like to become real lovers. In that moment, without hesitation, she accepts. And just like that, what once began as a contract begins to turn into something real. Rain begins to fall, and Yeonwoo notices it at once, stretching her hand out as she wonders why it starts so suddenly. At the same time, her thoughts drift to Lord Hwita, and she worries if he has been caught in the rain after leaving. Before that, he had explained that although he wished to stay with her all day, he still had duties at the merchant group, so he must step out for a while, and she accepted it calmly, asking him to go safely. However, he does not leave immediately, and instead keeps looking at her, which makes her pause and question him. In response, he admits that if he leaves now, he will not see her again until dinner, and as a result, he hints that she is forgetting something. This causes her to think for a moment before she rises on her toes and gently kisses his cheek, sending him off. Because of that, we see her heart fill with joy, as she realizes she has truly become his lover, and she begins to wonder if she should even go out later with an umbrella to meet him when he returns. However, just when it seems like everything is peaceful, a voice suddenly breaks in from behind, and she turns in shock to see Lord Hwita standing in the rain, completely drenched. She becomes concerned at once and points out that he might fall sick, while also explaining that Lord Hwita has already left not long ago. Nevertheless, he makes it clear that he did not come to see him, but rather came only for her, which confuses her deeply. As a result, she gathers her thoughts and questions him directly, recalling how he has appeared and disappeared without clear answers each time. Therefore, she presses him firmly this time, asking if he knew her even before they first met at the market. Yet instead of answering directly, he shifts the focus by asking if she trusts that fellow, which leaves her puzzled as she tries to understand who he means. Because of that, she urges him not to avoid the question and demands a clear answer, and just when we think he might finally explain, he drops a shocking truth, revealing that the man she trusts is deceiving her. Yeonwoo freezes in shock as Lord Hwita's words sink in. She recalls the time she had eavesdropped on Hwita and Serim when they told her she should not know what they were discussing. Her mind races, thinking that perhaps Hwita is referring to that situation, and she calls out to him, demanding to know what he really knows. Yet he stays silent, and she grows frustrated, realizing he is doing it again and refusing to answer. In anger, she raises her voice, questioning how he could expect her to trust him if he keeps withholding the truth, and what his intentions are behind revealing such a thing. Despite her outburst, he remains calm, admitting that it might be confusing but urging her to trust him. He thumps his chest and warns that the other person will only bring despair, and when he tries to continue, a sharp pain strikes his chest, forcing him to fall to one knee. She rushes to him, alarmed, asking if he is in pain, and he looks at her, placing his hand over her head to shield her from the rain. Despite his discomfort, he tells her to go back inside quickly, leaving immediately without answering her calls to wait, and she watches him go, unsettled. As she walks back, she recalls his warning, feeling the weight of his words. When she returns, Serim greets her from outside and hands over a message from a visitor. She opens it and is immediately shocked to learn that her mother has supposedly collapsed. Panicked, she calls out for help, asking for a physician, while Serim urges her to calm down and leave immediately, promising to summon medical help. Yeonwoo thanks her and hurries off. Bursting into the house, she calls out for her mother and finds her younger sister Seowoo, who greets her warmly and remarks on how long it has been since they last met. Alarmed, she asks about her mother's condition, only to be told that the illness was a lie, meant to lure her home since she had not contacted them. Anger flares within her as she pushes her sister, scolding her for such a reckless trick. but Seo-woo protests, saying she acted only because she hoped Yeonwoo would come if she lied. Before the tension can escalate further, their mother's voice calls out, questioning the noise, and Seo-woo shrieks in response. Yeonwoo turns toward her, realizing that the family confrontation is far from over. Yeonwoo feels a wave of tension as her mother scolds her for fighting with Seo-woo after coming home for the first time in so long. Her sister rushes to their mother, holding her and trying to explain that it was only a small prank because she missed her so much, and that Yeonwoo reacted too seriously. Despite the apology, she refuses to accept it, insisting that lying about their mother's collapse was far beyond acceptable. Their mother intervenes, questioning Seo-woo and making her apologize properly, which she does. Then she turns to Yeonwoo, asking why she has not been in touch all this time, and if she understands why Seo-woo acted as she did. Yeonwoo calms herself and explains that her circumstances kept her away, and their mother acknowledges this, understanding the difficulty she must have faced in adjusting to her current life. She continues, pointing out that even with distance, she should have reached out to her family, which would not have been hard to do. Furthermore, she mentions the rumors about Yeonwoo being in a relationship with a highly influential man and questions why he has not assisted the family, asking if he is now more important than they are. Yeonwoo is stunned by the accusation and tries to explain, but their mother insists she should go, saying that she relied too much on her alone and apologizing for speaking so directly. She guides Yeonwoo to take Seo-woo inside, leaving her words hanging, firm but caring. As Yeonwoo closes the door behind them, her thoughts turn inward. Memories of her past life flash before her, recalling how her family perished at Hyo Jo's hands, a tragedy she feels responsible for. Survival has been her sole focus ever since, and she realizes that she has neglected her family despite always treasuring them in her heart. Questions haunt her. Has she truly considered their hardships or missed them at all? Has she allowed herself to live well while forgetting them entirely? Perhaps, just as her mother suggested, she has come to recognize their importance only now. She struggles to stay silent, overwhelmed by a mix of guilt, regret, and newfound understanding. Before she can fully process these thoughts, the door opens abruptly, snapping her attention back to the present, leaving her unsettled and bracing for whatever comes next. Just then, Serim bursts through the door, her voice sharp as she confronts Yeonwoo's mother about blaming the young woman unfairly. She points out that when the news of illness came, the lady rushed immediately out of concern, proving her care and dedication. The mother, startled, looks at Serim and asks her identity, and she explains that she is the maid who saved her daughter. The expression on the mother's face softens as she realizes her daughter has grown into someone remarkable, and she thanks the maid for looking after her. Yet, she warns that interfering in family matters in such a bold way is not appropriate, and asks her to leave. Yeonwoo quickly tries to explain that Serim acted out of worry and concern, but the mother, turning her attention back to her, clarifies that although the doctor's visit was unnecessary, she herself had called for the physician, and there is no need for further defense. Understanding the point, she apologizes, acknowledging her own circumstances, and Yeonwoo nods in acceptance. The mother also offers a brief apology to Serim for the harsh words, while the young woman clasps the maid's hand, signaling her gratitude. She then turns to Seo-woo, promising to be more attentive in the future and hoping there will be no more lies. She encourages her mother to rest, assuring her that she will manage things properly. Before leaving, Yeonwoo's mother smiles warmly and calls out, asking if she will give a hug after all the earlier tension. The young woman runs forward, embracing her tightly, a mix of relief and affection flowing between them. Serim reminds her that the carriage is waiting, and she agrees, moving quickly to prepare. Meanwhile, Serim hands over a package to the mother, explaining that it contains the gifts the lady had prepared for her family, but had forgotten to bring, taking the liberty of delivering them on her behalf. Yeonwoo feels a sense of peace as she takes her leave. The earlier tension eases, and her heart warms by reconciliation and the thoughtfulness of those around her. Yeonwoo watches intently as Serim moves quickly, sensing something urgent, and tries to ask what she is doing, but the maid urges her to hurry. Meanwhile, Seo-woo. Inside the chariot, Yeonwoo asks Serim about her earlier actions, noticing things like the diary given to her mother that she herself never prepared. Serim tries to play it down, explaining that the diaries were hers, meant to help preserve her dignity, and apologizes if she overstepped. Yeonwoo reassures her, saying there is nothing to apologize for, and even admits that she should be the one saying sorry for earlier misunderstandings. Serim then gently asks if everything is well with her family, noticing some discomfort in her demeanor. Yeonwoo reflects, sharing that when she was younger, an accident she caused seriously injured her younger sibling, and since then, life at home has been difficult, with arguments and financial troubles making her feel guilty and responsible for her family's suffering. She confesses to the maid her lingering sorrow for her parents and Seo-woo, carrying a weight she has long held. Just when it seems the tension has eased, chaos erupts around them. Suddenly, arrows strike the guards surrounding the chariot, jolting everyone inside. Serim immediately checks on Yeonwoo, making sure she is unharmed, her voice filled with concern. One of the guards opens the door to warn them that the area is dangerous and that they must leave quickly, but he is cut off as an arrow strikes him before he can finish. Yeonwoo freezes, shock gripping her as confusion and fear wash over her. She struggles to comprehend the sudden ambush, questioning what is happening and realizing that the journey has taken a perilous turn in an instant, leaving them vulnerable and in urgent need of action. The attack throws everything into chaos, forcing her to process both her family reflections and the immediate threat all at once. The scene escalates into chaos as the guards outside clash fiercely with the attackers, their swords flashing in defense. Yeonwoo watches in horror as one of the guards is struck down before her eyes, and a shiver of fear runs through her. She trembles uncontrollably, unable to take in the violence around her, until Serim grabs her hand firmly, urging her to regain focus. She tries to explain her fear, but the maid reminds her that they had already sensed an ambush and stresses that they must move quickly. Her attention shifts to Soho, who is bravely fighting the assailants to buy them time. Holding Yeonwoo's hand tightly, she guides her toward a safer spot, but their escape is abruptly blocked by a man standing in their path. He questions why they are in such a hurry and smiles, drawing a sword toward them, signaling that running is not an option. Serim warns that it is dangerous, but he strikes her, sending her crashing to the ground. Yeonwoo looks down in panic, pleading silently for her to rise, but she does not respond. The man grabs her hair, forcing her to be silent and comply, but a sharp female voice interrupts, commanding him to release her. Yeonwoo lifts her eyes to see Ms. Dan-Hui stepping forward, ready to intervene. Confused and desperate, she asks why, only to be met with cryptic words that deepen her confusion. Ms. Dan-Hui ignores her questions, lunging forward and pressing her to the ground, pulling a knife toward her neck, telling her it will all end soon. Tears streak down Yeonwoo's face as her mind races. She recalls past events and her previous death, a strange calm washing over her despite the knife above her. She reasons that perhaps this is the end she was meant to meet, a quiet ending without ugliness or suffering for her family. Her heart aches, and yet she cannot help but cry, the emotions overwhelming her. As the knife descends, everything shifts abruptly. She opens her eyes to find herself in a different world, disoriented and bewildered. The surroundings are unfamiliar, leaving her questioning where she is and what has just occurred. The strangeness of the moment presses in, mingling relief with confusion as she tries to understand the sudden change in her reality. The terror, the fear, and the chaos are still fresh in her mind, but a new sense of uncertainty takes over, and she wonders silently how she ended up here and what will come next. Yeonwoo looks down at her hand, her mind racing as she tries to make sense of everything that has happened. She thinks about how every time she dies, she ends up back when she first fell into the underground, and a thought crosses her mind. Could this be the last time? Does that mean she no longer has to repeat her life over and over? A strange mix of relief and disbelief washes over her as she wonders if this is really the end, her thoughts lingering on Hwita. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind, questioning why she wears that expression and whether she is hoping for another chance. Shocked, she spins around to see a figure emerging from the shadows, and he introduces himself as Tamya, the being she has always called a god. She asks if she is dead now, and he responds that it is similar, but not quite, revealing the situation to her as she notices Ms. Dan-Hui paused above her, knife raised. Tamya warns that if things continue as they are, she will soon die, and Yeonwoo asks why he appears only now, recalling how he had brought her back twice before when she had wanted to end her life. He simply tells her that he has one question. Does she truly want to end it like this? Confused, she admits the guilt she has carried all her life, the suffering she caused others, and how she once wished to die. But now things are different. She feels someone who cares for her, someone who gets angry and worries, and finally understands a glimpse of true happiness. Tears fall freely as she cries out that she wants to live, that she does not want it to end here. In response, Tamya touches her forehead with his finger and urges her to try one more time. Suddenly, she is thrust back into reality, facing Ms. Dan-Hui, who is at the point of stabbing her. Blood splashes everywhere as Yeonwoo instinctively blocks the knife with her hand, the pain stabbing through her. Using the moment, she punches her attacker fiercely, forcing her to turn and glare in shock at the defiance. Rising to her feet, Yeonwoo seizes the knife, now in control, her mind sharp and alert, ready to face whatever comes next. The chaos of the ambush, the fear, and the past moments of death swirl in her mind, yet a newfound determination pulses through her. She understands that this moment is hers to fight, hers to survive, and hers to live. Ms. Dan-Hui glares at Yeonwoo, her anger rising as she begins to transform into a fox, though the change is not complete. She jumps toward Yeonwoo, claiming that this time, escape will be impossible. Suddenly, we are taken to a flashback where a little girl and a man hold hands, walking through the snow. It is Yeonwoo and her father. He warns her that deep in the mountain, foxes sometimes appear, and she must never let go of his hand while they are walking. To keep her interested, he begins telling her about foxes, explaining that they have keen hearing and smell, move quickly, and hunt in a unique way. When they spot prey, they use their hind legs to leap into the air, throwing their whole body toward their target. Yeonwoo reflects that this lesson is the moment she uses now to defend herself, just when Ms. Dan-hui lunges at her. Back in the present, Yeonwoo stabs her attacker with the knife she holds, causing a groan of pain. Ms. Dan-hui commands her men to catch Yeonwoo immediately, but she runs for her life. The villain yells at her gang to find the woman, complaining that it is ridiculous for so many people to be unable to catch one severely injured woman. Suddenly, Ms. Dan-hui notices something and points the group in a direction, claiming to smell blood. She finds a piece of Yeonwoo's cloth and grows furious, thinking she is close to capturing her. She tears up more bloodied clothes to scatter, while the man accompanying her explains that the underground people have keen senses due to the guardian spirit, and they are clever. He asks what she will do next, and she snaps at him, saying she didn't hire him to praise her. He smiles, amused at the spectacle of her unraveling over a single woman. She cuts him short, offering all her wealth, 100 gold coins, to bring Yeonwoo to her alive or dead. The man assures her there is no doubt. Meanwhile, Yeonwoo sits alone, cold and weakened from blood loss, realizing she cannot hide much longer. She remembers the pieces of clothes she left as decoys in the forest and considers moving toward Lord Hwita's place, hoping for help from patrolling guards. Determined, she rises, promising herself survival, saving her family, sharing a meal with Serim, and living happily with Lord Hwita. Suddenly, a fox appears, confirming her thoughts, and she is shocked. At that moment, the gang leader grabs her from behind, pinning her to the ground, demanding the promised money from Ms. Dan-hui in her fox form. She does not answer, but leaps at Yeonwoo. The girl closes her eyes, thinking this is the end, as blood splashes once more, her mind set on surviving at all costs. Yeonwoo closes her eyes, bracing herself for the worst, yet nothing happens for some time. Slowly, she opens them and sees a shocking scene unfolding. The fox has bitten someone's hand. Everyone freezes in surprise. The victim is Lord Hwita. Miss Dan-hui, still in her fox form, steps back in shock as she recognizes him. Confused, a man nearby reacts to the sudden chaos. Lord Hwita, however, turns to him and delivers a heavy punch, warning him sharply not to appear before his eyes again. The fox, startled by the intensity of the moment, runs away immediately. Lord Hwita commands the others to chase her, while telling 2 of the men to stay and handle the immediate situation. In the next moment, Hwita approaches Yeonwoo, holding her carefully to help her stand. She feels a mix of surprise, relief, and fear as she sees him. Concern quickly takes over as he notices her wound. He insists on treating it first, gently trying to unwrap what she has tied around her arm. She moans softly from the pain, yet thanks him for his help. As she struggles to comprehend how he arrived, he explains that he was on his way to meet her but smelled blood along the way. He confesses that he prayed endlessly for her safety. Before leaving, he promises to punish those who dared to harm her. He tells her to stay put while he rushes off, leaving her in the care of the guards. The scene lingers on her, both shaken and touched, as she watches him go, realizing how much he cares and how fiercely he protects her. We're taken deeper into the forest, where Miss Dan-hui is running desperately for her life. She counts the pursuers in her mind and realizes there are quite a few, yet none of them seem especially fast. She wonders if she could somehow escape, but every thought of running is blocked when she reaches the edge of a cliff. Looking down, she sees there is no way forward and turns back to face the approaching threat. Lord Hwita stands there with the guards, and she senses that this is the end. She speaks to him with a mixture of resignation and despair, expressing a wish for him to end her miserable life. Hwita, however, stops in his tracks, asking why he should grant such a wish. She expects contempt, yet he does not hate her. Instead, he explains that his anger is directed at the one who dared to harm Yeonwoo, the person he cherishes. He walks away, indifferent to her plea, leaving her shocked and dangerously close to the cliff's edge. Despite the danger, he does not look back, and she realizes how alone she has become in that moment. The next scene shifts to a quiet morning after the fight. Yeonwoo lies down, her eyes opening slowly to a blurry world. She struggles to understand where she is, and Hwita's concerned voice calls out to her. Recognition floods her as she identifies him, and she sits up, eager for answers. She asks what happened, remembering the fight in the forest, while he gently warns her not to push herself too far. When she inquires about Serim and Soho, he reassures her that both are safe and being treated in his house, which fills her with relief. He admits, however, that his fear of losing her never left him. She confesses that in the moments before she felt she might die, she thought of giving up, believing everything was her fault, and that her disappearance could solve the problems around her. Yet now, she declares that she will stop such thoughts and refuses to die hopelessly again. Hwita is taken aback by her words, questioning what she means by like before. and she explains that this life she is living is not her first, revealing a depth to her experience that surprises him completely. The scene leaves us captivated by her resolve and the complex bond between them, as past fear meets the fragile hope of survival. At Lord Hwita's house, Yeonwoo lies on the same bed with him, both facing each other in a quiet moment. He brings up the idea of visiting her family the next day, and she reacts with slight surprise, asking if he truly means tomorrow. He confirms it calmly, explaining that once they are married, her family becomes his as well, and as a future member of that family, it is only right to greet them first. This simple but sincere thought makes her smile, and she warmly agrees. As a result, the scene shifts to the next morning, where she notices him placing many items into his chariot. Curious, she asks about them, and he explains that he wants to make a good impression, even worrying that what he prepared might be too little. This causes her to react in disbelief, insisting that it is already more than enough. In response, she runs to him and hugs him from behind, yet he still considers adding more. However, she reassures him again, and he finally gives in, saying he will save the rest for another time. Soon after, they set off together and arrived at her mother's place. Meanwhile, Seowoo steps forward to welcome them, and we sense her surprise as she looks at him, trying to take in the situation. He introduces himself properly and even invites her to call him brother-in-law, which she accepts with ease, even praising his looks in a playful way. He simply laughs it off, keeping the mood light. Just then, Yeonwoo's mother comes out and greets her warmly after the long journey, and they all move inside and sit at the dining table. As the conversation begins, her mother expresses deep emotions, reflecting on her daughter's nature, her kindness, her stubborn side, and the worries she once caused. She recalls that when she first arrived here, she insisted on following him, which caused great concern. However, seeing the bond they now share fills her with mixed feelings as the thought of marriage approaches. In response, he speaks with respect, admitting that his sudden appearance in the past must have caused worry, yet he believes their bond exists because of her. The conversation then turns serious as her mother brings up the issue of dowry, explaining their lack of means and her concern about not sending her daughter off properly. This shocks her, yet before the worry grows, he reassures her gently that having Yeonwoo is more than enough, removing the burden of such concerns. This touches her deeply, and she expresses gratitude, trusting him to take good care of her daughter. They continue talking for a long time, and eventually the visit comes to an end as Yeonwoo leaves together with him, marking a step forward in their shared path. We return with them to Lord Hwita's home, and as soon as they arrive, he gently acknowledges her effort for the day and urges her to rest, adding that he will head upstairs. She responds with care, asking him to be careful, and as a result, they part ways for the moment. Meanwhile, as Yeonwoo walks back alone, a quiet thought fills her mind. She feels relieved that her family approves of him, yet at the same time, her chest feels strangely tight. This uneasy feeling lingers as she moves down the steps, and just when it seems like the day will end calmly, she looks up and sees Lord Hwita kneeling on one knee. The sight shocks her deeply, and confusion sets in as she wonders why he is here. She approaches him and asks what he is doing, yet before she can fully react, he suddenly grabs her hand. He brings up her marriage to Hwita and questions if it is truly happening. She confirms it without hesitation and asks him to stop speaking about it, pulling her hand away. However, he continues, recalling his earlier warning that Hwita is deceiving her. He reveals that Hwita is the god of death, and that she is the destined bride, a messenger tied to him. This revelation shakes her completely, and her thoughts begin to race. She questions within herself if she is truly the bride of a god of death and struggles to understand what such a role even means. Meanwhile, his words continue to echo, explaining that such a bride is a special being, the only one who can free him from the chains of that fate, and therefore insists that she should not marry him, claiming she is being used. At this point, the tension rises sharply, and she can no longer hold back. She cries out for him to stop, making it clear that she will hear the truth directly from Hwita. His words have already caused her to waver, and that alone makes her uneasy. She firmly states that this matter is between her and Hwita, and that whatever truth exists, she will face it through him alone, urging him to say no more. Then, just when it seems the moment cannot grow heavier, Lord Hwita slowly removes his mask. He speaks of the day she took her own life, revealing that he begged again and again, countless times, wishing that even if he died, he could meet her once more. This confession leaves her in complete shock as she sees his face, and everything she thought she understood begins to break apart. We remain with Yeonwoo as her thoughts begin to spin, and she cannot ignore what she is seeing. Even if Lord Hwita and Lord Hwita are said to be twins, she cannot understand how he looks so much like him. At the same time, his earlier words echo in her mind, and she starts to question them deeply. She recalls a moment from the past, thinking that someone was crying back then, and she begins to wonder if it was him. Just then, he suddenly coughs up blood, and this shocks her. She quickly calls out to him in concern and suggests calling a physician, yet he calmly wipes the blood away and continues speaking. He recalls her past, explaining how, when she first came to the afterlife, she wandered around, looked at the underground flowers, and liked stepping on beds barefoot. He reminds her that she once said she liked the afterlife, until she was locked away in Hyo Jo's palace. Hearing this, she is shaken and begins to suspect the truth. She cries out, questioning if he truly knows who she was back then. He admits that all he could do was watch and express regret. As a result, her emotions break free, and she bursts into tears. He gently reassures her that it is all right to cry, since she could not do so back then. He almost reaches out to comfort her, yet stops himself and pulls back, choosing to keep his distance. Even so, he expresses a wish for her to be happy in this life, yet insists that Hwita cannot give her that happiness because of who he is. Meanwhile, she steadies herself and responds, showing that she now understands his words a little. She recognizes his concern, yet still chooses to stay by Hwita's side. She admits that she feels uneasy, as spending a lifetime together is not simple. However, she accepts that even if she becomes unhappy, it will be enough as long as she is with him. Hearing this, he reacts with frustration, saying she does not understand what he is trying to say, and attempts to explain further. Suddenly, he feels a sharp pain in his chest and drops to one knee. This causes her concern to rise again, and she questions his condition, noticing that this has been happening since before. He brushes it off, saying it is simply a price to pay. She tries to understand what he means, yet he does not explain. Instead, he places his hand on her forehead and makes a quiet promise to protect her this time. Then, without another word, he lets go and turns away. She calls out, asking where he is going, yet he does not respond and leaves. As a result, she remains standing there, holding on to the hand he just touched, completely speechless. Later on, we find Yeonwoo sitting by the window, lost in deep thought as she reflects on everything Lord Hwita said. His words weigh heavily on her mind, and she struggles to make sense of them. Just then, a voice breaks the silence from the door, and before she can react, it opens. It is Lord Hwita. She turns toward him and acknowledges his return, and almost immediately, he closes the distance and hugs her tightly. In that moment, he expresses a quiet feeling of comfort, explaining that knowing someone is waiting for him feels good. Furthermore, he shares that after visiting her home, something has been on his mind. This draws her attention, and she asks what he has been thinking about. He then brings up the idea of moving her family's home, recalling that, in the beginning, she chose to follow him to protect them. Because of that, he suggests that there is a place near his home where they could live. However, before he can even finish his thought, she reacts with emotion and hugs him, expressing how much that would mean to her. Meanwhile, as the moment softens, she gathers her thoughts and brings up something important she needs to say. He listens closely, giving her his full attention. She reveals that she met Lord Hwita earlier in the garden, where he had been waiting for her, and she shares that he tried to stop the marriage. This causes a shift in the mood, and he reacts with surprise, asking if those words were truly said. She continues, explaining that she was warned that marrying him would lead to unhappiness, and that the reason lies in his being the god of death while she is the bride meant for him. As a result, she makes her stance clear, expressing her desire to hear the truth directly from him, no matter what it may be. She questions his true reason for wanting to marry her, asking if what was said is real. For a brief moment, silence fills the space between them, and just when it feels like everything hangs in balance, he finally responds and confirms that the words are true. Remaining in that tense moment, as soon as Yeonwoo hears the truth from Lord Hwita, shock takes over her completely. She begins to piece everything together, realizing that Lord Hwita's words were true after all. As a result, her thoughts turn to the reason behind everything, and she questions if it all comes down to her being the bride of the god of death. Furthermore, she recalls how he approached her right after her hair color changed, and this leads her to ask if that change is a sign of being the bride. He confirms it calmly, explaining that her white hair is the first proof, along with the mark on her shoulder blade. He admits that at the beginning, it was because of that sign that he brought her close, believing she was the destined bride. Until he was certain, he kept her near and chose to hide the truth. This causes confusion to rise within her, and she questions what he means by calling it a lie. In response, he begins to explain everything clearly, revealing that he is not a relative of the Grand Duke, the ruler of the underworld. Instead, the ruler and the god of death work together, each maintaining balance for their own benefit. The god of death takes care of wandering souls and keeps order, while the ruler protects his position. However, false rumors about the god of death's power began to spread, and because of that, he feared she could be put in danger. Meanwhile, as the truth unfolds, his tone softens, and he makes it clear that his feelings were never false. He recalls the first time he saw her when she boldly offered herself and proposed a deal. At first, he saw her as reckless, yet as time passed, he came to see her true nature. He remembers how timid and unsure she often was, how easily she cried, and how he could not take his eyes off her. Even so, he reflects on how she always found the courage to step forward when it mattered most, no matter how painful the path became. Because of this, he admits that he has fallen deeply for her, and that alone is enough for him. As he says this, he gently holds her face, and in response, she moves forward and hugs him tightly without hesitation. She accepts everything, expressing that this is all she needs. He apologizes for the pain and confusion he caused, yet assures her once again that his feelings have always been real. In that moment, she believes him completely, and they hold each other tightly, finding comfort in the truth they now share. We are taken through Yeonwoo's thoughts as she reflects on how the wedding preparations move forward smoothly. Unlike before, when she only followed Hyo Jo's taste, this time feels different. Preparing every small detail together with Lord Hwita brings her real joy, and even though she rarely sees him, each moment becomes precious, making her want to cherish everything without leaving anything undone. As a result, the next morning arrives, and she is still asleep when he enters quietly to wake her. He notices that she fell asleep while working on something the night before and gently touches her head. Meanwhile, Serim steps out, saying she will gather the remaining accessories and asks her to rest. She sits up and lets out a soft sigh, thinking to herself that compared to Nana and him, Serim seems even more excited about the wedding than both of them. Just then, a sudden noise comes from outside, drawing her attention. Curious, she goes to the window to check, and to her surprise, she sees him. She runs to him and asks when he arrived, and he explains that he was waiting for Serim to leave. Without hesitation, he pulls her into a hug and admits that he proposed because he wanted to spend all day with her, yet they have barely had time together. He even calls it unfair, which makes her laugh. However, she reminds him that he was the one who wanted a grand ceremony, and she recalls how he once spoke of 5 bridal gowns, 30 musicians, and a grand wedding split into 3 parts. Even so, he does not deny it, yet insists that despite all that, he still wants more time with her. He holds her hand and suddenly suggests that they run away, and before she can fully react, they are already on their way. As a result, they head into the city, and when she asks where they are going, he simply asks her to trust him and follow. He assures her that taking one day off will not cause harm, and that he will deal with Serim later. This carefree moment makes her laugh, and together they enjoy the day, buying small chops, picking up a book to read, and looking at jewelry, filling their time with simple happiness. As evening comes, he expresses gratitude, saying the day feels special because of her, and even suggests spending another day like this. However, she playfully refuses, saying that is a different matter. He teases her, claiming she cares more about Serim, yet she gently counters by saying they will have plenty of time after the wedding. She speaks of traveling together as husband and wife, visiting many places, and this makes him give in, admitting he can never win against her. She becomes excited and holds his hand, then mentions a place she wants to show him, asking him to follow her this time. She leads him into the woods, explaining it is a place she loved and that few people visit, yet it is very beautiful. However, just when it feels like a peaceful moment, they both look up and see Hyo Jo, and shock immediately takes over the scene. Yeonwoo stands frozen as Hyo Jo appears before her, and she immediately asks how he ended up in this place. In her thoughts, she recalls that this is somewhere she used to visit often, yet she has only been there twice and once was with him. She wonders silently how he could have known about this hidden spot. Hyo Jo breaks the tension, mentioning that it is the first time he has come here, and of all people, it had to be her. He suggests they come closer to have a brief chat. Trembling, she reaches out, and he holds her hand tightly, acknowledging that they would not want to disturb her on such a rare day off. As they start to leave, he suddenly pauses and addresses Lord Hwita, asking if he is invited to the wedding since he has heard the news of her upcoming marriage. Hwita explains that the wedding will be kept as quiet as possible, with only her family invited. Hyo Jo responds thoughtfully, expressing that it is still a shame and suggesting that her father should be invited because he cherishes her deeply. Lord Hwita agrees to this, showing consideration for her family. Hyo Jo continues, asking if there is anything she would like as a gift, and she replies that his kind words are enough. He insists, saying he still feels bad for not being able to repay her properly for a past performance, and emphasizes that more congratulations would bring her happiness. Yeonwoo reflects internally, noticing how different Hyo Jo seems from what she expected. Instead of anger, he shows care. She repeats that she does not want anything, and he confirms that he will respect her wishes, promising to do anything if it were her request. Finally, he calls out his congratulations on her wedding and walks away, leaving her with a mixture of relief and lingering surprise at his presence and thoughtful words. On the wedding day, everyone gathers around, and Serim looks at Yeonwoo with admiration, saying how beautiful she looks. She adds that this is the most beautiful bride she has ever seen, and Yeonwoo thanks her, feeling a warmth spread through her heart. In her thoughts, she reflects that in just a short while, she will become a couple with Lord Hwita, promising to spend her life with him. Although this will be her third wedding, the moment still feels unreal. She recalls the time when Hyo Jo looked different, somehow not like his usual self. She wonders if meeting Hwita and making a different choice has finally severed the painful connection from the past. If that is the case, she thinks to herself, she will no longer be involved with Hyo Jo, and the feelings of hate will fade, allowing her to start a new life with Hwita. Just then, he walks in and takes her hand, ready to begin their walk together, and in that moment, a voice is heard from outside, calling them to stop. The sudden interruption halts them instantly, filling the air with tension as both turn toward the direction of the voice, unsure of what will happen next. Suddenly, everyone turns and sees Lord Hyo Jo, and he announces that the king, his father, has just passed away. He says that until the funeral of the late king is completely over, all state and civil events, including weddings, as well as slaughtering and market fairs, are prohibited. He adds that everyone should express their condolences for the king's final journey. Yeonwoo feels a wave of destabilization rush over her, and the shock spreads through everyone present. As Hyo Jo walks down the long red VIP carpet, he passes by her mother, who instinctively holds her head, unsettled by his presence. Seowoo notices immediately and rushes to help, asking if she feels hot, but she remains silent, turning back to watch him walk away. Yeonwoo is frozen in place, speechless, and slowly moves toward the table, lost in thought, unable to speak until Lord Hwita interrupts the silence. He says that he has safely escorted the family members, and she thanks him, but he insists there is no need for thanks, saying it is something he should have done. He apologizes, acknowledging that today should have been the happiest day for her. She reassures him that there is nothing to be sorry for, saying it was unavoidable. He lifts his hand, inviting her to place hers in it, and suggests taking a short walk together. She agrees, and they walk hand in hand. As they stroll, Yeonwoo reflects on the nature of this place, asking where the dead go from here since it is said to connect the world of the living and the dead. Lord Hwita explains that she does not know the origin of the afterlife, and he begins to tell her. He says that this place is a space created randomly during the process of the gods dividing the world of the living and the dead, a place made by mistake and abandoned. Over time, people began falling from the world of the living, and as they lived and had children here, they created rules and built a society. As the population grew, a king emerged, similar to the world of the living, and the afterlife continued to exist. However, the place was still inherently abandoned by the gods. Originally, it served merely as a passageway for wandering souls, and as the population increased, many people were devoured by these souls, plunging the afterlife into chaos. The king of the underworld prayed earnestly to Tamya for protection, and whether answered directly or not, a guardian spirit imbued the people with the power to protect themselves. Among them, one person gained the power to command wandering souls, and that person became known as the God of Death. They sit together on the balcony as he explains all this, and Yeonwoo listens intently, absorbing the depth of the history and the weight of the world around her, feeling both awe and a quiet sense of understanding about the space that exists between life and death. Yeonwoo turns to Lord Hwita, asking if he is the current God of Death, and he confirms, adding that Lord Hwita also holds the title. She wonders if it is possible for two gods of death to exist, and he admits he is unsure, suggesting that perhaps it is because they are twins. He confesses that he does not remember how he became a god of death, only that one day he realized it and accepted it as his destiny. He continues, saying that he does not know what happens on any given day, but he guides the souls afterward, assuming they find rest in the world beyond. Yeonwoo listens and begins to show subtle changes in expression, prompting him to ask if she is okay because she looks unwell. She admits that the timing of the Grand Duke's passing seems earlier than in her previous life, though her memory was unclear at the time due to imprisonment. He smiles reassuringly, rising to his feet, promising that everything will be fine and there is no need to worry. He reminds her that once the Grand Duke's funeral is over and things settle down, they can finally hold the ceremony. Yeonwoo agrees, comforted by his words, and they remain quietly together, holding hands and letting the calm settle around them. Meanwhile, at Lord Hyo Jo's residence, his secretary approaches him, warning that the late king's funeral has not even begun, and that at least some respect should be shown. The secretary suggests that coming after the enthronement ceremony would still be acceptable, but Hyo Jo stops abruptly and questions who decides what is too late, asserting that no one has authority over him. The secretary tries to clarify, but before he can finish, Hyo Jo slits his throat with the sword. A flashback appears of Hyo Jo with his father, who had told him that only he would be able to enter the record of everything in the afterlife when the time came. Reflecting on the past, Hyo Jo realizes that despite his father's power as king, he could not protect even one woman, and was abandoned by his own child. He vows that he will be different, determined to take everything he desires. Returning to the present, Hyo Jo looks around his surroundings, declaring that the place holds all the secrets of the afterlife. He searches carefully, eventually picking up a scroll and reading it. As he reads, a dark laugh escapes him, realizing that they dared to deceive him, and he begins to plot with a renewed, dangerous resolve. On the day of the funeral, processions move through the palace, and Yeonwoo is with Lord Hwita, observing everything carefully. She notices how different everything feels and thinks that she used to see life in a simpler way. Moreover, Hyo Jo's behavior strikes her as unusual. Even though it is his father's funeral, he seems oddly excited, which makes her uneasy. Meanwhile, Lord Hwita notices him standing nearby and quietly offers his deepest condolences. Hyo Jo responds with measured words, remarking on the passing of His Majesty and thanking everyone for attending despite the inconvenience. Hwita reassures him that there is no need for thanks and that it is only natural. Then, Hyo Jo asks him to step aside for a private conversation. Hwita narrows his eyes but complies, walking with him until they are alone. Once they are separated from the crowd, Hwita asks what the matter is, and Hyo Jo reveals that he has discovered something interesting. He mentions that they say Hwita is the god of death, and Hwita realizes that Hyo Jo has finally learned his identity. Hyo Jo continues, expressing that he misunderstood him before and owes an apology, while also thanking him for watching over the afterlife by his father's side. He acknowledges that immortality must be a difficult life, and explains that he has been investigating the matter of the god of death's bride. Contrary to rumors, he says that if Hwita finds the bride, he can transfer his power. For all the hardship endured, Hyo Jo promises to do everything in his power to help. Hwita is left shocked, confused, and unsure how to respond. Yeonwoo, witnessing the exchange from nearby, wonders what is happening. Hyo Jo then steps away, giving a smile and saying, "Take care," leaving Hwita to process the unexpected revelation as the ceremony continues around them. As the funeral proceeds, a moderator steps forward with a scroll, asking everyone to rise. He solemnly addresses the gathering, explaining that they have come together to honor the eternal rest of His Majesty, King Janggong, the very foundation of the underworld and the father of its people. He urges everyone to pay their respects, send him off with dignity, and pray for his everlasting peace. Meanwhile, Lord Hwita and Yeonwoo begin to move through the crowd, but Hyo Jo watches them closely, observing their every action with a keen and calculating gaze. After the moderator finishes, Hyo Jo gives a speech, extending gratitude to the guests and expressing thanks to those who served the late king. He reflects on the king's lifelong love and dedication to the nation and its people, acknowledging the condolences shared by everyone. His closing words encourage all to return home safely, and as a result, everyone begins to leave. Hwita tells Yeonwoo they should return as well, and she agrees. Just as they prepare to take their leave, someone calls out to Yeonwoo from the end of the room. She turns to see Seolhung, Hyo Jo's betrothed, introducing herself and acknowledging the recent wedding news. Seolhung expresses her desire to offer a small gift and asks for a few moments of Yeonwoo's time, explaining that it is more about getting to know her than the gift itself. Yeonwoo, taken aback, reflects that Seolhung has always been difficult to read, never openly fond of her or seeking favor from Hyo Jo. She decides this must be a polite gesture and responds that she will reach out soon, leaving Seolhung surprised yet pleased. Later at Hyo Jo's palace, he sits sipping tea when Seolhung enters. She explains that, as his future wife, it is natural for her to visit, particularly to be near him after the funeral. She offers to pour a drink and, as she does, mentions Yeonwoo, acknowledging Hyo Jo's desire and promising her support with a condition. The encounter leaves him momentarily taken aback, realizing that her intentions are layered and deliberate, yet her presence brings an unexpected shift in the tense atmosphere of the palace. The next day, Yeonwoo and Lord Hwita are sharing a quiet moment, their hands intertwined as they enjoy a rare sense of peace. Just when it seems they might be alone in their world, Serim interrupts them, announcing that a guest has arrived for Yeonwoo. Confused, she wonders if it could be Seowoo, though she doubts anyone would come searching for her at this hour. Stepping forward, the guest is revealed to be Seolhung. She greets both of them politely, and Hwita immediately asks her what brings her here. She explains that she had some business, wanted to pay her respects, and also carries a small gift for Yeonwoo, asking if she could spare a moment to walk and talk. Yeonwoo hesitates, questioning the sincerity of Seolhung's words. Thoughts swirl in her mind, knowing the woman is Hyo Jo's fiancé, and wondering if it would truly be okay to spend time with her. She glances at Hwita for reassurance. Hwita notices her hesitation and whispers that Seolhung has a good reputation among the women of the underworld, and she would not act recklessly. He encourages her to take a short walk, suggesting that it would be fine to step away for a little while to refresh herself. Furthermore, he instructs her to take Serim and Soho along, showing concern for her safety. Grateful, Yeonwoo quietly thanks him, feeling comforted by his support. Seolhung, noticing the gesture, smiles and expresses her appreciation, her demeanor calm and polite. As the three of them prepare to leave, the atmosphere is a mix of curiosity and cautious trust, leaving Yeonwoo to wonder about the intentions behind Seolhung's visit, while still feeling reassured by Hwita's words. The scene carries a quiet tension and an unspoken understanding between them as they move forward into the day together. Yeonwoo is led to a place that instantly feels familiar, her heart recognizing it as her favorite spot. A waterfall cascades gracefully into a calm body of water below, and she can't help but exclaim at its beauty. Seolhung observes her reaction and says she knew Yeonwoo would like it too. As they settle by the water, she asks about the surface, wanting to hear from Yeonwoo what life is like above. Yeonwoo recalls her childhood, describing the vast blue sky and the times she hiked with her father. When her legs grew tired, he would carry her on his back, climbing steadily until they reached the peak, where the endless sky stretched before her. The memory of that view had sparked her love for the sky, a feeling she still treasures deeply. Seolhung listens and calls it a wonderful memory before asking if she is truly fine now. Yeonwoo hesitates, and the other gently points out that she can no longer see the sky she loves so much. She reassures her that it is okay because she has found something she loves even more. Seolhung chuckles softly, noting the closeness between her and Hwita, which surprises Yeonwoo. Seolhung then opens up about her own life, revealing that she had been raised in the palace from a young age to prepare as an empress and had a carefully arranged engagement to Hyo Jo. Though palace life seemed glamorous, she confesses it was lonely, unlike Yeonwoo, who witnessed love and marriages around her. Hearing this, Yeonwoo realizes she had never known the struggles Seolhung faced. The other woman gestures to a gift, and Seolhee hands over a small box, revealing jewelry that Yeonwoo adores. Overwhelmed, she thanks her, unsure she deserves such a precious item. Seolhyung insists, holding her hand, and asks if they could be friends, noting the rarity of people she can truly confide in. Yeonwoo happily agrees, thinking that having Seolhyung as a friend would bring her more joy alongside Hwita and Serim. In a playful motion, Seolhyung suddenly pushes her into the water. Serim and Soho rush to help, calling out in alarm, but Seolhyung grabs Yeonwoo's hand and pulls her out immediately. Once on dry ground, Yeonwoo confronts her, asking the meaning of this act. Seolhung explains that the jewelry was a gift as the future mistress of the palace, but the playful push is a gift to celebrate their new friendship. She warns Yeonwoo that Hyo Jo is targeting her and plans to eliminate Hwita to claim her, and in exchange, she will share his scheme if Yeonwoo helps her secure her place. The moment blends trust, caution, and the budding bond between them, leaving Yeonwoo to absorb both the warmth of friendship and the weight of the warning she must now bear. Yeonwoo, shocked and frustrated, turns to Seolhung, questioning her reckless behavior and the offer she just made. She cannot understand how someone who just threw her into the water could ask her to risk Hwita's life and strike a deal. The words tumble out as she struggles to contain her anger, demanding how she can trust someone so unpredictable. Seolhung, remaining calm, explains that she expected some misunderstanding since Yeonwoo came from the surface and doesn't yet know the ways of the underworld, especially the cruelty of Hyo Jo. She points out how terrifying it is that he is targeting her and urges her to think carefully about who would be most troublesome to him. Apologizing for the water incident, she adds that it was a test at Hyo Jo's request, meant to check if Yeonwoo has a mark behind her shoulder blade. Yeonwoo's mind races as she realizes the bitter truth, recalling that mark and understanding the implications of being the god of death's bride. Her expression hardens as she says nothing, absorbing the weight of the revelation. Observing her reaction, Seolhung senses that Yeonwoo understands the situation and allows her space, telling her it is fine if she does not want to share now. She mentions the upcoming celebration banquet for Hyo Jo's coronation, saying they will speak again there before turning to leave. Yet Yeonwoo, unable to hold back, speaks about Hyo Jo, revealing that she already knows and would have accepted the offer without needing the deception. Seolhung pauses, listening, and smiles, saying that perhaps the test was the quickest and most certain way to ensure understanding. She reassures her sincerely about wanting to be her friend, and departs, leaving Yeonwoo to reflect on the mixture of warning, trust, and the uneasy bond forming between them. The moment hangs heavily, blending caution with the budding potential of loyalty and strategy, while Yeonwoo realizes the gravity of what she must now consider in protecting Hwita and herself. When they return, Lord Hwita is waiting at the gate, standing with quiet attentiveness as he helps Yeonwoo descend from the chariot and asks if her journey was safe. She begins recounting everything that Seolhung told her, and he listens in disbelief, asking if she really said all that, while she confirms every word. She emphasizes that the most important thing is the proposal she received, and as they continue talking, she recounts past events and shares details of what has happened in the underworld since their last encounter. His shock deepens with each revelation, struggling to absorb the truth. He recalls the day of the funeral, when in a private meeting with Hyo Jo, he learned that he was the god of death. At that time, Hyo Jo also mentioned helping him find the god of death's bride, explaining the significance of the bride and the connection to freeing the god of death. Yeonwoo listens carefully, asking what being the god of death's bride truly means, and he admits he did not fully know at first. He explains that discovering the god of death's power brought an overwhelming need to find someone, and that only the bride can set the god of death free. When she asks what free means, he clarifies that the god of death would lose their power and become human again. Some may see it as a blessing to have eternal power, but to him it is a curse not to grow old with someone you love. Yeonwoo, processing this, asks how the bride can accomplish this, and he says she will understand naturally if she spends the night with the god of death. Realizing what he implies, she comprehends the full meaning of the role, and he warns that if Hyo Jo seeks to kill him, he will first try to take the god of death's power. For now, he decides to accept Seolhyung's proposal, knowing it is necessary. A few days later, Hyo Jo's coronation takes place at his palace, and at the end of the event, he announces a hunting banquet, revealing that he has released Ray Beast for the occasion. Yeonwoo locks eyes with Seolhyung, feeling the weight of unspoken understanding. As Hwita climbs onto his horse to leave, she warns him to be careful, and he assures her, mentioning their meeting with Seolhyung later. Before departing, he kisses her forehead, reminding her to stay safe, and they share a brief, comforting hug. He watches from the corner as she insists he must leave, and then Serim steps forward to escort her. As they walk, she instructs him to wait, pausing to gather her thoughts. She reflects on how this place still feels unpleasant, despite the passage of time. The haunting atmosphere is intensified by the presence of animals released for the hunting event, triggering memories of her past life and the hunting competition where she first encountered Hyo Jo. The flashback is abruptly interrupted when she sees a tiger and questions why it is so deep in the forest. Retracing her steps, she trips and falls to the ground, and as the tiger leaps toward her, she braces for impact, closing her eyes as blood splashes. Expecting Hwita, she opens her eyes to find Hyo Jo standing over her instead, asking if she is hurt, leaving her heart pounding with fear and disbelief. As Lord Hwita rides deeper into the forest, he notices someone standing quietly among the trees and realizes it is Lady Seolhyung. She greets him with calm composure, expressing surprise and pleasure at seeing him there. He asks whether she was supposed to meet Yeonwoo, and she replies that she is more curious about him than the young lady, and requests a moment to talk privately. Meanwhile, Yeonwoo is trying to process the recent events, her thoughts pulled back to Hyo Jo standing nearby with the lifeless tiger. She reflects on the hunting ground, the smell of blood, and the red hair billowing in the wind, realizing how all their misfortune began right there. Her mind drifts into a flashback, remembering voices around her scolding someone, warning them not to overstep, and questioning their awareness of their surroundings. She recalls Seowoo wanting to intervene but being held back, and she stops her, telling her to stay calm. Seowoo resists quietly, complaining about the injustice while she urges her to move quickly before she loses patience. Leaning against a tree in that memory, she had marveled at how this place did not suit her, the sky gray and dark, feeling distant from the blue sky she once loved. Suddenly, a tiger charges toward her, shattering her thoughts. Instantly, it is killed, and opening her eyes, she finds Hyo Jo standing before her, concerned for her safety. She thanks him while wiping tears, reasoning that a beast meant for the banquet had strayed and could have caused serious harm. Yet she questions whether she truly owes him gratitude since he brought the dangerous animals and insisted on her presence despite her disinterest in hunting. Hyo Jo, unshaken, asks if she dislikes the banquet and offers to make it even more extravagant for her, inquiring whether the food suits her taste and encouraging her honesty. She expresses confusion, insisting that he seemed to dislike her since their first meeting, assuming the whole banquet was arranged to humble her. In response, he denies any ill intent, insisting he went to the effort simply to see her smile and ensure she was safe, and reminds her that, despite the danger, she could have faced serious trouble without his intervention. Meanwhile, Lady Seolhyung watches Hwita carefully, the forest around them holding a quiet tension as past and present collide, leaving Yeonwoo torn between her memories, fears, and the complex relationships surrounding her. As Yeonwoo gathers her senses in the forest, she suddenly sees Hyo Jo kneeling on one knee before her, a calm and deliberate presence in the quiet of the trees. He asks how she ended up so deep in the forest, and she explains that she must have taken a wrong turn, apologizing for causing trouble. He dismisses her worry, insisting that it is fortunate he was nearby, and then repeats the same question he had asked before about how she plans to repay someone who saved her life. She is taken aback by the familiarity of his words and by the subtle concern he shows, as he notices her pale face and asks if she is hot. When she denies it, he observes that she must be shaken by what just happened, and offers his hand to help her stand. She pulls away slightly, expressing her disgust for places like this, for mingling with people who despise her, for pretending out of obligation, and for watching animals suffer for amusement. She recounts how the last banquet was her final one, declaring that they will not meet again, and thanking him simply for saving her life before walking away, leaving him speechless, lingering in silence as the forest absorbs the tension. Meanwhile, back at Hyo Jo's palace, a sudden commotion breaks the stillness as a messenger rushes in, calling out urgently for him. He turns, his curiosity piqued, asking what is happening. The messenger, trembling, explains that word has arrived from the outskirts, and Hyo Jo, sensing the importance, urges him to continue. The message is simple but earth-shattering. The bride of the god of death has been found. The news hangs in the air, heavy and full of consequence, as the palace feels the ripple of events that are about to unfold. The weight of destiny presses on Hyo Jo's mind, and in that moment, the forest, the banquet, and the paths that led Yeonwoo here all connect in a tense anticipation of what comes next. In the depths of the mountains, Lord Hyo Jo advances with his army toward a lady said to be the god of death's bride. She looks up, startled by his presence, and asks who he is and why he has come so far into these mountains. One of the guards immediately shouts at her, demanding respect before the ruler of the underworld. Instantly, she falls to the ground face down, apologizing for her rudeness and asking what brings such a noble person to this humble place. Hyo Jo explains that as he ascended to the throne, he studied the lineage of the god of death and learned that her late husband was the previous god. He adds that he could not ignore the sacrifices made to protect the underworld, and that the legend continues until the next god of death is chosen. She trembles as he tells her of the cruel fate awaiting the god until that time, forced to fight vengeful spirits for eternity with an immortal body. He declares that he has decided to support the god of death in every possible way, and for that, he needs her help. He asks if she knows how the god of death can be freed from this rule, and she responds that only the bride can do it, explaining that when the god of death and his bride share a bed, the power transfers to her, and then she must find the next god of death and pass it on for the original god to be free. Hyo Jo considers her words, confused yet intrigued, wondering if there could be another way. She trembles and admits she knows of no other method, and he questions how he is supposed to believe her. Then he challenges her, doubting whether she is truly the god of death's bride, recalling that the lineage records only mention her late husband. He says he tried to find the previous god, but he was already dead, so he came searching for her instead, wondering what to do if she proves useless. The lady, desperate, swears upon her late husband that she is telling the truth, prompting him to pause and consider her story. He asks if she remembers who received the god of death's power from her, and she recalls a very tall man with black hair and a wolf as his guardian spirit, though she cannot remember his name. Hyo Jo concludes that she may not be entirely useless after all, and commands the guards to restrain her, insisting that if she sleeps with the god of death again, they will discover if she retains any of her powers. She protests, claiming she has lost all her powers and is now an ordinary woman. Yet he insists that they cannot know until they try, leaving her to think that the king has truly lost his mind. The tension lingers as every word hangs heavy in the air, the weight of destiny and the potential of lost or regained power pressing on them both. Back at Lord Hwita's place, a gift arrives from Lady Shilhung. He opens the letter and reads that last night, out-of-season white flowers bloomed beautifully in the palace, a rare flower that noble houses have searched for across generations. She urges him to come see them before they wither, and even sends a banquet. Yeonwoo, watching quietly, reasons that the banquet was sent along with the letter. As they examine the flowers, a strand of hair catches her eye. Hwita picks it up and confirms that the white flowers are indeed out of season. He recalls Hyo Jo's words about helping the god of death find the bride, and a shock runs through him as he realizes the hair may belong to the god of death's bride. Yeonwoo's mind races with the thought that if the flowers truly mark the previous bride, then she is in the palace right now, and in danger. Hwita reasons that they cannot let Hyo Jo discover this secret. They must get her out immediately to prevent any disaster. Yeonwoo asks if he plans to go to Hyo Jo's palace, and he reassures her, promising that nothing bad will happen. Meanwhile, at Hyo Jo's palace, Hwita sneaks into the room, thinking this must be the place Silhung mentioned. However, a strange scent lingers in the air, and his eyes fall on a lady lying on the bed. He wonders if this is the woman whose hair Silhung sent. Suddenly, the door opens, and Hyo Jo appears, surprising him. Hwita freezes, questioning why he is here, while the ruler reminds him that this is his palace and it is natural for him to be present. Then Hyo Jo adds that he has a command. The woman on the bed must share it with Hwita. Shock and fury overwhelm him at the audacity of the order, and tension fills the room as the stakes of the situation sink in. Everything hangs on this moment. The danger of the previous god of death's bride, the secrets of the lineage, and the clash between Hwita and Hyo Jo's power and authority, leaving the audience on edge, wondering what will happen next. In the next moment, Lord Hwita confronts Lord Hyo Jo, clearly shaken and filled with anger. He cannot believe what he is hearing, as he questions why he is being pushed to betray the one he loves and be with another woman. He rejects the idea completely and tries to walk away, hoping to end the matter. However, before he can leave, he is suddenly pushed back and falls to the ground. This shift in control changes everything. As he struggles, Hyo Jo notices something is wrong and points out his weak state. At that moment, Hwita begins to connect the feeling in his body to a past event, recalling the day Mrs. Dan Hui drugged him. As a result, he suspects that the strange scent from earlier may be the cause. Meanwhile, Hyo Jo watches closely and warns that moving like this could be dangerous, suggesting that he should stop resisting and simply rest. In response, Hwita grows even more furious, demanding to know what has been done to him. However, Hyo Jo responds calmly, almost mockingly, reminding him of his own past wish to find a bride and escape his duties as an envoy. He claims that he has only fulfilled that wish by bringing a bride to him, yet instead of gratitude, he is met with anger. Furthermore, he makes it clear that resistance is useless, and with that, he turns and leaves, confidently stating that in the end, Hwita will still end up sleeping with that woman. The tension lingers even after he exits, leaving him alone in a helpless state. Meanwhile, outside, Yeonwoo waits patiently, holding on to his earlier words that nothing bad would happen. However, despite that promise, her heart refuses to settle. As time passes, unease continues to grow within her, and although she cannot act, she remains there, waiting, because it is the only thing she can do. A sudden sound comes from the right, and Yeonwoo turns at once, only to see Lord Hwita's chariot arriving. Without hesitation, she rushes toward it, filled with worry, calling out as she tries to know if he is safe or hurt. However, just when she expects to see him, a woman steps out instead, and it is Seolhung. This shocks her, and she quickly questions why she is there. In response, Seolhung reveals that everything has gone wrong, as Hyo Jo has intercepted their letters. This news only deepens the tension, and Yeonwoo immediately demands to know what has happened to Lord Hwita. She wonders whether he has been captured, noting that he trusted only Seolhung, yet she is the one who returned. Her voice rises with anger, but she is quickly stopped and warned to watch her words. Furthermore, Seolhung challenges her, asking what she has done besides waiting, and then says that this entire situation is because of her. As a result, Yeonwoo is shaken, and she reflects inwardly, blaming herself and thinking that if she had not been here, he would not be in danger. Yet, at the same time, she questions why Seolhung came to find her, realizing she truly has no power to change anything. However, instead of breaking down, she suddenly changes her expression and makes a firm decision, asking Seolhung to take her to the palace because she will face Hyo Jo herself. Soon after, we see her arrive there, walking forward with heavy thoughts. She reflects on her past, admitting that in this life she never wanted to be involved with him again. She had wished to forget everything he did to her, to let go of the hatred she once held, and to live peacefully as if none of it had happened. Moreover, she had hoped that by doing so, she might finally find happiness, even if only once. However, she now realizes that hope was nothing but a foolish dream. Meanwhile, Hyo Jo notices her arrival and reacts with surprise, recalling her past words about never meeting again. At that moment, she understands that no matter what she does, she cannot escape this cursed fate. Therefore, she resolves to end it herself this time, and with that firm resolve, she moves forward, holding a knife tightly as she walks toward him with burning determination. We see Lord Hwita, who lies down in pain, struggling as a strange feeling spreads through his body. His chest burns and breathing becomes difficult, which causes him to grow more uneasy. At that moment, a woman lies beside him, and in his confusion, he believes it is Yeonwoo. As a result, he reflects that he has seen her many times before, and it feels strange that she appears now in this moment and in this way. Without thinking clearly, he pulls her close, holding on to her as if she is truly the one he longs for. Meanwhile, we shift to Yeonwoo, who stands before Hyo Jo. He calls her to come closer, yet she remains still and silent. This reaction amuses him, and he laughs, saying this is exactly why he likes her. She asks what is so funny, and he responds by expressing his delight at seeing her, adding that her appearance reminds him of his late mother, which brings back old memories and fills him with longing. However, she does not respond. Instead, she recalls a moment earlier in the chariot with Seolhung. In that past scene, she was told that Hyo Jo's true goal is her, and everything that has happened was planned to capture her. Furthermore, she was warned that if she steps into his palace on her own, he will be pleased and at some point lower his guard, which is the only chance she has to act. Returning to the present, she questions his actions, wondering why he desires something from her when she has never truly understood his reasons. In response, he speaks vaguely, turning the matter back on her and suggesting that she must also want something, which is why his beloved was taken. As a result, she demands the release of Lord Hwita, insisting there is no other reason for her presence. He then questions why she is looking for that man here, yet she makes it clear that he already knows the answer. With nothing left to say, she decides to comply with his wishes and asks him to return her beloved. This bold stance makes him laugh again, and he recalls a past moment when she played the piano for him. He reveals that ever since then, he has called many musicians, yet none could play it properly, and because of that, he had them all killed. Hearing this, she remembers Ms. Danhoi's words about those who played the harp for him never returning alive. Although she finds his reason cruel and petty, she still orders that the harp be brought, deciding to grant his wish while holding on to her resolve. Yeonwoo closes her eyes and recalls the first day she played for Hyo Jo, back when Lord Hwita stood beside her and gently encouraged her to play instead, noticing she felt uneasy. That memory gives her strength, and in the present, she plays the instrument once again. When she finishes, she demands that Hwita be released as promised. However, Hyo Jo simply shakes his head, making it clear that one performance is not enough to grant her wish. He rises and calls her naive, then calmly states that the first step is to ensure she never leaves his sight. This causes her to react strongly, insisting that he must release Hwita first, or she has no reason to follow anything he says. In response, he walks closer and refuses, explaining that the man is a god of death, an immortal being, and if he lets him go, he would only return to kill him. Furthermore, he adds that until he is no longer a god of death, release is impossible. At this point, she argues that if he truly wants to stop his power, then he should let him go. However, he dismisses her concern and brings up what he claims to know from the former god of death, explaining that the only way for such power to pass on is through lying with his bride. As a result, he raises a disturbing question, wondering if the former bride were to be with the current god of death, would the power still transfer? This shocks her deeply, and he leaves the thought hanging as he walks away, suggesting they will find out in time. Yet, just when it seems nothing more will happen, she suddenly pulls out the knife hidden in her dress and strikes. He turns at that exact moment, but the blade still pierces his shoulder. He grabs her hand firmly, stopping her, and asks one final question. He reveals that he has heard she is the bride of the current god of death, and wonders if being with her could grant him that power as well. Hearing this, she is filled with anger and calls him out. But before she can react further, he suddenly pulls her in and kisses her, turning the moment into something even more unsettling. We watch as Yeonwoo struggles to free herself, yet in that brief moment, she quickly slips something into Hyo Jo's mouth. He is caught off guard, and almost at once, he pushes her away. The knife lodged in his shoulder drops to the ground, and he stares at her in shock, demanding to know what she has made him swallow. At that instant, we are taken into a flashback where Seo-hong hands her a small drug, explaining that it is a sleeping pill that will make him fall into a deep sleep as if he has passed out. However, she questions how she could make him take it, especially since it does not dissolve in water. In response, Seo-hong calmly suggests that there is a simple way, a method only she can use, hinting that even something as small as a kiss should not be a problem. Although she hesitates, she places the drug in her mouth, realizing that the decision has already been made. Back in the present, Hyo Jo grabs her and quickly understands the plan, realizing she expected him to kiss her. He laughs at the realization, yet before anything else can happen, the effect takes hold, and he collapses to the ground. At the same time, a guard outside hears the noise and calls out, asking what is happening. Seeing her chance, she picks up the knife with the intent to end it, but just as she moves, the guard enters and stops her from completing her plan. The situation shifts again, and the guard calls for help, forcing her to act quickly. Instead of staying, she chooses to slip away, deciding that confirming Lord Hwita's safety is now more important than anything else. In the next moment, we see Lord Hwita struggling as a dull, cold scent fills the space beside him, and as the woman moves closer, he notices that her scent is different from the usual, which makes him uneasy. Consequently, he forces himself up and pushes her away, slowly realizing what is happening. Yet before he can fully react, she knocks him down again. He pleads for her to stop, and with effort, he pushes her to the ground, but suddenly she cries out for help, which only deepens his confusion. At the same time, he stares at her, trying to recall if he has ever seen her before. Just then, Seo-hong enters, and Lord Hwita, still weak, tries to understand the situation, but she urges them to leave at once, since Yeonwoo is waiting. At the mention of that name, concern takes over, and he immediately asks if she is safe. He attempts to move toward Seo-hong. However, his strength fails him, and he collapses, which forces Soho to step in and hold him up. Meanwhile, Soho turns to Seo-hong and asks what should be done with the woman, and Seo-hong decides they should take her along, since she has many questions for her during the journey. Furthermore, we are reminded that Hyo Jo is still being threatened by Yeonwoo, which adds even more tension to the unfolding events. As they move toward the chariot, we are taken into Seo-hong's thoughts, where she recalls her earlier words to Yeonwoo about how, as long as Hyo Jo remains alive, he will never leave her alone. However, in the present, a new thought forms in her mind as she begins to see things differently, realizing that if Yeonwoo succeeds in killing Hyo Jo, she will no longer be needed, and may instead become an obstacle to her own plan. Consequently, a darker decision starts to take shape within her. Just when it seems like everything is about to unfold quietly, the moment is broken as Yeonwoo suddenly runs out of the palace. In response, Seo-hong watches her and reaches a firm conclusion. It is better to end things now, which brings a chilling shift to the situation. Yeonwoo walks up to Seo-hong, and as she pants, she apologizes. She explains that guards suddenly swarm in, so Yeonwoo was unable to kill Hyo Jo. Seo-hong grows quiet for a moment, then admits it could not be helped with such tight security. Moreover, even if the attempt had worked, escape would not have been easy, so she believes the choice made is the right one. As a result, she urges them to enter the carriage at once, explaining that she has prepared a safe place where both can hide for the time being. Yeonwoo climbs in, and as the door opens, she finds Hwita lying inside. This causes her to rush to his side, yet at the same time, she wonders if Seol-hong will join them, especially since Hyo Jo has already thought through her plan and will not forgive her once he wakes. However, she remains calm and insists she will be fine, since no matter how cruel he is, he cannot harm her because of her family. And if he could, she would already be dead. Hearing this, she accepts it and wishes for her safety. Meanwhile, as the carriage leaves, she stands still and watches, reflecting that he is still alive and may still be useful. Later on, as he wakes, anger takes over, and he shouts at a chief security officer, even breaking a plate in rage. He cannot believe they let them escape after he waited so long, and as if that is not enough, he lashes out at the officer, who quickly begs for forgiveness, claiming concern for him. Nevertheless, this only fuels his anger, and he draws his sword and demands silence. Just then, a female voice calls out, and when he turns, he sees Seol-hong. She approaches with concern, saying she rushed over the moment she heard his health was failing. Consequently, his mood shifts, and he admits he has been waiting to see her. However, with the blade still in hand, suspicion rises, and he questions her betrayal and her contact with Hwita, wondering how she dares to return. In response, she puts on an act, becoming emotional and defending herself, pointing out that he hid the truth about the envoy's bride and that her actions helped lure both Hwita and Yeonwoo there. Furthermore, she questions how someone like him could have collapsed. This annoys him, yet she remains composed and reassures him that even if they escape, they can only hide in the underworld, which belongs to him. As a result, she suggests using Yeonwoo's deep care for her family against her, and this idea slowly calms him as he begins to consider it. Meanwhile, in the safe house, Hwita suddenly wakes and calls out for Yeonwoo. When he turns and sees her lying beside him, relief washes over him, and he embraces her tightly. Even so, confusion lingers, and as he looks around, he begins to wonder where they are and what kind of place they have been brought to. Immediately, a voice is heard from outside, and because of that, Lord Hwita becomes alert and asks who it is, as well as where they are. In response, the voice explains that this place is a safe house prepared by Seol-hong and also reveals being her subordinate. On hearing her name, he feels surprised, and furthermore, the voice continues, explaining that direct orders were given to take great care of the three of them. As a result, the mention of three makes him pause, and he looks around, only to notice another person lying on the other side of the room, the same person from before. Meanwhile, the guard outside adds that they will keep watch over the area and should be called if anything is needed. After that, silence returns, and he falls into deep thought, trying to recall where he has seen that person before. Later, as he walks outside, his thoughts grow heavier, and he begins to question whether the place is truly safe for the young lady. Moreover, doubts rise about whether Seol-hong can really be trusted. Even though he once promised to protect her, he admits that without her help, he would already be dead. However, the reason he did not kill Hyo Jo until now was that Yeonwoo did not want it. Nevertheless, everything has changed, and now he feels that a line has been crossed, which leads him to decide that he will tear that man apart. As he continues walking, a voice suddenly comes from above, as if it has been waiting for this moment when his mind becomes clear. This shocks him, and he quickly turns to find the source, only to realize it is Lord Hwita. At the same time, a sharp pain strikes his head, and confusion follows as he wonders how he even appeared there. Consequently, a memory returns, and in that flashback, he recalls meeting that woman before. She was the former god of death's bride, and she met him on the road and made him the god of death. Because of this memory, he questions how he could have forgotten such a moment. Furthermore, he remembers that he was alone on that day, the very day he became a god of death. As a result, he faces Hwita and questions how he also became a god of death, since he believes he was the only one chosen. In response, the other places a hand on his head and face, then removes his mask, showing clear disdain and calling him pathetic for not understanding his own power, while still thinking he can protect her. Moreover, he raises a deeper question about their existence, pointing out that there has always been only one messenger, yet now there are two. This leads to a shocking truth, as he declares that they are one and the same. Hearing this, Lord Hwita is left in great shock, unable to process what stands before him. Lord Hwita stands frozen in shock, and because of that, he struggles to understand what he has just heard. He questions whether it means he and Lord Hwita are the same person, and the other confirms it without hesitation. Moreover, the focus shifts when the question of Hyo Jo arises, and it becomes clear that both of them share the same desire to end him. He admits that he wants to kill him, since that man caused his lady's death twice and now puts her in danger again. As a result, he cannot allow this to continue any longer. Even though confusion still lingers, he reaches a firm thought that the other must also want to protect her, and because of that, he asks for help and strength. However, before he can finish, he gets stopped, and the response is firm and cold, saying that he will fail and cannot defeat Hyo Jo alone. This causes surprise, and the thought of failure shakes him deeply. Furthermore, he questions this idea, since the other also wants to kill that man, and wonders if he plans to just leave him alive, especially when Yeonwoo can never be happy as long as he lives. In contrast, the answer comes with the heavy truth, as it is revealed that they already tried to kill him before, and failed. This strikes like a sudden blow, and confusion grows as he tries to remember when this happened. Consequently, a flashback rises in his mind, showing a past sword fight where Lord Hyo Jo questioned his bond with Yeonwoo, and he responded without giving a clear answer. The memory feels heavy, and pain fills his head, causing him to hold it as he groans. He struggles to understand what is happening to him. Meanwhile, the other offers help but places a condition. Once everything ends, Yeonwoo must be given up, and a promise must be made. Just when it seems more will be said, he vanishes at once and he calls out, wanting to continue. Yet no answer comes. As a result, silence surrounds him and he is left alone with his thoughts. Meanwhile, inside the safe house, Yeonwoo wakes up and Lord Hwita is already by her side. He checks on her condition, asking if she feels better, yet she quickly sits up and shifts the concern to him, asking if he is all right and if he is hurt in any way. In response, he gently holds her hand and questions why she acted so recklessly, especially since Hyo Jo is targeting her, and the thought of something going wrong troubles him deeply. However, before he can complete his words, she cuts in and explains that she only wanted to save him. Furthermore, she makes it clear that even if the same moment happens again, she would still make the same choice, since a life without him means nothing to her. This elicits a strong emotion, and he pulls her into an embrace, admitting that he survived because of her, and expressing deep gratitude. In return, she simply feels relieved that he is safe. After this moment, the tone shifts again, and he declares his intent to kill Hyo Jo. Until now, he held back because she did not want it, yet he can no longer stand aside and do nothing. Moreover, the desire for revenge now lives in him as well. Hearing this, she remains quiet for a short time, then places her hand over his and admits that she feels the same. In addition, she reflects on their journey through his fortress and begins to question herself, wondering if her weakness put him in danger. The fear of losing him because of her grows strong, and although she wants revenge, she remembers her second life, where she tried to kill Hyo Jo and failed. As a result of that failure, her entire family was slaughtered. This thought hits hard, and suddenly a realization hits her, making her eyes widen as fear takes over. She begins to worry that the same thing could happen again, that her family and he could be lost once more because of her actions. This thought overwhelms her, and she struggles to find what to do. Meanwhile, as she speaks, he recalls the earlier words about their past failure, which now connect to her fear. Because of that, he gently touches her face to calm her and urges her not to cry, even as his own thoughts remain heavy and uncertain. Meanwhile, inside the safe house, the former god of Death's bride slowly wakes up, sits up, and apologizes for interrupting. In addition, she expresses gratitude, explaining that both of them saved her even though it happened late, and she still wishes to thank them. As a result, attention shifts to her, and Yeonwoo studies her closely, recognizing who she is. She greets her calmly, noting that this is their first meeting, and also asks if she feels all right. In response, the woman confirms that she is fine because of them, yet she also admits she overheard their conversation. However, instead of stopping there, she reveals that she believes she can help. This statement draws immediate attention, and Yeonwoo begins to think deeply about what she means and how such help is even possible. Consequently, the woman explains, pointing out that both of them are running from the king of the underworld, and although they wish to kill him, it is far too dangerous. Therefore, she suggests another path, going to the surface. This idea comes as a shock, and both react with surprise, while Yeonwoo questions what she means by surface. In response, she explains that a long time ago, someone from her village left for the surface. Moreover, she admits that she does not know the exact method, yet she remembers a place deep in the forest, a shrine dedicated to Tamya, where answers may be found. Because of that, she offers to guide them there herself. Hearing this, Yeonwoo covers her mouth as thoughts rush through her mind. The idea of reaching the surface begins to grow stronger, and she wonders how such a thing could even be possible. If it is real, then everything could change, and they would no longer need to keep running from Hyo Jo. As a result, she imagines a life in which her family can be happy again, as before. However, another thought quickly follows, and she begins to worry about Lord Hwita, questioning if he would follow or even want to go to the surface at all. This inner struggle shows on her face, and noticing it, he gently calls out to her. In response, she apologizes, admitting she had been thinking only of herself. Nevertheless, he reassures her without hesitation, making it clear that wherever she chooses to go, he will follow. Furthermore, he suggests going to the shrine first so they can find a way, and at the same time, he promises to ensure her family is taken to a safe place. Because of this, she agrees and expresses her gratitude, and a new plan begins to take shape. Meanwhile, in another place, Soho receives a letter from Lord Hwita, and as he reads it, he learns that he will be away for some time. In addition, the message asks him to take Yeonwoo's family to a safe place. However, instead of feeling relieved, he grows uneasy, wondering why a letter was sent rather than a return. As a result, concern fills his mind, and he begins to question if he is truly safe. Without delay, he moves toward the apartment where Lord Hyo Jo and his family are staying. Consequently, the moment he opens the door, he is met with a shocking sight as he sees Lord Hyo Jo standing there. This sudden encounter leaves him in great shock, and before he can react, the tension rises. The man recognizes him at once and mocks him, calling him Hwita's dog and questioning why he has come without his master. Because of this, the situation grows tense, and danger quietly fills the air as events begin to take another uncertain turn. Seeing Lord Hyo Jo in the room, Soho stops at once, and shock fills his face as he questions why he is there. Moreover, fear begins to rise in his mind, and a troubling thought forms, making him wonder if something has already happened. However, before he can react further, the man bursts into laughter, brushing off the tension as if it means nothing. In addition, he questions why there is so much surprise, calmly adding that nothing has been done yet. As a result, unease grows even stronger. Then, as he walks through the door, he gives Yeonwoo a clear message, explaining that her family is being well taken care of. Nevertheless, the tone quickly turns dark, as he adds a condition that if she does not come to the castle within 3 days, she will never see them again. Because of this, the threat hangs heavily in the air, and the danger becomes clear. Meanwhile, in another place, Yeonwoo, Lord Hwita, and the former god of Death's bride move together through the dark, continuing their journey. As they walk, curiosity rises, and Yeonwoo wonders how such a hidden place was even found, especially since she has tried everything to return to the surface and never knew about a shrine. In response, the woman explains that on the first night she spent with her husband, Tamya appeared in her dream and revealed everything. Furthermore, interest shifts as she asks about the two of them, and this causes both of them to blush. As a result, Yeonwoo admits that nothing has happened yet, and another question follows, whether consuming it is required to prove that she is truly the god of Death's bride. In addition, doubt appears as she questions what would happen if nothing changes even after doing so. However, the woman simply smiles and explains that if she truly holds that role, then deep inside, she already knows. She goes on to explain that the god of Death's bride is meant to be his soulmate, the one person he is born to love. Because of this, the bond is not forced, but something felt deep within the heart. Moreover, she adds another important truth. When the god of death and his bride sleep together, his power slowly begins to pass to her. As time goes on, she awakens the ability to see spirits, which is known as the spirit eye. With this power, she can see the color of people's souls. Normally, souls are white, yet only the god of death and his bride carry black souls. As a result, this means that the next person with a black soul will become the next god of death. Furthermore, she explains that until the bride fully takes in the power, she must find that next person and pass it on. However, if she fails to do so in time, she will not be able to endure the power within her, and this will lead to her death. Because of this, the weight of her words settles heavily, and the journey ahead feels even more serious than before. Hearing this truth, Yeonwoo and Lord Hwita grow afraid, and the weight of it settles on both of them at once. As a result, he reacts with shock, unable to accept that the bride must die, since no one has ever said such a thing before. In addition, she begins to question what happens if the bride dies without finding the next god of death, and this leads to a clear answer from the former god of Death's bride. She explains that if that happens, the power returns to its source, Tamya, and this is a form of punishment set by him. Because of this, confusion and frustration rise, and he questions why the bride must risk her life in such a cruel way. In response, she explains that the god of death himself passes the power to the next one, and being his bride means sharing in that burden and punishment. This causes a deep reaction, and he refuses to accept it, deciding that if her life must be at risk for his sake, then he will give up on finding the next god of death. Hearing this, Yeonwoo is shocked and cannot understand why he would say such a thing. However, he stands firm and declares that he would rather remain the god of death forever. As a result, confusion grows, and she questions him again, but he explains that his wish to stop being the god of death was never meant to cost her life. Instead, he only wanted a normal life, where he could grow old and die with the one he loves, not live on alone after losing her. This moment becomes heavy and serious, yet suddenly, the former god of Death's bride begins to laugh. This unexpected reaction surprises both of them, and they turn toward her at once. She quickly apologizes, explaining that they reminded her of her husband, who once said the same thing about never wanting to put her in danger. Because of this, she suggests putting the matter aside for now, reasoning that if they find a way to the surface, then all this talk about the god of death may no longer matter. As a result, he agrees. And with a calmer tone, he takes Yeonwoo's hand and suggests moving forward. Meanwhile, as they approach a building, the former god of death's bride slows down and reflects quietly, feeling that her role has come to an end. In addition, she expresses deep gratitude for their kindness and sincerely hopes they find what they are looking for. Just then, Lord Hwita and Yeonwoo step inside the building, and immediately, without a single word spoken, all the bells begin to ring. This sudden sound fills the space, and it is clear that they have entered a sacred place. As they react with surprise, a priest appears and points out that only the chosen are allowed to be there, yet an uninvited guest has arrived. Because of this, Yeonwoo steps forward and explains their situation, admitting they arrived without notice but are now being hunted by the king of the underworld. Furthermore, she explains that as long as he refuses to give up, they cannot continue to live in that world. As a result, she brings up what she has heard, asking if it is true that someone once ascended to the surface from this place. In response, the priest confirms that those who went to the surface were sent there by Tamya. This answer brings hope, and she quickly asks if they can also go to the surface. Consequently, the priest replies that if the desire is true, Tamya will grant that wish. This fills her with joy, and she turns to Lord Hwita, calling out with excitement. In response, he agrees, saying that they will go together, and expresses a quiet wish to finally see the blue sky she once spoke about. Because of this, happiness fills her heart, and she begins to imagine a future where they return to their families, free from Hyo Jo, and live together in peace. However, just as this joy grows, the moment shifts suddenly. The priest reaches out and grabs him, focusing on him alone and questions if he truly intends to go as well. Lord Hwita stands firm and confirms his choice, making it clear that he will go to the surface with Yeonwoo. However, instead of support, the priest responds with a cold smile, calling him foolish and greedy, and warns that one day ruin will come because of that greed. This causes anger to rise at once, and he questions what ruin and greed even mean, especially when such words are spoken so carelessly. In response, the priest does not soften, but instead turns the question back, challenging why he even thinks he can go to the surface. As a result, tension builds, and the answer comes in a sharp tone, saying that he should know the reason better than anyone else and calling him shameless. At that moment, realization begins to form, and he understands that it is because he is the god of death. Consequently, the truth becomes clear, since if he leaves the underworld, there will be no one left to protect it from the lost souls. Because of this, the priest reminds him that the fate given by Tamya cannot be defied, and if he truly understands, he should never return with the same request. This leaves him silent for a brief moment, yet instead of backing down, he slowly forms a faint smile, as if choosing to face the matter head-on. He questions why it has to be him, wondering if becoming the god of death is truly a punishment, and if so, why he deserves it. Furthermore, he refuses to accept a fate decided by someone else without reason, making it clear that he will not blindly follow it. As a result, his resolve grows stronger, and he declares that he will decide his own fate, and the only fate he accepts is the one before him, as he holds Yeonwoo's hands tightly. Meanwhile, the priest watches this with interest and responds with a calm yet knowing tone, questioning if that choice was truly made on his own. In addition, he points out that something is missing, suggesting he does not remember anything at all. This statement creates confusion and curiosity, and the priest begins to laugh softly, as if he has uncovered something hidden. He then offers to reveal the truth, asking if he wants to know why he became the god of death. Moreover, he explains that the lost memory may be tied to an attempt to escape from a pain so deep that it felt suffocating. Because of this, the moment grows heavy, and the past begins to feel closer, even if it is still unclear. However, the priest does not dwell on it for long, and instead moves forward, saying that it does not matter in the end. Just then, he reaches out, extending his hand toward him, and signals him to step forward. As a result, the air grows tense, and a challenge is set without hesitation. The meaning becomes clear as he urges him to see if he can endure what is about to come. Suddenly, Lord Hwita collapses, and because of that, Yeonwoo cries out his name in panic. The moment feels sudden and confusing, and she quickly turns to the priest, demanding to know what is happening and what has been done to him. In response, the priest remains calm and explains that there is no need to worry, since he is only dreaming, although it is a very long dream. However, this answer does not ease her fear, and she immediately questions if he will wake up soon if it is truly just a dream. In contrast, the priest gives an uncertain reply, saying that it depends entirely on his will and that he could wake up soon or may never wake up again. This statement hits hard, and panic rises even more, causing her to cry out in distress as she wonders what she is supposed to do. Meanwhile, the bells in the building continue to ring without stopping, adding to the tension. Just then, she hears a familiar name, and as a result, she turns quickly and sees Soho. This surprises her, and he approaches with concern, asking what happened to Lord Hwita. In response, she explains that he has fallen into a dream, as the priest told her. Furthermore, he checks on her condition, making sure she is not hurt, and she assures him that she is fine. However, as she begins to question why he is there, she suddenly notices pain in his hand, which stops her mid-sentence. Because of this, he explains that he went to fetch her family and headed to her house, yet by the time he arrived, it was already too late. Hearing this, a terrible thought forms in her mind, and fear takes over. Consequently, he reveals the message from Lord Hyo Jo, explaining that if she does not come to him within 2 days, her family will be killed. This news lands heavily, and the danger becomes even more real. Meanwhile, in another moment, a different scene unfolds, and Lord Hwita appears in what feels like another world. As he rides on a horse, everything around him seems calm and bright, and people greet him warmly as he approaches. In addition, a lady welcomes him joyfully, saying it has been a long time since they last saw him, and she mentions that his merchant guild has been doing well and that he has been very busy. Furthermore, she expresses a wish to see him more often at the banquet, as everyone eagerly waits for his return. In response, he shows charm, taking her hand and apologizing for keeping such lovely ladies waiting. As a result, he gently kisses her hand and seeks forgiveness, which causes her to blush even more as she assures him that she's not angry. However, just when the moment feels light, something shifts, and another young lady leaving the place catches his attention. This sudden sight draws his focus, and he begins to feel that he recognizes her from somewhere. As a result, his thoughts pause, and at that same moment, her tag falls to the ground. Seeing this, he quickly excuses himself from the others and moves to pick it up. Without delay, he follows after her, trying to reach out as he calls to her, addressing her as his lady, while a strange sense of familiarity continues to grow within him. Serim quickly approaches Lord Hwita and speaks urgently, explaining that the item in his hand belongs to her lady, and that they did not even realize it was missing. As a result, she expresses deep thanks, relieved that it has been found. In response, he brushes it off with ease, saying it is nothing and not a big deal. However, before anything more can be said, she gently pushes the lady forward, urging them to leave at once. This sudden action causes confusion, and the lady questions why she is acting that way all of a sudden. Nevertheless, she insists that it is safer to head back, guiding her away without delay. Because of this, the moment ends quickly, and as they leave, he watches quietly and smiles, thinking of her as someone who passed by like a soft breeze. Meanwhile, in the next moment, he is seen outside, standing alone and looking up at the sky, still thinking about her. The thought lingers, and as a result, he calls out for Soho. Soon, Soho arrives and responds at once, ready to serve. In a calm tone, he suggests going out together for a while. As they step outside and move among the people, the same ladies approach again, greeting him warmly and wondering if he has come for their sake. However, he apologizes and explains that there is an urgent matter to attend to. This makes Soho curious, silently wondering what this urgent matter could be, yet he follows without asking further. They walk past the crowd, and time passes, yet the same pattern repeats as they return again on another day. Because of this, Soho begins to notice the strange habit, thinking to himself that it is happening once more. In the next moment, Lord Hwita sits alone, deep in thought, reflecting on how strange everything feels. He reasons that if she is truly from around the area, then there is no way he would not know her. Moreover, no matter how much he searches, there is not even a single trace of her, which only deepens his confusion. As a result, regret begins to form, and he realizes that he should have at least asked for her name that day. However, his thoughts shift, and he suddenly turns to Soho, giving him strict instructions about his training, pointing out that his strength is failing at the end and that he must keep his arms steady and breathe properly. He continues by stressing the need to maintain tension until the end, or else he will not be able to endure. Hearing this sudden change in tone, Soho grows suspicious and questions if something has been troubling him lately. In response, he reacts quickly, asking what he means and why such a question is being asked all of a sudden. Nevertheless, Soho explains that he has been acting differently, mentioning how he suddenly claims to have urgent matters that were never explained and then spends time outside without purpose. Furthermore, he points out that it is unusual for him to care so much about his training that he would give such detailed corrections. Because of this, Lord Hwita calls him by name, and when Soho responds, he speaks in a softer tone, reminding him that he cares deeply for him and that no one else follows his will as well as Soho does. As a result, he asks him to think carefully and poses a question. What would he do if he were ordered to find someone? In response, Soho simply says he would go to places where many people gather. However, he continues the question, asking what he would do if no matter how hard he searched, he found no trace of that person. Without hesitation, Soho answers again, saying he would go to places with even more people. Hearing this, Lord Hwita becomes slightly frustrated and remarks that he does not understand what is being said. He then dismisses the matter, calling himself foolish for asking and adding that Soho is hopeless when it comes to such things. However, just as he begins to move on, something clicks in his mind. The idea of going somewhere with more people suddenly makes sense in a different way. Because of this realization, he calls out again, and when Soho responds, he confirms that the suggestion might actually work. He repeats that he truly cares for him, yet his tone has changed as a new thought is forming. In response, Soho looks at him with concern and admits that he has been acting very strange these days, unable to fully understand what is going on in his mind. At Hyo Jo Castle, a grand dinner is laid out, and dancers move gracefully, filling the place with life. Meanwhile, as Lord Hwita approaches the castle, a lady comes out to meet him, surprised by his presence, since he has never been seen at the castle banquet before. In response, he offers a calm explanation, saying that something like this could be nice once in a while. However, inside the hall, Lord Hyo Jo sits on his throne in silence, showing no reaction at all. As a result, Hwita observes him closely and begins to think to himself, noticing that he carries a bored expression even while sitting in the most honored seat. Moreover, he reflects on how strange it is that even in such a place of comfort, he cannot enjoy any moment of rest and always appears uninterested, which makes him seem pitiful in a way. Later on, the scene shifts, and Lord Hwita is seen walking alone in the bush, lost in thought. He reflects on the effort he made to come all the way to the banquet, yet he has still not met her. Because of this, doubt begins to form, and he wonders if she simply does not like going outside or if this has become another fruitless trip. However, just then, something changes, and he suddenly sees her dancing and singing. This sight catches him off guard, and as a result, he quickly hides behind a tree to watch quietly. The moment feels unexpected, and he gathers himself before calling out softly. Yet, before anything can happen, he suddenly hears her name, Yeonwoo, and the voice comes from Lord Hyo Jo. Immediately, she runs toward him and embraces him, and he expresses that he has been searching only for her, questioning why she is there. In response, she explains that she does not feel comfortable in places like that and prefers to wait for him there. Seeing this scene unfold, Hwita feels deep disappointment, and without stepping forward, turns back quietly. As he leaves, he reflects on how close he came to making a grave mistake, feeling as though he nearly showed great disrespect toward both of them. Meanwhile, in the next moment, Lord Hwita walks through the street with Soho by his side, yet his mood has changed completely. He no longer laughs or greets people as he used to, and instead remains distant and silent. As a result, his thoughts become clear, and he firmly decides that it will not happen again. Just then, as they continue walking, two children run past, playing and accidentally bump into Yeonwoo. The sudden impact knocks her off balance and she is about to fall. However, before anything worse can happen, Hwita reacts quickly and reaches out, catching her in time. Looking at her face, Lord Hwita quickly asks if she is all right. In response, Yeonwoo thanks him and explains that she is fine and did not get hurt, though she is still not used to wearing long skirts. As a result, the moment feels calm for a brief time, but Serim suddenly becomes alarmed and calls out to her loudly, rushing in at once. Because of that, she quickly pulls Yeonwoo away from him and expresses her gratitude to him for helping her young lady. However, without staying long, she insists they must leave immediately and begins to guide her away. Meanwhile, Serim also speaks to Yeonwoo, urging her to give a proper thank you before leaving. Yet the situation becomes slightly tense, and Serim quickly apologizes, explaining that it only felt like it was getting very late, which is why they are leaving in such a hurry. Seeing all of this unfold, he simply smiles, watching them go without stopping them. In the next moment, the scene shifts back to Hyo Jo Castle, where Lord Hyo Jo speaks calmly, saying he has heard that she went to the marketplace today, and questioning if nothing bad happened. In response, the guard explains that she seemed to enjoy being outside and appeared very at ease, possibly because she had spent a long time outside before coming to the palace. Moreover, he adds that she even spoke well with other people she met there. Hearing this, Hyo Jo immediately becomes alert and asks who she spoke with. As a result, the guard explains that she met a passerby in the marketplace and interacted with them as she would with anyone. Furthermore, the guard mentions an incident in which someone caught Yeonwoo as she almost fell. This causes a reaction, and he sharply questions what is being said. In response, the guard clarifies that a man caught her before she fell, and that since no harm was done, there is no cause for concern. However, Hyo Jo narrows his focus and repeats the detail, questioning who this person was and what exactly happened. At that moment, suspicion begins to form, and the information becomes more important to him. Meanwhile, in the present, Lord Hwita is still asleep, unaware of what is happening around him. At the same time, Yeonwoo speaks to Soho with fear in her voice, explaining that if she does not go, her family will be killed one by one, just as Hyo Jo had warned. Because of this, she begins to panic, wondering what she should do next, especially since Lord Hwita is still unconscious and no one knows when he will wake up. Furthermore, she reflects on how careless she had been, thinking that receiving him gave her a false sense of safety. As a result, fear deepens, and she realizes that there is no way Hyo Jo would leave her family alone. In that moment, she attempts to act, but suddenly Lord Hwita reacts slightly, breaking the stillness. This surprises her, and she immediately calls his name, asking if he is awake. However, in response, the priest speaks, explaining that he is not truly awake because he chose to regain his memory on his own. Moreover, he adds that at this moment he is trapped in a dream of the past, and if anyone tries to forcibly pull him out, he may remain trapped forever, wandering endlessly within it. Shocked by the situation, Yeonwoo begins to think to herself that even at this very moment, Hyo Jo could change his mind and kill her family right away. Because of that fear, she feels trapped, and the thought of what happened before comes back strongly, making her cry as she quietly decides to go to the castle alone. In response, Soho immediately raises his voice, stopping her and saying she cannot go because it is far too dangerous. However, she does not step back, and instead, she explains that she already knows the danger. Yet if she does not go, Hyo Jo will kill her family, and it is only a matter of time before he finds their hiding place. Furthermore, she adds that if Lord Hwita is still asleep when that happens, they will all die. As a result, she concludes that she must go to Hyo Jo right now and try to buy as much time as possible until Lord Hwita wakes up. Seeing Soho's confusion, she tries to calm him, telling him not to worry and insisting that Hyo Jo would not kill her, at least for now. In addition, she asks him to take care of Lord Hwita until he wakes, leaving him with a heavy responsibility. Meanwhile, in Hyo Jo's custody, Yeonwoo's mother is brought in and forced forward. Hyo Jo looks at her and speaks coldly, saying he had high expectations but feels disappointed since she is nothing like Yeonwoo. In response, she calmly says she hears that often, without showing fear. Because of that, he sighs and comments that it is a shame, adding that if she had even slightly resembled her daughter, she might have lived a little longer. However, she does not break down and instead directly asks if he plans to kill her. He replies without hesitation that he probably should, especially if her daughter does not arrive by today. Hearing this, she shifts the conversation and questions where he would even get rid of a useful pawn like her, suggesting that it would be smarter to keep her alive if he truly wants Yeonwoo. Furthermore, she speaks about her daughter, saying that since childhood, she has been obedient and always listened well to her mother. She continues, explaining that she carried her for 10 months and raised her with her own body and blood, and therefore believes she knows her heart better than anyone. However, she ends on a note of doubt, questioning whether she can still call herself a mother if she cannot even control her own child. This statement surprises Hyo Jo, and for a moment he is taken aback. Just then, Yeonwoo bursts into the place, calling out loudly for him. As soon as she sees her mother on the ground, she rushes forward, shouting, "Mother!" and immediately embracing her tightly. With tears in her eyes, she apologizes repeatedly, saying she is sorry and that her mother must have been very scared. In addition, she tries to comfort her while holding her close. After that emotional moment, she turns sharply toward Hyo Jo and raises her voice, saying she came exactly as he wanted and demanding that he release her family. However, he responds with a calm smile and reminds her that the promise must be kept, even though she previously tried to deceive him and kill him. Furthermore, he adds that he is not foolish and will not fall for the same trick twice. As a result, he orders her to strip and remove everything she is wearing, making the situation suddenly far more dangerous and serious than before. Yeonwoo looks around in shock as the guards and maids quickly cover their faces with their clothes. Meanwhile, the tense air in the room grows heavier as she slowly comes to understand what is being demanded. Then she speaks carefully, asking if the meaning is truly that she must remove her clothes here. Hyo Jo confirms it without hesitation, saying that it is exactly so. As a result, she clenches her hands tightly, trying to hold herself together. Just then, her mother raises her voice in fear and anger, saying, "This cannot be done to an unmarried maiden." In addition, she pleads that the others should be sent away at the very least and begs for her daughter's honor to be protected. Hearing this, Yeonwoo quickly rushes back to her mother, trying to calm her down. However, the situation only becomes more painful as tension fills the space again. Then she slowly stands up and says she is fine before beginning to remove her clothes one by one. Before anyone can fully react, Hyo Jo suddenly notices movement from one of the guards. As a result, his expression hardens, and he draws his sword in an instant. The guard who is secretly watching is caught and immediately loses his life. After that, he calmly states that nothing more is needed at this time. Yet even so, Yeonwoo continues, despite the weight of the moment. In response, he removes his jacket and places it over her. Surprised by this action, she looks at him closely. He then speaks firmly, saying she should not undress so carelessly in front of a man, as it is not proper. Furthermore, he tells her to come with him, takes her hand, and leads her away, offering to show her the room where she will stay. Meanwhile, her mother watches this and smiles softly, clearly relieved and pleased by what she sees. The next scene, the setting shifts to a different room. People stand around as soldiers carry away corpses. As a result, murmurs spread through the crowd, repeating that yet another body has appeared and blaming the same woman again. Moreover, they question how many times this has already happened and whisper that Hyo Jo seems completely under a strange influence. In addition, some say they heard she met another man outside the estate and even claim they saw her in another man's arms. Meanwhile, Hwita moves through the crowd in disguise, listening carefully to every word being spoken. Because of what he hears, his thoughts grow darker and more focused. He thinks to himself, confused and concerned, wondering what could be behind all of this. Then, in the next scene, he speaks to Soho in a serious tone, asking for all invitations addressed to him, especially those connected to any banquet at the palace. In response, Soho immediately agrees and confirms that he understands the request. Hwita walks alone, thinking deeply to himself that he will go to the palace with one simple reason, just to see if she is all right. Furthermore, he keeps telling himself that he only wants to check on her. Nothing more. In the next moment, he arrives at the palace and moves through the area while still thinking that she is not showing herself again today. As a result, he tells himself that even knowing how she is doing feels like too much to ask. Meanwhile, as he walks further inside, he overhears people speaking in low voices. They say this place feels scary and suggest they should hurry through. Because of that, Hwita slows down and listens more closely. The group's owner asks why they feel that way, and immediately one of them replies that they have heard strange things. Moreover, they say people claim that a woman uses Hyo Jo to kill others. In addition, they mention that more than a few people have died just from speaking to her. They even add that someone who was supposed to be married in a few days also died. Hearing all of this, Hwita becomes disturbed and, in confusion, wonders what is truly going on here. Just then, his attention shifts as he notices Serim nearby. He recognizes her immediately and says she is the person from back then. Consequently, he quickly approaches her and politely asks for a moment of her time. He then asks if she remembers him. In response, she confirms that she does. Hwita feels relieved and says that it is good to hear. Furthermore, he explains that he approached her because he had a question. He asks if that young lady is doing all right, since many strange rumors are spreading. He also says he is worried and believes that the incident in which he caught her when she stumbled may have been twisted into something strange. In addition, he states that he simply wants to know if she is okay and also wishes to apologize for what happened. Serim listens carefully and then responds with concern. She explains that Hyo Jo is very possessive. Moreover, she warns that the more he shows interest in her, the more difficult things will become for her. Because of that, she advises him that if he truly cares, he should not approach her again. Hwita reacts with worry and asks if, at the very least, she can let him know how she is doing, since he only wants to be sure she is safe. Suddenly, a noise is heard nearby, breaking the moment. As a result, both of them turn toward the direction of the sound. Serim quickly calls out loudly, recognizing someone, and begins running forward while shouting for her lady and asking if she is all right. Meanwhile, Hwita stands completely still, unable to move, as shock takes over him at what is unfolding in front of him. Hwita is completely shocked by what unfolds before him. Suddenly, a woman rushes forward with a knife and tries to strike Yeonwoo. However, she quickly raises her hand and stops the blade with it, holding it back in a tense struggle. Meanwhile, Serim keeps shouting and running toward them, calling out to her lady in fear. Just then, 2 guards rush in and immediately restrain the attacking woman. In response, she struggles violently and keeps shouting for them to let go, repeating that they should release her. Moreover, she cries out that because of Yeonwoo, her fiancé is dead, and everyone in the underworld knows it. As a result, she accuses her of being the one who pushed Hyo Jo to kill those people. Serim reacts sharply, shouting back and asking what she is even talking about. The woman continues to struggle and then curses Yeonwoo loudly. Furthermore, she says that even if she dies, she will take her with her, and tears stream down her face as she speaks. Seeing this, Yeonwoo slowly bows her head. In a calm but painful voice, she apologizes, saying that because of her, the woman has lost someone precious. As she bows deeper, the woman looks shocked, as if she did not expect such a response. Then Yeonwoo speaks again, trying to steady her voice. She tells her not to give up her life, even if she feels everything is lost. Moreover, she admits she may not have the right to say such words, but still she believes the woman's beloved would not want her to live in hatred. Because of that, she urges her to keep living, even if it feels strange or difficult. As a result, the woman breaks down further and cries even more. After that, Yeonwoo turns to one of the guards and orders that the woman be escorted safely outside the castle wall and that they should ask her about what happened today. However, the guard quickly interrupts and assures her that nothing will reach Hyo Jo's ears. In response, she simply thanks him. Meanwhile, the soldiers carefully escort the woman out of the castle. Serim runs closer again, calling out to her lady and noticing that she is still bleeding heavily from the injury on her hand. Because of that, she cries out in worry. Yet Yeonwoo only smiles softly and says it is fine, explaining that a little medicine will heal it quickly. However, Serim cries even more and says that even if the wound can heal, her heart is another matter. Furthermore, she insists that Yeonwoo did nothing wrong and should not have to suffer like this. She becomes angry and emotional, unable to hold back her tears. In response, Yeonwoo gently smiles and explains that sometimes people need someone to blame in order to survive alone. Moreover, she says that if that is the price for survival, she can accept it, and that just having Serim by her side is enough. Hearing this, the maid cries harder and says she will gladly stay by her side no matter what, just asking her not to get hurt anymore. As a result, Yeonwoo thanks her softly. Meanwhile, Hwita watches everything from a distance. Slowly, he turns away and begins to leave without saying a word. As he walks, he thinks to himself that she is stronger than he expected, and furthermore admits that he truly knew nothing about her at all. Back in the present, Hyo Jo walks with Yeonwoo through the garden, moving slowly as he speaks. He tells her that this is his favorite place in the castle, and that he wanted to walk here with her. Meanwhile, she listens in silence and thinks to herself that he has always liked this place, even before, yet it does not really suit her at all. Furthermore, he reaches out, plucks a flower and places it in front of her, telling her to take it because it is his favorite flower. She stays still for a moment, and in that silence, she remembers her former self smiling at moments like this. However, now she only stares at him without any response. Then he speaks again, asking why she is just standing there and telling her to hurry and take it. Because of that, she slowly stretches out her hand and gently takes the flower. As soon as she collects it, he smiles, turns away, and says he now feels hungry, suggesting they return inside. In the next scene, both of them are eating in the dining area. Yeonwoo looks at him and asks if he is not going to eat, reminding him that he said he was hungry. In response, he smiles and says he did say that, but watching her eat is enough for him. He will eat later after watching her a little longer. As a result, she suddenly drops her chopsticks and looks at him in shock, asking what he is trying to do and what he wants from her. However, he calmly replies that he does not want anything in particular and simply enjoys spending time like this. During this, she thinks to herself that he is a crazy bastard. Just then, he continues speaking, asking whether she is disappointed that he is not doing anything or is still waiting for Hwita. Moreover, he stands up and says it has been days since she arrived, yet he has still not spoken to her. Furthermore, he reminds her that she said she left him to protect her people, but questions if it is actually the other way around, suggesting that maybe he abandoned her instead. Because of that, he suddenly grabs her and drags her while telling her to come with him. Meanwhile, she thinks about where he is taking her and why he looks so excited. Then he brings her into a room and tells her to greet the person there, calling her name. As a result, she looks surprised and confused. He immediately adds that this is his mother. Hyo Jo tells Yeonwoo to offer a greeting, and she stands still for a moment, looking around in confusion. Meanwhile, she quietly thinks to herself that she does not know who that woman is. Just then, he speaks again and explains that the woman is his mother. As a result, she is slightly surprised as she takes in what she is hearing. Furthermore, she slowly approaches the portrait, studying it carefully. Then she remembers what he once said to her about her resembling his mother. Because of that, she asks if he still thinks the same thing. In response, he smiles and says that he did say that before, then asks what she thinks now. Yeonwoo replies that the woman does not resemble her at all. However, in her mind, she thinks angrily that the comparison is foolish and makes no sense. Hyo Jo then responds again, focusing on the eyes, and says they are the same as his mother's right before she passed away. At that moment, a flash of memory appears in his mind, showing the day she died, when she spoke to him and told him to always remember what his mother says. Returning to the present, he continues speaking, saying she looked at him with those same eyes and that she resembles her from that day. Meanwhile, Yeonwoo watches his expression and then suddenly asks what he is laughing at. As a result, he speaks in a calmer but unsettling tone and tells her that she should understand they are not so different. Moreover, he says that both of them have been abandoned by the people they loved, and because of that, they need each other. Suddenly, he pulls her closer, attempting to kiss her. In response, she quickly turns her face away, causing him to kiss her cheek instead. She reacts with anger, holding her face as if she has been struck, while he only smiles and reminds her that the only person who will love her forever is him. In the next moment, the scene shifts into Hwita's dream. Yeonwoo stands at the palace gate and sees the dead body of a maid who tried to attack her, now hanging. Serim shouts in shock, while Yeonwoo remembers the situation and thinks to herself that the woman came saying her husband had died. Meanwhile, Serim quickly tries to block her view, telling her not to look and to go into her room. Just then, a guard grabs Serim's hand, causing her to ask what is happening. The guard then informs her that she has been reassigned to Hyo Jo's palace and must move immediately. She reacts in shock, questioning what is going on, while he insists she must go. As a result, she struggles and shouts for him to let go, but he raises his voice and asks if she is disobeying Hyo Jo's command. Because of that, she begins to cry as she is forced away. On the other hand, Yeonwoo tries to speak, but two maids quickly rush in and grab her, stopping her from following any further. As a result, a soldier carries the Serim on his shoulder and leaves the place without delay. Meanwhile, outside the palace walls, Hwita stands among a crowd of people who look troubled and uneasy. Furthermore, as he takes in the sight, his thoughts grow heavy, and he wonders, deep inside, what is truly going on. In addition, he looks up and says that too many people are dying because of one woman from the surface, and the situation feels truly frightening. Just then, voices rise around him as people begin to talk, saying the king of the underworld has lost his mind. Hwita, however, looks up again and focuses on something else. In response, he thinks to himself that he recognizes a face, the same one he saw before, and realizes it must be the person who once attacked Yeonwoo. Because of that, confusion builds in his mind as he questions how everything has reached this point. Moreover, the voices around him grow louder, with people saying that the woman must die for everything to end, and that, if this continues, the underworld will fall into ruin. Meanwhile, Hwita notices another figure. He senses a lady covering her face and walking alone, so he quietly follows her. Eventually, it becomes clear that she is the Serim. She reaches a place, opens a door, and steps inside. However, just as Hwita tries to follow her in, a sword is suddenly pressed to his neck, halting him and leaving the situation tense and uncertain. The man holding the sword points it firmly at Hwita and demands to know who he is. In response, he quickly lowers his guard and apologizes, explaining in a simple way that he only saw someone he knew and followed her without any bad intentions. However, the man becomes more aggressive, shouting at him, refusing to believe the words, and pressing the sword even closer to his neck while asking again who sent him, making the situation even more tense. Just then, before anything can escalate further, the Serim steps in and tells the man to stop. Moreover, she asks him to let Hwita go, and as a result, she removes her face covering, revealing that she knows the person standing before her. The tension drops slightly, and in the next moment, the situation shifts as she and Hwita are left alone. In response to her question about why he followed her, he explains that he did everything she asked of him, and because she told him never to return to the estate, he stayed away. Furthermore, because she told him not to care, he tried his best to obey, but he still needs answers, especially about whether Yeonwoo is with her. The Serim looks troubled and replies honestly that she does not really know how Yeonwoo is doing. In addition to that, she explains that she was forced out and technically ran away because Hyo Jo tried to kill her. Because of this, she says Hyo Jo is now trying to completely isolate Yeonwoo by removing anyone close to her, and casting her out was only the beginning. Furthermore, she fears that their family will likely be next. In this dangerous situation, she adds that she cannot even imagine how Yeonwoo, with her kind heart, is managing to survive all of this. Hearing all of this, Hwita takes a deep breath and decides, in response, that he will lend his strength as well. However, Serim looks surprised and asks why he would go to such lengths for Yeonwoo, especially after everything that has happened before. In turn, he admits that he is not fully sure himself, but he only wants to see her smile one more time, and he asks if that is not enough. After hearing this, she agrees to take him there and tells him to follow her. Meanwhile, the situation shifts again as a minister speaks to everyone gathered, expressing gratitude for standing together even though it must have been a difficult choice. He emphasizes that this had to be done no matter what, and as a result, he declares that today they will kill Hyo Jo, setting the stage for what is about to unfold. Just then, one of the guards rushes in and announces that the minister must hear something urgent, stating that the woman is dead, Hyo Jo's concubine. As a result, everyone present is shocked and afraid, with tension rising everywhere. Furthermore, the soldier continues to report that, because of this, the castle has fallen into complete chaos, and urges them to seize this chance without delay. Meanwhile, the Serim begins to feel dizzy from fear, calling out in confusion before finally collapsing and fainting on the spot. The minister reacts immediately, questioning why it happened so suddenly, but then he declares that heaven is on their side. Consequently, he orders all forces to gather at once and commands them to march on the castle immediately. In response, the others agree loudly, repeating that they understand and will move out. Just then, the scene changes to a place filled with fire and fighting, where people are shouting that Hyo Jo must be found and killed because this is the only chance. Moreover, they encourage each other not to back down under any condition, pushing forward into chaos. Meanwhile, Hwita stands in the middle of everything, lost and overwhelmed. As he looks around, he thinks deeply about Yeonwoo, calling her my lady in his mind. Furthermore, he draws his sword to defend himself and shouts loudly, asking where Hyo Jo is while his anger rises more and more. Because of that emotion, he pushes forward through the chaos, thinking that he has come to save Yeonwoo and hoping she is still alive. However, just then, a sudden attack changes everything, as a sword is pierced through his back into his heart. The soldier responsible speaks coldly, saying, "This ends now." Yet, in response, Hwita gathers his remaining strength and kills the soldier despite the injury, with the sword still lodged in his body. Even so, he continues moving forward, repeatedly asking where Hyo Jo is, refusing to stop. Moreover, as he enters deeper into the castle, he finally sees Hyo Jo and Yeonwoo together in a kiss. At first, he smiles with relief, thinking his lady is alive. But that relief quickly turns into shock when he realizes what is happening. Because of what he sees, his expression changes completely. In response, he grips his sword tightly and shouts at Hyo Jo to get his filthy hands off her immediately, with strong anger filling his voice. Meanwhile, the situation remains tense as everything he believed is suddenly tested. Just as Hwita moves to strike, Hyo Jo reacts quickly, drawing his sword and blocking the attack. Furthermore, in that tense moment, he questions who the intruder is and orders him to stay out of the matter. In response, he tries to attack once more, but Hwita slips past him without hesitation and goes straight to Yeonwoo. Meanwhile, the focus shifts as he kneels beside her and calls her his lady, asking if she is all right, but there is no response. Because of that silence, he places his hand near her nose to check her breathing, and as a result, he realizes she is still alive. He lets out a shaky breath, and tears fall down his face. At the same time, he thinks to himself that everything is his fault, believing that if he had not held on to her, if he had not gone searching for her, or even if he had never met her that day, things would not have reached this point. However, just then, Hyo Jo attempts to strike him from behind. In response, he reacts quickly and blocks the attack. Immediately after, Hyo Jo becomes furious and questions how he dares to touch his woman, declaring that he will tear him apart right there. However, Hwita responds with calm determination, saying it is exactly what he wants. And at that moment, he begins to transform into a wolf. Moreover, he shouts Hyo Jo's name and fully changes into a wolf form before charging at him with great force. Nevertheless, the fight does not go in his favor. Despite his strength, he is no match for Hyo Jo and is ultimately defeated. As a result, he transforms back into his human form, covered in blood and weakened. Hyo Jo then looks at him and demands to know his relationship with Yeonwoo. In response, Hwita smiles weakly and questions whether he even needs to answer that. Because of that reply, Hyo Jo concludes he already understands and orders him to be killed completely. As his life slowly fades, he continues repeating Yeonwoo's name, thinking only of her smiling face and how he wanted to see it again. Just then, he hears a mysterious voice speaking to him, reminding him that this was his true wish. Furthermore, the voice explains that fate is already set, and even if time were turned back, changing destiny would be nearly impossible. In addition to that, it warns that in exchange for granting his wish, he will lose all memory of what he holds most dear. In response, he asks what this means. However, the voice continues, stating that it has seen him again and asks if he still wants his wish granted. At that moment, he thinks deeply. As a result, he decides that if he can just see her again, then he is willing to defy fate and destiny itself, no matter the cost. The voice responds in a calm tone, saying very well, and just then a touch lands on Hwita's head. As a result, he feels a strange shift in his body and mind. Then, the voice declares that a chance will be granted. In the next moment, everything changes, and he finds himself back at the point where he first sees Yeonwoo. Furthermore, the scene feels familiar, as if time has been pulled back to the beginning. Meanwhile, the ladies around him notice his strange behavior and ask why he is acting that way all of a sudden. In response, he simply smiles and says it is nothing. After that, he turns to Soho and tells him it is time to leave. They begin to take their leave, but as they do, he turns back for a moment, almost as if he is waiting for someone. Because of that, he stands there briefly, thinking something feels off, although he cannot explain what it is. Later that night, he lies down outside just like before. Furthermore, as he stares into the quiet night, he begins to think that he has forgotten something important, something very crucial. As a result, the feeling grows stronger and he repeats to himself that it feels like something is missing. Suddenly, his memory sharpens and he recalls her name clearly, Yeonwoo. In response, he becomes certain that everything he has done is for her. Moreover, he understands that because of the wish he made, she is the reason behind it all. and he calls her my lady in his thoughts. Just as he tries harder to remember, everything shifts again, and he enters another realm. Meanwhile, a voice speaks to him, saying that it is the one who remembers everything. In addition to that, the voice explains that she had to suffer a terrible life not once, but twice, and it was all because of him. Because of this truth, the voice tells him that this is why he was advised to give up on Yeonwoo. As a result, he is asked if he understands now that the only way to make up for everything is to kill Hyo Jo and send his soul back to the living world. Furthermore, the weight of these words presses on him, but in response, Hwita agrees without hesitation. He says he will give her hope, accepting the task placed before him. Hwita suddenly feels the wind around him, and in that strange moment, he speaks in his mind that starting from now, this power belongs to Yeonwoo, because they were once one and the same. Just then, his eyes open wide, filled with tears, and he wakes up from the dream in shock. Furthermore, the scene shifts to Yeonwoo, who is washing her face while sitting in front of a mirror, trying to steady herself. Suddenly, the door opens in haste, and Seolhong rushes in with clear worry. Seolhong quickly looks at her and asks if she is safe, then demands to know what has happened, why she is alone, where Hwita is, and what the two of them have been doing all this time. In response, Yeonwoo lowers her head and apologizes for disappearing without a word, explaining that she was trying to find another way, but Hwita suddenly became unable to move, so she had no choice but to come alone. Consequently, Seolhong reacts with concern and asks what happened to him, while Yeonwoo struggles and says she cannot explain, even though she is sorry. Moreover, Seolhong becomes more suspicious and asks if it is something she cannot speak about, adding that it is clear both of them are in some kind of trouble, so she insists on knowing where Hwita is because she wants to go and rescue him herself. Hearing this, Yeonwoo looks surprised and says she does not even know where Hwita is right now. However, Seolhong refuses to believe it and questions how she can expect her to accept such an answer. Yeonwoo then repeats that it is true, explaining that by now the royal guard should have already taken the fallen Hwita somewhere safe, and that she separated from him before that happened. As a result, Seolhong responds sharply, asking if she is saying she plans to just wait for a lover whose location is unknown, and then adds that if any news comes, she should be informed. After saying this, she turns and leaves. Meanwhile, Yeonwoo stands still, lost in thought, wondering if she has made a mistake and if she should have told everything. Yet she then remembers what the priest said earlier, that he is currently reliving a past dream by his own choice, and that if they force him awake, he could become trapped in that dream forever. Because of that memory, she becomes more careful and thinks that Hwita's safety is at risk, so she must act wisely and not rush. Soon after, Yeonwoo sits alone, deep in heavy thoughts, trying to make sense of everything. Just then, her name is called softly, Yeonwoo, and she quickly turns around. Furthermore, she sees her mother standing there. As a result, she rushes forward and hugs her tightly, asking how she got there and what has happened to Seowoo and their father. In response, her mother calmly replies that both of them are safe and doing well. However, she adds something even more shocking, saying that Lord Hyo Jo is the one looking after them. Hearing this, Yeonwoo becomes more scared and confused, and she immediately asks what that means, reminding her mother that the one speaking about is the same person who dragged them all here and almost caused their death. Meanwhile, her mother suddenly interrupts her, telling her to get a grip. She reminds her that while they were being dragged here, where was that so-called support of hers the whole time? In response, Yeonwoo explains that Hwita is in a situation that prevents him from coming right now, and that if they just wait a little longer, everything will be fine. However, her mother raises her voice and says it has already been days since they arrived, and he should have come no matter what before they suffered all of this. As if that is not enough, she questions what will happen if he has abandoned her and run away. Because of that question, Yeonwoo immediately responds with strong confidence that such a thing will never happen, and she pleads for her mother to trust her just once. Hearing this, her mother takes a deep breath and speaks with worry, calling her a naive daughter and saying she is deeply worried about her. Moreover, her mother suddenly suggests something unexpected. She tells Yeonwoo to go to Lord Hyo Jo's bedroom that night. Shocked, Yeonwoo immediately asks what she means. In response, her mother quickly explains that it is not what she is thinking. She says that in the underworld, when nobles sleep, someone always stands by their side to serve them, and what she is suggesting is only that she should stand beside him and nothing more. Furthermore, she insists that Lord Hyo Jo is already very fond of her and will not do anything wrong to her. In addition, she says he is the most powerful person in that place, and then adds that Yeonwoo is still young and thinks love is everything, but in reality, power and influence matter more in the end. As a result of hearing all this, Yeonwoo becomes deeply shocked and struggles to understand her mother's words, especially when she feels like her aunt is being dragged into this way of thinking. Just then, her mother calls out to her again, repeating her name while Yeonwoo, shaken and frustrated, finally speaks up, telling her to get a hold of herself. Her mother tries to gently adjust her hand in pain, but Yeonwoo does not accept any comfort and refuses to listen. As a result, her emotions burst out, and she suddenly says that her mother has ruined her today, raising her voice in anger. Furthermore, she continues shouting that there is no point in Hyo Jo giving her nice things, because she does not need them and never wanted them in the first place. In addition, she complains that the dress was forced on her, that every choice was made for her without her consent, and that she hates the accessories, this life, and even the castle itself, saying she never wants to come back to this place again. Moreover, Yeonwoo's anger grows stronger as she brings up the past, saying her mother saw everything that day, how Hyo Jo treated her, what she had to endure, and how she felt through it all. Because of that memory, she questions what kind of mother would send her own daughter to someone like him, calling him a bastard in frustration. Meanwhile, her mother slowly walks out gently, trying to calm her, and asks her to look at her. She explains softly that there is a misunderstanding between them, and although she agrees that Hyo Jo is not a good person, what matters most to her is Yeonwoo's safety. In response, she adds that all she wanted was for her daughter to live safely by the side of the strongest man, even if it meant enduring something difficult. However, Yeonwoo cannot accept those words. She immediately pushes her mother's hands away from her face and firmly says not to claim it was for her, because she never wished for anything like that. At the same time, she remembers Hwita's words in her mind, that if he truly thought of her, he would go anywhere with her if that was what she wanted, which makes her emotions even heavier. Consequently, she closes her eyes tightly and tells her mother not to speak about enduring or forcing herself to survive like that, and instead tells her to go home for today. As a result, Yeonwoo's mother quietly steps outside, and Yeonwoo locks the door behind her. Finally, she stands still, takes a deep breath, and frowns, holding in all the pain she feels inside. Later that night, Soho is shocked to see Hwita finally awake. He quickly steps closer and asks if his body is feeling any better, clearly worried. In response, Hwita immediately asks where Yeonwoo is, his voice tense with urgency. Furthermore, Soho takes a deep breath and begins to explain everything Yeonwoo has been doing. Both of them remain inside the room while Hwita listens closely, taking in every word without interrupting. As the explanation continues, Soho tells him that Yeonwoo is currently at Hyo Jo's castle. Hearing this, Hwita lowers his head in anger and frustration, and he reacts strongly, questioning how she could make such a decision even while he was unconscious. Moreover, he turns his anger towards Soho as well, asking how he could send Yeonwoo there alone. In response, Soho quickly apologizes, explaining that Yeonwoo went willingly because she believed in Hwita and trusted that he would wake up. Because of that belief, she decided to wait at the castle and even asked Soho to remain by Hwita's side until he recovered. Consequently, Soho urges Hwita to make a decision. After hearing all this, Hwita finally relaxes slightly, then firmly orders that the soldiers be assembled. Meanwhile, soldiers gather quickly, and Hwita is seen mounted on a horse as they move toward the castle. However, on the way, they unexpectedly meet Seolhong. She greets him, saying it has been a while, and Hwita immediately asks how she is feeling and how she managed to arrive there. In response, Seolhong explains that Hyo Jo has placed ambushes all around the castle, all designed to kill Hwita. Furthermore, she reveals that even if he goes to rescue Yeonwoo, those traps are meant to prevent him from ever reaching her. Because of that, she secretly replaced those ambushes with her own people. Hwita thanks her sincerely, saying he will never forget this help. However, Seolhong warns him that even so, going forward like this could still lead to his death. She explains that she only replaced a few gate soldiers, and reminds him that many of Hyo Jo's soldiers are still hidden and waiting to kill him. As a result, she questions whether he truly believes a small number of private soldiers can protect him. Hwita remains silent for a moment, not responding. Then Seolhong bows her head and suggests an alliance, saying she has also been searching for someone to help bring down Hyo Jo, and that together they might have a chance. Nevertheless, Hwita asks directly what she wants in return, refusing to believe the offer is without reason. In response, Seolhong calmly reveals her demand. After Hyo Jo's death, she wants Hwita to become the next king and wishes to become the kingdom's queen, asking him to marry her as a condition. In a flashback, Yeonwoo is seen on the Earth's surface with her father, and both of them are softly singing a poem called White Snowflake. Moreover, on a cold night where the wind feels sharp and heavy, they find themselves lost together. Furthermore, as the night grows deeper, white snowflakes slowly fall and gently cover them like a soft blanket. And so, the two of them eventually fall asleep under the quiet snow, wrapped in silence and cold peace. Back to the present, Yeonwoo suddenly hears her name being called. Yeonwoo, it is time to wake up. As a result, she slowly opens her eyes and sits up, realizing that what she just experienced was only a dream. The maid is the one who calls her. Meanwhile, the maid steps closer and informs her that she will help her get ready for a banquet. Yeonwoo holds her head in slight pain and questions if she truly has to go, adding that it does not matter if she is not present. In response, the maid bows respectfully and insists that she must go because it is a palace command from His Highness. After hearing this, Yeonwoo reluctantly agrees, saying, all right. Furthermore, as she begins to dress, the maid looks at her and asks if there is any jewelry she would like to wear, especially since her fair skin would suit anything beautifully. However, Yeonwoo calmly replies that anything is fine. At that moment, the maid suggests something more, but Yeonwoo suddenly interrupts her and says that she would rather not wear anything at all. She adds that she does not like any of it and wants to remain as comfortable as possible. Meanwhile, she thinks to herself that she does not want to dress up for Hyo Jo either. Just then, Hyo Jo walks into the room and immediately asks why she looks so down, reminding her that the banquet is meant for her and that the guest of honor should enjoy it. In response, Yeonwoo asks if it is truly a banquet for her. He smiles and confirms it, explaining that she has looked gloomy lately, so he prepared it especially for her. As if that is not enough, he gently picks up a red rose and places it on her head, then looks at her with a satisfied smile and says that red suits her well. A large crowd of nobles gathers inside the banquet hall, and the whole place is filled with mixed feelings of shock and tension. Furthermore, people whisper among themselves, trying to understand what is going on, while a few turn toward Seolhong and ask why she is not with His Highness Hyo Jo and why she is there instead. However, before she can respond properly, the gatekeeper suddenly announces that His Highness Hyo Jo is entering. As a result, the entire hall becomes completely silent, and everyone freezes in place, waiting with fear and curiosity. Just then, Hyo Jo enters with a strong and serious look, dragging Yeonwoo beside him. She tries to call out, struggling and pleading for him to let go, but he does not respond. Instead, he speaks calmly, saying it is fine, and then adds that he has invited her family to the banquet today. Yeonwoo is shocked immediately, her eyes widening in disbelief. He turns again and repeats that it is indeed her family, explaining that he thought she would want to know how they are doing inside the palace. Consequently, seeing them appear happy makes her stomach turn, and she thinks to herself that she has been holding herself together until this moment. But now it feels unbearable to stand beside him again. In the next scene, Yeonwoo and Hyo Jo are seated on a throne as the center of attention, while murmurs spread quickly through the crowd. People begin asking whether she is not Lord Hwita's fiancé, and if so, why she is now sitting beside His Highness Hyo Jo. Just then, a man steps forward with courage and speaks respectfully before the ruler, saying it is not proper for two queens to exist in the palace, and questioning her place as someone connected to Hwita. He pleads earnestly for understanding, but before he can finish his words, Hyo Jo suddenly interrupts him with anger. Without hesitation, he draws his sword and strikes the man down, declaring that anyone who betrays the duty between king and subject will not be spared. The man falls, and silence returns in an instant. After that, Hyo Jo breathes out deeply, then turns back to Yeonwoo and orders her to come with him, dragging her away once again despite her attempts to resist. She asks where he is taking her, but he ignores her completely. As they move, he speaks coldly, saying that since people claim she belongs to Hwita, he will cut off the tongues of anyone who repeats such words. Moreover, he says that there is an easier way now, and that he will simply create proof for everyone to see that she belongs to him. Hearing this, she becomes terrified and thinks to herself that it cannot be true, especially as she imagines a hot iron being brought closer to her body. As a result, she quickly pulls her hands away and shouts for him not to come near her, refusing desperately. However, the guards immediately grab her and hold her still despite her struggle. Meanwhile, Hyo Jo calmly orders the iron brought closer, saying the pain will only last a moment and asking where it should be placed first. Seolhong, watching this helplessly, breaks down in tears and begs to be released, but she is also restrained and cannot move. Furthermore, Hyo Jo smiles and decides the heart will be the first place, showing no mercy as the hot iron is brought closer and closer to Yeonwoo, leaving her in shock and fear as the moment approaches with no escape. Just as Hyo Jo is about to press the hot iron onto her chest, everything suddenly changes. An arrow flies in at high speed and knocks the iron away, and at the same time it pierces through his palm. As a result, he stops in shock and looks up, angry, asking what is happening. Furthermore, more arrows follow quickly, filling the air, and because of that, his guards begin falling one after another, unable to defend themselves. In the middle of the confusion, the gatekeeper rushes in and announces that the Black Wolf is advancing with his troop. Hearing this, Yeonwoo thinks to herself that it must be Lord Hwita, and her heart tightens with hope and fear at the same time. Meanwhile, Hyo Jo forces a smile and suddenly grabs her again, ordering her to follow him. However, she reacts quickly and bites his hand hard enough for blood to come out. Because of that, he immediately pulls his hand back and then grabs her by the hair, making her cry out in pain and beg him to let go of her. In response, Hyo Jo looks at her with a cold, stern expression, saying he is not in a good mood and only wants her to come quietly. Yet Yeonwoo, filled with desperation, shouts out for Hwita. Just then, he quickly covers her mouth to silence her and prevents her from calling out again. Furthermore, he gives a sharp order to his soldiers to kill anyone who enters the palace, showing no mercy at all. He lifts her up and carries her while continuing to command them to leave no one alive. One of the soldiers hesitates and speaks up, saying there are far too many enemies coming in. However, this does not change anything, as Hyo Jo remains focused on escaping with her in his grip. Meanwhile, outside the palace, chaos spreads as the attack continues, and the advancing forces push forward without stopping. Yeonwoo struggles in his hold, still unable to see clearly what is happening around her, but she continues to think about Hwita and hopes he is safe. Furthermore, Hyo Jo moves quickly through the confusion, ignoring everything else and holding on to her tightly as if refusing to let her go under any condition. Because of the ongoing battle, the entire palace area becomes unstable, with fighting breaking out everywhere and guards falling back under pressure. As a result, the situation turns into complete disorder, with no clear control on either side, while Yeonwoo remains trapped in his arms, calling out in her mind for the one person she believes is coming for her. Just as the soldier finishes speaking, everything changes in an instant. Without warning, Hwita swings his sword and cuts the soldier down right in front of Hyo Jo and Yeonwoo. As a result, the battlefield falls into shock, and silence breaks for only a moment. Meanwhile, Yeonwoo quickly pushes away Hyo Jo's hand that is covering her mouth and calls out to Hwita with relief and urgency. In response, Hyo Jo lets out a laugh and says that this is how it ends, admitting it is his fault. Furthermore, he adds that on that day, instead of taking the envoy's power, he should have crushed Hwita completely so he could never return again. Just then, without hesitation, he charges forward and pulls Yeonwoo out of Hwita's grip. Seeing this, Hyo Jo speaks again, realizing that the real goal was not him after all. However, Hwita draws his sword toward him and orders Yeonwoo to run immediately. Although she tries to speak, he interrupts her, telling her that if she escapes outside, Seol-hong will be waiting, and she must reach safety first. As the tension rises, Hyo Jo charges again and asks what they think they are doing, saying he will catch up to them soon. In the middle of this chaos, Hwita keeps Yeonwoo close while continuing to face the enemy in a serious fight. Furthermore, as the battle continues, Hwita suddenly recalls his first death, and this memory strengthens his resolve. Just as Hyo Jo prepares to strike in the same way as before, Yeonwoo suddenly steps in and stabs him in the eyes, stopping his attack. Because of that, Hyo Jo shouts in pain and anger, unable to see clearly. Immediately, she and Hwita take the chance to escape, running without delay. In response, he transforms into a wolf and carries her on his back while they flee. Meanwhile, she tells him the quickest way to go, guiding their escape through the chaos. As they continue running, she leans close and sniffs his body, saying she misses him, though he remains silent and focused. Without turning away, he glances back at Hyo Jo. On the other side, Hyo Jo speaks with confidence, saying, as expected, she is bold, but questions whether a wolf can truly defeat him. In response, Hwita returns to human form and tells Yeonwoo to quickly go to safety. Then, he draws his sword and attacks Hyo Jo directly, but on the first strike, his sword breaks, giving Hyo Jo an opening. As a result, Hyo Jo takes advantage of the moment and prepares his next attack. Meanwhile, Yeonwoo sees that Hwita is losing the fight and calls out his name in panic. However, before she can react further, Hyo Jo jumps in to deliver a killing blow. Because of that, she quickly steps in front of Hwita without hesitation and takes the strike meant for him. Lord Hwita immediately screams out for Lady Yeonwoo, expecting the worst after the attack. However, as the chaos slowly settles, everyone realizes that she is completely unharmed. Instead, Lord Hyo Jo is the one being pierced from behind by a sword. As a result, shock spreads across the battlefield, and everyone quickly turns to see who could have done such a thing. To their surprise, it is Lord Hwita standing there with the sword in his hand. Groaning heavily in pain, Lord Hyo Jo glares at him with fury and calls him a bastard. At the same time, Lord Hwita quickly realizes this is the perfect opportunity and shouts for everyone to fire immediately. Because of that command, the battle grows even more violent. Meanwhile, Lord Hwita rushes forward again, hoping to finish the fight by striking Lord Hyo Jo once more with his sword. However, before the attack can land properly, he blocks the blade with his bare hand, though the sword cuts deeply into his arm and leaves him badly injured. As he groans in anger and pain, he lifts his eyes and notices Seol-hung commanding the army from a distance. The sight alone fills him with rage, and he begins shouting that all of them must think he is a joke. Furthermore, his anger grows beyond control, and suddenly he starts transforming into a massive bear. As the transformation completes, Lord Hyo Jo, now fully in his terrifying bear form, declares that he will rip everyone apart and kill them right there. On seeing this, both Lord Hwita and Lord Hwita immediately transform. One becomes a fierce white wolf, while the other takes the form of a black wolf. Without hesitation, the two charge directly toward the giant bear together. Nevertheless, Lord Hyo Jo endures every attack they throw at him and responds with overwhelming strength. With powerful blows, he sends both wolves flying, and the impact forces them back into their human forms. Meanwhile, he slowly walks toward Lord Hwita, who is now lying helplessly on the ground. He then places his foot heavily on his chest and presses down harder while declaring that he will start with him first. Hearing this, Yeonwoo screams desperately for him to stop. Yet before anyone can react further, a massive blast suddenly erupts from the center of the battlefield. Consequently, everyone is thrown violently to the ground. Yeonwoo crashes into a wall, guards are struck directly through the heart, and chaos spreads everywhere. However, Lord Hyo Jo remains standing in the middle of it all, revealing that he is the one who released the blast. Furthermore, after unleashing that terrifying power, he tightens his fist and prepares to finish Lord Hwita for good. He coldly announces that he will bring everything to an end now. Just as he is about to strike the final blow against the man still lying on the floor, Lord Hwita suddenly rushes in again with a sword in hand, determined to save him no matter the cost. However, before the attack can land, Lord Hyo Jo reacts instantly. He turns his hand toward the charging enemy, and in one brutal moment, his hand pierces straight through Lord Hwita's chest while he is still in the air. As a result, he groans loudly in pain, his body going weak immediately. Yet the battle does not end there. In the very next moment, another sword suddenly pierces through Lord Hyo Jo himself, causing him to collapse onto the ground in shock. To everyone's surprise, the person holding the sword is Lord Hwita, who had been lying still on the floor all along, pretending to be dead while waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. After everything finally comes to an end, Lord Hwita slowly lifts his head and notices Lady Yeonwoo leaning against the wall, completely unconscious. The moment he sees her condition, panic overtakes him, and he rushes toward her without hesitation. He quickly kneels beside her and desperately calls out for her to stay with him. Furthermore, his voice shakes with fear as he continues begging her to wake up. Meanwhile, Lord Hwita, who is still groaning heavily in pain after the fierce battle, slowly walks toward them as well. Even though he is badly wounded, he still gathers enough strength to call out to Lady Yeonwoo, hoping she would open her eyes. However, before anyone could react further, he suddenly heaves out. Seeing this, Lord Hwita immediately alarms, and he quickly asks if he is all right. Nevertheless, instead of showing fear, he calmly brushes it aside and explains that there is no reason to make a fuss, because this outcome was bound to happen sooner or later anyway. Hearing those words leaves him completely confused, and he begins wondering what he truly means. As a result, silence briefly falls between them before Lord Hwita finally reveals the truth. He explains that they were originally one from the very beginning. Therefore, it is only natural for one of them to disappear in the end. Even though the situation is painful, he still smiles faintly and admits that he is happy the last person he sees is Lady Yeonwoo. The moment those words leave his mouth, the atmosphere suddenly turns emotional and heavy. Just when it feels like things cannot become more heartbreaking, he releases a spell right in front of them and slowly begins vanishing into thin air. However, before disappearing completely, he reminds Lord Hwita not to forget the promise they once made together. Because of that final statement, he becomes completely silent, unable to respond as the person standing before him disappears entirely. Meanwhile, the battlefield finally grows quiet after all the chaos and fighting. Lord Hwita slowly looks around at everything around him. Then his eyes return to Lady Yeonwoo, who remains unconscious beside him. After everything that has happened, he finally declares that Lord Hyo Jo's era has now come to an end. Furthermore, his voice carries both exhaustion and authority as he looks toward everyone present and gives them a final chance to object if anyone still stands against him. However, no one steps forward. Instead, one after another, the guards immediately begin bowing their heads before him. In addition, their voices loudly echo throughout the place as they begin shouting their loyalty at the top of their lungs. The cries grow louder and louder with every passing second, filling the air as they repeatedly praise Lord Hwita and declare their support for him. Consequently, the long and bloody struggle finally reaches its conclusion. Even though victory now stands before him, the painful loss of Lord Hwita still lingers heavily in the atmosphere. Nevertheless, while Lady Yeonwoo remains unconscious and the guards continue bowing one after another, the balance of power finally changes completely. As a result, the terrifying rule of Lord Hyo Jo finally collapses for good, and everyone present witnesses the beginning of a brand new era led by Lord Hwita. 3 days later, Lord Hwita quietly remains inside the room, sitting beside Yeonwoo as she lies peacefully on the bed. Furthermore, he stays completely silent while watching over her, almost as if he is afraid to look away even for a moment. The room itself feels calm, yet heavy with emotion after everything both of them have gone through. Meanwhile, as she slowly brushes her hair and makes a faint sound, he suddenly starts and immediately leans closer to her. Relief quickly fills his eyes as he softly asks if she is finally feeling any better. Slowly, Yeonwoo opens her eyes and turns toward him, gently calling out Lord Hwita's name the moment she recognizes him. Hearing her voice again clearly catches him off guard, yet it also brings him comfort. In response, he calmly explains that she has been unconscious for 3 whole days. The moment she hears this, shock immediately crosses her face, and she quickly asks whether that is truly the case. Nevertheless, he confirms it and carefully asks her not to move around too much for now because her body is still under a lot of strain after everything that happened. As a result, emotion suddenly overwhelms her. Tears begin gathering in her eyes, and before anyone could say another word, she slowly reaches out and touches his face gently, almost as if she is making sure he is truly there beside her. Immediately after that, she tightly hugs him and admits how deeply she missed him all this time. Her voice shakes with emotion as she repeats it once more, unable to hold back her feelings anymore. Consequently, Lord Hwita hugs her back without hesitation, and both of them remain in each other's arms for quite some time. Even though they have suffered greatly and nearly lost one another, that moment finally gives them a brief sense of peace and comfort. Furthermore, after so much fear, pain, and separation, simply being together again feels enough for both of them. However, just when the emotional moment continues, Yeonwoo suddenly remembers something important, and her expression quickly changes. As if a thought suddenly flashes through her mind, she immediately asks about Lord Hwita, remembering how badly injured he seemed during the fight. Hearing this, Lord Hwita calmly explains that Hwita is safe. Nevertheless, he also adds that, just like always, he has already disappeared somewhere again. On hearing this, Yeonwoo softly reacts that such behavior truly sounds exactly like Lord Hwita. Meanwhile, deep inside her thoughts, she quietly admits to herself that she at least wanted the chance to personally thank him for saving her life. Even though he disappeared without a trace once again, she still feels grateful toward him for everything he did. Furthermore, as the conversation continues, the peaceful atmosphere slowly begins changing once more. Yeonwoo narrows her eyes slightly before calling Lord Hwita again in a more serious tone. This time, fear quietly returns to her expression as she hesitantly asks about that man and what eventually happened to Hyo Jo after the battle. The painful memories immediately begin rushing back into her mind, causing her body to tremble slightly. Because of that, she instinctively grabs Lord Hwita's hand tightly, almost as if she is searching for reassurance from him. Even though she is finally awake and safe beside the person she loves, the fear left behind by Hyo Jo remains deep inside her heart. Moreover, after everything she suffered because of him, simply hearing his name alone is enough to make her uneasy once again. Lord Hwita quietly looks at Yeonwoo and gently assures her that she no longer has to worry about Hyo Jo anymore, because everything is finally over now. Hearing those words immediately leaves her stunned, and she softly asks if Lord Hyo Jo is truly finished for good. Furthermore, relief and disbelief both mix together in her voice because after everything she suffered, it still feels difficult for her to believe it has truly ended. However, instead of simply comforting her, he suddenly says something that completely changes the atmosphere between them. In a calm yet heavy voice, he explains that from now on, he will live in the underworld as a god of death because that is his fate. The moment those words leave his mouth, Yeonwoo becomes even more shocked. As a result, she stares at him in disbelief, unable to understand what she is hearing. Furthermore, confusion and pain slowly begin filling her eyes as she remembers all the promises he once made to her. Because of that, she immediately reminds him that back then, he called her his destiny. In addition, she recalls that he once asked her to stay by his side forever. Consequently, her voice trembles as she desperately asks whether he truly no longer needs her. Moreover, with tears slowly building in her eyes, she asks him, in pain, if he no longer loves her. The moment those words reach him, silence suddenly fills the room once again. Lord Hwita slowly closes his eyes and lowers his head as though the question itself weighs heavily on him. Nevertheless, after remaining silent for a brief moment, he finally begins explaining what happened while he was dreaming for a long time inside Tamya's shrine. As he speaks quietly, he reveals that in that dream, he saw the first life Yeonwoo once spoke of. Furthermore, in that past life, he says he fell in love with her at first sight after they met by chance. However, despite those feelings, she was Hyo Jo's lover at the time and did not even know he existed. Because of that, he explains that when he first saw her again in this life, he naturally found himself staring at her without understanding why. Meanwhile, Yeonwoo listens to every single word in complete silence, hoping his explanation would somehow lead back to the feelings they once shared. However, just when it seems as though he is finally opening his heart to her, everything suddenly changes. Slowly, he removes his hand from hers and quietly admits that was all it ever was. In addition, he claims he never truly loved her and only pitied her. The moment those words leave his mouth, Yeonwoo's eyes immediately widen in complete shock. As a result, the warmth and comfort she had just begun feeling completely disappeared within seconds. Even though she had finally reunited with him after so much pain and suffering, his sudden words now cut deeper than anything else she had endured before. Furthermore, the person who once called her his destiny now stands before her, speaking as though none of those feelings were ever real. Consequently, the atmosphere inside the room becomes painfully cold and heavy, leaving Yeonwoo unable to hide the heartbreak spreading across her face. Lord Hwita quietly informs Lady Yeonwoo that a week from now, on the day of the coronation, he plans to marry Seolhung. Furthermore, he says she should leave for the surface with her family that same day because he will personally make all the arrangements for her departure. Even though his voice remains calm, every single word pierces deeply into her heart. In addition, he explains that it would be easier for her to leave without attending his wedding. The moment those words reach her ears, Lady Yeonwoo completely breaks down in tears. Meanwhile, Lord Hwita slowly rises from his seat and asks her to take care of herself before walking away. As a result, she remains sitting alone on the bed, unable to stop crying. The room suddenly feels colder and emptier than before. Even though she tries to stay strong, the pain inside her only grows heavier because the person who once called her his destiny is now pushing her away with his own hands. Nevertheless, she stays silent, as though no words are enough to express the heartbreak crushing her chest at that moment. However, just as the silence becomes unbearable, the door suddenly swings open and Serim rushes inside, screaming for her lady. Lady Yeonwoo immediately turns in surprise and softly says that it has been a long time since they last met. Without wasting another second, Serim quickly runs toward the bed and begins pouring out all the worry she has been carrying in her heart. In response, she asks what exactly happened during all this time because Yeonwoo vanished without saying a single word. Furthermore, she explains that she suddenly heard rumors that her lady had been imprisoned inside Hyo Jo's castle, and after finally returning, she remained unconscious for days. Because of that, she admits she has been terribly worried the entire time. Hearing such sincere concern immediately shocks Lady Yeonwoo, and guilt slowly fills her heart. Therefore, she apologizes to Serim and explains that she should have written a letter, but everything around her had become far too chaotic. Even so, she says there is something important she must reveal. Upon hearing that serious tone, Serim narrows her eyes and quietly encourages her to continue. After gathering her courage, Lady Yeonwoo finally confesses that she and Lord Hwita are parting ways and that she has decided to leave this place behind. Instantly, Sarim's eyes widen in disbelief, and she struggles to understand what she means. Nevertheless, Yeonwoo calmly explains that according to Lord Hwita, she will most likely leave within the week. As if that was not painful enough, she begins thanking Serim for everything she has done for her. In addition, she admits that without her friendship, she would have felt lonely and miserable throughout her stay there. Even though she plans to leave this place soon, she still asks one heartfelt question. She wonders if they can continue being friends no matter where life takes them. Without hesitation, Serim warmly assures her that they will always remain friends, no matter where she goes. Hearing those words finally brings a small sense of comfort to Lady Yeonwoo's aching heart, and with deep gratitude, she quietly thanks her once again. Soon after, later in the day, Lady Yeonwoo's family finally walks into her room to visit her. The moment Siwoo sees her older sister awake, she quickly calls out to her with relief and asks if she's truly all right after being unconscious for 3 whole days. Furthermore, she happily admits that she's glad her sister woke up safely at last. Meanwhile, Yeonwoo quietly looks at her family, and before she can even respond, her mother softly calls her name, concern still filling her heart. However, Siwoo suddenly changes the mood and begins speaking honestly about Lord Hwita. In response, she says that her brother-in-law should have been far more attentive, especially since Yeonwoo is supposed to become the lady of the castle very soon. In addition, she excitedly mentions hearing that the wedding is already close. Nevertheless, before she can continue, her mother quickly cuts in and warns her that no matter what happens, she should not speak to her brother-in-law so carelessly. Hearing that, Siwoo immediately agrees and says she understands. Yet, despite the warning, her cheerful nature quickly returns as she turns back toward her sister and asks if she can wear a dress as pretty as the one Yeonwoo is wearing this time. Immediately, their mother warmly agrees, saying, "That sounds like a wonderful idea." Furthermore, she begins saying that she will help prepare everything herself. However, before she can even finish speaking, Lady Yeonwoo suddenly calls out to her mother in a trembling voice and reveals that she will not be getting married at all. The entire room instantly falls into shock. As a result, Siwoo's eyes widen in complete confusion, and she asks what her sister is talking about because she clearly heard that the wedding is happening next week. Nevertheless, Lady Yeonwoo quietly explains the painful truth. She reveals that the wedding is not hers at all. Instead, it is the wedding of Lord Hwita and Lady Seolhyung. Furthermore, she explains that Lord Hwita personally informed her about it, and also said that all of them will be leaving this place soon. The moment those words settle in the room, her mother slowly begins to understand the sadness hidden inside her daughter's face. Because of that, she gently walks closer, takes her hand, and softly asks if she is truly all right. In addition, she sadly reminds her daughter that she had warned her before. She explains that it was never because she doubted Yeonwoo herself. Instead, she simply could not trust that man. Furthermore, she admits she already feared things would end this way. As if that was not painful enough, she says that Yeonwoo never listens when it matters most, then asks what she plans to do now. Hearing this, Lady Yeonwoo calmly responds that all of them should return to the surface together. She clearly explains that she means herself, her father, her mother, and Seo-woo. Upon hearing this, Seo-woo is completely stunned, her eyes growing wide with disbelief as she asks whether her sister truly found a way back to the surface. In response, Yeonwoo confirms that she did find a way, and quietly says they no longer have any reason to remain tied to the underworld. Therefore, the family soon begins packing their belongings and preparing to leave everything behind. Meanwhile, Serim is crying heavily as the reality of the farewell finally starts to sink in. Through her tears, she admits she could never forget her lady. Hearing those emotional words, Lady Yeonwoo gently comforts her, even though her own heart is already filled with pain from the goodbye waiting ahead. On the day of the festival, Lady Yeonwoo leaves the palace together with her family. Meanwhile, everyone sits quietly inside the carriage as they prepare to finally leave the underworld behind. However, the silence does not last long, as Seo-woo suddenly turns to her sister and asks whether they truly have to leave in such a hurry. Furthermore, she mentions hearing that a huge festival is being held at the castle that very day. In addition to that, she wonders if it would not be nice to at least stay behind long enough to see the celebration before leaving. Nevertheless, the moment those words leave her mouth, their mother immediately cuts in, lowering her voice and warning her to speak more carefully. She reminds her daughter that no matter what happens, the wedding taking place belongs to her ex-brother-in-law. Because of that, she questions why Seo-woo would even consider attending such an event and asks whether she has no dignity at all. Hearing this conversation causes Lady Yeonwoo to quietly fall into deep thought. As a result, memories of Lord Hwita's wedding begin filling her mind. Even though her heart still aches badly, she silently admits to herself that thanks to meeting him, she was finally able to escape her painful ties with Hyo Jo. Nevertheless, even while thinking that way, the pain inside her chest refuses to disappear. Just then, loud fireworks suddenly exploded in the distance, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. At the same moment, Seo-woo happily looks outside and says that the festival must finally be starting. Furthermore, she comments that it probably looks very fun there right now. However, before anyone can continue the conversation, Lady Yeonwoo suddenly whispers for them to stop. At first, Seo-woo does not even understand what she means, and quickly asks her to repeat herself. Nevertheless, Yeonwoo urgently raises her voice and begs for the carriage to stop immediately. Consequently, the chariot suddenly comes to a halt, leaving everyone confused. In response, Seo-woo quickly asks if her sister forgot something important and wonders why she suddenly wants to stop. Furthermore, their mother anxiously asks what exactly is going on. Without wasting another second, Lady Yeonwoo immediately steps out of the chariot and apologizes to everyone. Even though her voice trembles, she firmly admits that she does not think she can leave right now. As a result, she asks Seo-woo to take their mother and father ahead without her. Hearing this, Seo-woo is instantly shocked and asks loudly what her sister is talking about. Furthermore, she screams after her, demanding to know where she is going. However, Lady Yeonwoo gives no answer at all and simply begins running away as fast as she can. Meanwhile, countless emotions rush through her heart all at once. Even if Lord Hwita's feelings were only pity, she realizes she no longer cares. Furthermore, even if he no longer loves her, she still cannot stop loving him herself. Because of that, she desperately wishes to remain by his side for just a little longer. As those thoughts fill her mind, she thinks about Lord Jerome while running straight back toward the castle and the place where the festival is being held. Finally, after rushing all the way there, she suddenly stops in her tracks, and her eyes widen the moment she sees Lord Hwita standing together with Lady Seol-hyung. Lady Yeonwoo stands quietly in the middle of the crowd, yet her mind is already in chaos. As she stares ahead, she sees Lady Seol-hyung holding Lord Hwita's hand, and immediately, disbelief fills her heart. She cannot understand why the two of them are standing together like that, and because of this, she begins wondering if the rumors are true. The thought of them getting married leaves her completely shocked, and her eyes widen as she struggles to accept what she is seeing. Nevertheless, before she can fully gather her thoughts, Lord Hwita begins speaking to everyone gathered at the festival. He calmly announces that he is the one who defeated the tyrant Hyo Jo. However, instead of taking all the credit for himself, he explains that the victory did not come from his strength alone. Furthermore, he reveals that someone spent many years in silence preparing for the sake of peace in the underworld. According to him, that person is Seol-hyung, who waited patiently for the right moment to free the world from Hyo Jo's cruel rule. Hearing those words causes even more surprise to spread across the crowd, and at the same time, Lady Yeonwoo remains frozen in place. Meanwhile, he continues speaking and describes her as a true hero who walked a lonely path alone for many years without seeking recognition from anyone. Soon after, a memory from the past appears. In that moment, Lord Hwita is sitting on his horse while Lady Seol-hyung stands before him. She calmly says that now that Hyo Jo is dead, she hopes he will become the next king and that she will become his empress. And because of that, she asks him to marry her. However, instead of accepting her proposal, he firmly explains that even if the position she seeks is only a title without meaning, the only partner he could ever choose is Lady Yeonwoo. Therefore, he cannot accept her offer. Those words immediately tense the atmosphere. Nevertheless, she lowers her head and admits that she believed he was someone she could reason with. Although disappointed, she says there is nothing that can be done and asks them to pretend the conversation never happened. As she attempts to walk away, he suddenly stops her and makes a different offer instead. Rather than giving her the place beside the throne, he says he will give her the throne itself, not as someone's wife, but as the ruler of the underworld. The moment he says this, she turns back toward him and smiles once again. Back in the present, the festival grows silent as Lord Hwita continues addressing the people. Then, before anyone can fully understand what is happening, he removes the heart worn by the ruler of the underworld and officially declares that from that moment onward, the new ruler will be Seol-hung. She bows respectfully, and shortly after, he places the heart upon her head and announces that she is the one who truly deserves to lead the underworld. As if that was not enough, Lady Seol-hung also steps forward to address the crowd herself. Her voice is calm, yet every word carries weight. She promises that she will never rule the way Hyo Jo did. Furthermore, she declares that she will not control people through fear, nor will she threaten their lives with violence. However, despite those promises, she also warns everyone that anyone who dares disturb the peace and order of the underworld will face someone even more ruthless than Hyo Jo himself. Because of this, the crowd listens carefully without making a sound. She then raises her hand and declares the beginning of a completely new era, a world where people can finally live without fear and protect their families in peace. For a brief moment, silence fills the entire place. Then suddenly, one man in the crowd begins shouting Lady Seol-hung's name with excitement. Soon after, more voices join in, and before long, everyone begins hailing her together. Meanwhile, as the cheers continue growing louder and louder, Lord Hwita quietly walks away from the stage where he stood, leaving the celebration behind him. As Lord Hwita walks back into the palace, he suddenly stops after seeing Lady Yeonwoo standing there waiting for him. The moment their eyes meet, pain immediately fills her voice as she asks why he lied to her. Furthermore, she cannot understand why he went so far as to pretend he was going to marry Seol-hung, all to send her alone to the surface. For a moment, he says nothing at all. The silence between them grows heavy, and because of that, her heart begins to ache even more. Nevertheless, he finally lowers his gaze and admits that he saw her death. Those words instantly leave her shocked, and her eyes widen as she struggles to understand what he means. Meanwhile, he continues speaking with a trembling voice and explains that within those past memories, he saw how she suffered through terrible events not once, but twice, all because of him. Hearing this only confuses her more, and she quietly asks what exactly he means by that. In response, he painfully admits that asking her to stay beside him means asking her to risk her life once again. As if that was not enough, the guilt inside him finally becomes too much to bear. He covers his face with his hand and begins to cry openly in front of her. Seeing him like that immediately breaks her heart, and she gently reaches forward to touch his face. However, while holding her hand tightly, he begs her once more to leave for the surface. According to him, she should forget about Hyo Jo, forget about him, and forget everything that happened in the underworld. More importantly, he wishes for her to live happily from now on because that alone is enough for him. Nevertheless, hearing those words only causes Lady Yeonwoo's emotions to overflow even more. She looks directly at him and finally opens up about the loneliness she has carried all her life. She explains that she has always felt as though she never truly belonged anywhere. However, for the very first time, she finally wants to stay somewhere, and the reason for that is that she feels happiest whenever she is beside him. Furthermore, she asks him to answer her honestly just once. She desperately wants to know if he truly loves her. The moment those words leave her mouth, Lord Hwita completely breaks down. Still crying, he gently holds her hand and presses it against his forehead before finally confessing everything hidden inside his heart. He admits that he loves her more than anything else in the world, and that no matter how many times he lives again, he can never stop loving her. Hearing that confession immediately brings tears to her eyes as well. Consequently, she rests her forehead against his and softly admits that she loves him too. More than anything, she only wants him to stay by her side. At that moment, all the pain, fear, and sadness they tried to hide from each other finally disappeared. Meanwhile, inside Lord Hwita's castle, the two of them remain together at last. They slowly share a kiss, and shortly after, Lady Yeonwoo softly asks him to hold her. Inside Lord Hwita's castle, the atmosphere between Lady Yeonwoo and Lord Hwita grows warmer as the two of them move closer to each other. However, just as they are about to become intimate, he suddenly lowers his head and quietly admits that this cannot continue. Hearing this immediately confuses her, and she wonders what he means. Meanwhile, he struggles to speak before finally explaining the reason for his hesitation. According to him, once they spend their wedding night together, she will eventually have to risk her life to search for the next god of death. Furthermore, the thought of something terrible happening to her because of his own selfish desires fills him with fear. Nevertheless, before he can even finish speaking, Lady Yeonwoo suddenly sits up and pushes him back onto the bed. Completely caught off guard, he looks at her in confusion and softly calls out to her. However, instead of backing down, she asks whether he does not trust her or whether he simply does not want to be with her in that way. Those words immediately shock him, and because of that, he quickly sits up and strongly denies it. He explains that there is no way he could ever not want her. In fact, he admits that such a thing could never happen. More importantly, he says her safety means more to him than anything else, which is why he is acting this way. He begs her not to misunderstand his feelings. After hearing him out, Lady Yeonwoo finally calms down. She softly smiles, gently touches his hand, and reminds him that he once said the god of death is immortal. Because of that, she admits that she wants to grow old together with him. Furthermore, she cannot bear the thought of time passing while she grows old and dies, leaving him alone to continue living in loneliness forever. Therefore, she promises that no matter what happens, she will find the next god of death herself. All she asks is that he trust her. Hearing such honest words, Lord Hwita's resolve is completely weakened. He places his hand over hers and admits that she truly is too much for him to handle, because in the end, he can only do whatever his lady wishes. Nevertheless, Lady Yeonwoo immediately stops him and asks him not to call her my lady anymore. Instead, she wants him to call her by her name. Shortly after, the two of them finally became closer, sharing the warmth they both desperately wished for. Meanwhile, far away from the castle, Lady Yeonwoo's family remains inside the carriage together. Her sister, mother, and father continue traveling in silence until suddenly the carriage comes to a complete stop. Everyone immediately grows confused and begins asking the mother where she is going. However, she says nothing at all and simply continues walking forward with a strange look in her eyes. Before anyone can stop her, she opens a large door and reveals that they have arrived at Tamya's shrine. Seowoo becomes startled by the sudden noise and wonders what is happening. Nevertheless, the moment they look inside the shrine, they see a man sitting there calmly. He coldly announces that another uninvited guest has arrived and explains that the place is open only to those with permission to enter. Therefore, he orders them to leave at once. Even so, the mother refuses to move even a single step. Instead, she explains that her daughter said she would learn the path back to the surface if she came there. She desperately begs the man to send them back to the surface. Hearing this, he simply closes his eyes before calmly admitting that he does know the way to the surface. However, he immediately follows those words with a question. Why should he tell them at all? The moment Seowoo hears the man's response, she immediately loses her patience and yells at him, asking if he is making some kind of joke. Furthermore, she cannot understand why he refuses to help them when sending people back to the surface is supposed to be his duty. Nevertheless, before the situation can grow even worse, the mother quickly steps in and calmly asks what exactly it would take for him to guide them to the surface. However, instead of answering properly, he simply looks away and coldly says they should bring him the person who guided them there in the first place. According to him, they have no right to return to the surface on their own. Hearing those words immediately leaves the mother deep in thought. Because of that, she later returns to Lord Hwita's palace to search for Lady Yeonwoo herself. As soon as she opens the door, she sees Serim standing there waiting quietly. Serim politely bows and says she thought they had already left for the surface, wondering why she returned. In response, the mother immediately asks if Yeonwoo is inside and requests that Serim call her out. However, Serim calmly explains that her lady is not there at the moment. Hearing this instantly irritates the mother, and she lets out a dry laugh before saying there is no way she can believe that excuse. In her eyes, Yeonwoo has no connections anywhere else in the underworld, so there should be nowhere else for her to go except that palace. As if that was not enough, she raises her hand and presses it against Serim's forehead, while warning her to behave like a simple maid instead of interfering in family matters. Nevertheless, Serim refuses to stay silent. She immediately grabs the woman's hand tightly and firmly reminds her that the person she serves is Lady Yeonwoo, not her. Furthermore, she makes it clear that the only reason she is still speaking respectfully is that she happens to be Yeonwoo's mother. The sudden grip causes the mother to cry out in pain, saying her hand feels hot. Shortly after, Serim quietly lets go and admits those are the words she truly wishes to say. However, because the woman is still her lady's mother, she chooses to remain respectful. She then gently explains that Lady Yeonwoo seemed very tired, and because of that, she thought it was best to allow her to rest peacefully for the day. In addition, she promises to inform Yeonwoo about the visit once she wakes up. Even so, the mother grows even angrier after hearing those words. Holding the hand Serim hurt, she storms away from the palace in frustration. Meanwhile, after returning to where Yeonwoo's father and Seo-woo are waiting, the father quickly calls out to her and anxiously asks where she has been all this time. However, instead of answering him, she continues muttering to herself over and over again about Yeonwoo. Her voice gradually becomes more unstable as she suddenly screams while clutching her head tightly. She continues shouting that everything is ruined because of Yeonwoo once again. Seeing her like that, the father immediately rushes toward her, begging her to calm down. However, before anything else can happen, she suddenly cries out that if it were not for Yeonwoo, none of this would have happened. Yet before she can even finish her sentence, everything changes in a single moment. Suddenly, a sword pierces straight through the father's chest. The mother instantly freezes in shock as she turns around and watches him collapse onto the ground before her eyes. The next morning, Lady Yeonwoo slowly wakes up and sees Lord Hwita lying beside her on the same bed. Immediately, a soft smile appears on her face, and she greets him warmly. Furthermore, after both of them finish dressing up, she walks closer to him and suddenly places her hand on his chest, as though she notices something strange. Because of that, he looks at her with concern and asks if she sees something unusual. In response, she quietly explains that a black flame-like mark has appeared on his chest, and the same mark has also appeared on hers. Upon hearing this, he falls silent for a brief moment before saying that perhaps this is what the priestess meant when she spoke about the spiritual sight being opened. Nevertheless, even while saying those words, he gently takes her hand and reminds her that finding the next god of death will not be easy. In addition to that, he explains that they do not even know who the next god of death is or how much time they truly have left. However, despite all those fears, he promises that they will definitely succeed. Therefore, they must search together so they can remain by each other's side for a very long time. Hearing this makes Yeonwoo smile softly, and she promises to keep her word as well. Moreover, she thanks him sincerely for believing in her. Just then, before the quiet moment between them can continue any longer, Serim enters the room and apologizes for disturbing them because she has something important to say. As a result, both of them turn toward her, and Yeonwoo calmly allows her to speak freely. Meanwhile, Serim explains that during the previous night, Yeonwoo's mother came looking for her. In addition, she admits she chose not to disturb her mistress because she looked exhausted, so she sent the woman away on her own. She immediately apologizes for acting without permission. The moment those words leave her mouth, Yeonwoo's eyes widen in shock because she had believed her family had already returned to the surface. Nevertheless, instead of getting angry, she thanks her maid for her consideration and decides to go speak with her mother herself. However, Lord Hwita quickly becomes worried and reminds her once again that they must begin searching for the next god of death as soon as possible. Even so, she gently cuts him off and explains that she only plans to leave for a short while. Furthermore, she reminds him that they originally promised to go to the surface together before she suddenly ran away on her own. Because of that, she believes her family must be deeply worried. Therefore, she wishes to explain everything to them first before the two of them begin their search together. Hearing this finally causes him to agree, and soon afterward, both of them head toward the place where her family is staying. However, the moment they arrive, something immediately feels wrong to her because the door is already wide open. As a result, fear quickly rises inside her, and she calls out loudly for her mother. Suddenly, before anyone can react, Seo-woo's desperate cries echo through the area as she begs for help through tears. The horrifying sound causes Yeonwoo's eyes to widen even more, and the moment she rushes inside, she sees her father lying on the ground with blood covering his chest, while Seo-woo desperately presses against the wound in an attempt to stop the bleeding. Consequently, Lord Hwita instantly orders Serim to bring a physician as quickly as possible. Without wasting another second, she agrees and rushes away immediately. Meanwhile, Yeonwoo trembles violently as she asks her sister why their father is in such a terrible condition. In response, Seo-woo cries helplessly and explains that she truly does not know what happened because she had only gone to sleep, and by the time she woke up and came outside, their father was already lying there like that. Hearing this causes Yeonwoo's eyes to widen once more, and she quickly covers her mouth with her trembling hand. Just then, Lord Hwita steps closer and holds her tightly while trying to comfort her. Even though the pain is unbearable, he gently urges her to hold on just a little longer because the physician will arrive soon. As a result, Yeonwoo finally breaks down into tears while leaning against him in complete shock and fear. Later, Lady Yeonwoo and Seo-woo sit on the ground together with their backs against the wall, crying endlessly as fear and sadness fill the room. Furthermore, Seo-woo trembles badly as she asks what they are supposed to do now. In addition to that, she desperately wonders if their father will survive and keeps hoping he can still make it through. Hearing those words immediately causes Yeonwoo's eyes to widen as she suddenly remembers their mother. Because of that, she quickly turns toward her sister and asks where their mother is right now, hoping she is at least safe. However, Seo-woo looks confused and explains that their mother went looking for her the previous day and never returned. Therefore, she assumed the woman stayed with her older sister the entire night. The moment she hears that answer, Yeonwoo's expression changes completely because her mother never came to her place at all. As a result, fear begins to rise inside her once again. Meanwhile, Seowoo breaks down into tears again and asks what they are supposed to do if something terrible has happened to their mother too. Just then, before either of them can say anything else, the door slowly opens, and Lord Hwita walks inside. Immediately, both sisters stand up at once, and Yeonwoo hurriedly asks if the treatment is finished and how their father is doing. However, instead of answering right away, he lowers his head with a heavy expression and apologizes quietly. In addition to that, he explains that he truly did everything he could, yet their father had already lost far too much blood, and there was no longer any way to save him. Consequently, he gently says that it is time for them to say their final goodbye. The moment those words leave his mouth, both sisters freeze in shock, tears filling their eyes again. Nevertheless, they rush inside to meet their father, who is still barely breathing while groaning weakly in pain. As soon as he sees them, he softly calls out to Yeonwoo and Seowoo, before apologizing because he can no longer stay with them any longer. However, before he can continue speaking, Yeonwoo desperately cuts in and begs him not to say such things because he cannot leave her, Seowoo, and their mother alone in the underworld. Even so, despite his pain, he gathers the little strength he has left and asks both daughters to listen carefully to his final words. Therefore, he says what he wishes to tell them before finally taking his last breath. As a result, the room immediately becomes filled with unbearable grief and sorrow. Later on, both sisters stand in front of their father's picture while sadness hangs heavily around them. Meanwhile, Seowoo completely breaks down and says she's tired of all the lies and suffering. In addition, she cries that she no longer wants any of this and only wishes to return home. Seeing her in such pain causes Yeonwoo to approach gently and encourage her to go inside before she collapses from exhaustion too. However, instead of moving, Seowoo quietly asks whether she truly believes what their father said before dying, namely that neither of them was actually his real child. The shocking words leave Yeonwoo speechless for a moment. Just then, as if the situation was not already painful enough, Daisy suddenly rushes into the room and announces that their mother has been found collapsed near the forest and appears to be badly injured. Because of that, everyone immediately hurries out to bring her back home so she can receive treatment. Soon afterward, they carefully place her on the bed and tend to her injuries until she slowly regains consciousness and opens her eyes. The moment she wakes up, Yeonwoo quickly asks if she is all right while Seowoo stands nearby in fear and confusion. Meanwhile, the injured woman turns weakly toward both daughters lying beside her. However, instead of hesitating any longer, Yeonwoo directly asks the question that has now filled her heart with fear ever since their father's final words. Therefore, while staring at her injured mother with trembling eyes, she quietly asks if it is true that she is not really their mother at all. Yeonwoo's mother slowly regains consciousness, and the first word she speaks is a weak refusal. However, before anyone can fully understand what she means, Lord Hwita walks into the room and calmly asks if she is feeling any better. The moment she sees him, her eyes widen in fear, and she suddenly screams for him not to come near her. Furthermore, she hurriedly sits up and continues yelling for him to get out immediately. Because of that, Yeonwoo quickly rushes to her mother's side and desperately tries to calm her down while asking why she is acting this way again. Nevertheless, the frightened woman refuses to stop shouting at him to leave. Then, just as suddenly as it started, she loses consciousness once more and collapses back onto the bed without another word. Later on, Lord Hwita sits together with Lady Yeonwoo and Seowoo, while the heavy silence in the room becomes difficult to bear. As a result, Yeonwoo quietly asks what in the world her mother could have gone through to end up in such a terrible state. In addition, Seowoo explains that the place where their mother was found was deep in the forest. Moreover, she admits she has never seen her mother behave like this before because she had always been calm and collected. However, now they cannot even communicate with her properly anymore. Hearing this, Yeonwoo turns to her younger sister and asks another important question. She reminds her that their mother went out to look for her but never returned, and because of that, she wonders why they did not simply leave for the surface that same day. Furthermore, she asks what exactly happened after they reached the shrine. In response, Seowoo explains through tears that it was not because they chose to stay behind. Instead, they were stopped because the shrine's officials claimed they were not qualified to return to the surface. In addition, they said the only way back was to bring Yeonwoo with them. Therefore, their mother left to search for her sister. As if that was not painful enough already, Seowoo finally breaks down completely and admits she cannot endure life in the underworld anymore. She explains that there is no internet there, and she originally believed things would at least become somewhat livable with her brother-in-law's help. However, dangerous events continue happening one after another, and now even their father has suffered terribly too. Because of that, she cries helplessly and says their mother must have gone through something horrifying to become like this. Furthermore, she believes everything may improve if they simply return to the surface as quickly as possible. Hearing those words immediately reminds Yeonwoo of her promise to find the next god of death. Later, she sits outside with Lord Hwita and quietly asks what they are supposed to do now. Even though they cannot return to the surface immediately, she admits Sewoo still has a point, because living in the underworld has become far too dangerous. In addition, she points out that they could be attacked by a siren at any moment, especially since they no longer have a guardian spirit protecting them. Moreover, they still have no idea who attacked their father. Before she can finish speaking, Lord Hwita gently suggests that everyone should first go together to the shrine. Furthermore, he explains that the requirement to bring the young lady may not necessarily mean that Yeonwoo herself must immediately return to the surface with them. Therefore, he proposes that, if possible, they send her mother and younger sister to the surface first, while both remain behind to search for the next god of death, then follow afterward. Soon after reaching that decision, everyone boards the chariot together and begins the journey toward the shrine. However, during the ride, Yeonwoo's mother continues behaving strangely while trembling in fear. She repeatedly mutters desperate cries for someone to save her, and her terrified voice fills the carriage with unease. Seeing her in such a broken state, Yeonwoo moves closer and gently places a comforting hand on her shoulder. Then, while trying to calm her down despite her own fear and sadness, she softly reassures her that they will return to the surface very soon, and asks her to please try to relax for now. Inside the carriage, tension continues to grow, and as if the weight in her heart is becoming too much to bear, Yeonwoo's mother suddenly widens her eyes and quickly covers her mouth. As a result, Lady Yeonwoo immediately realizes something is wrong and urgently asks the carriage to stop at once. The carriage comes to a sudden halt, and before anyone can react properly, her mother rushes out and runs toward a tree deep beside the road. Furthermore, she bends over and begins vomiting heavily. Seeing this, Yeonwoo panics and quickly follows behind, asking if she is all right. Meanwhile, Lord Hwita also steps out of the carriage and gently suggests that she rest for a while if she's feeling too unwell to continue the journey. However, the moment Yeonwoo's mother sees him approaching, fear instantly fills her face again. She quickly turns away and begins stepping backward while yelling for him not to come near her. In addition to that, she screams for him to stay away while holding her head tightly with both hands, almost as though she is trying to escape from terrifying thoughts inside her mind. Consequently, Yeonwoo walks closer and desperately tries to calm her down. She explains that everything is all right and reminds her that Lord Hwita would never harm them because he only comes to help. Nevertheless, her mother slowly looks up at her with trembling eyes and begs her to save her by making him disappear from her sight because she can no longer endure seeing him anymore. Those painful words immediately leave Yeonwoo silent for a moment. Eventually, she softly agrees, wanting only to calm her mother down. In response, her mother thanks her, then quietly asks if she can use the restroom for a moment. Yeonwoo calmly gives her permission and assures her that everyone will wait inside the carriage. However, just as Lady Yeonwoo is about to return, her mother suddenly grabs her hand and pleads for her to come along because she is too frightened to go alone. Because of that, Yeonwoo turns back and agrees to accompany her into the forest. The two of them slowly walk deeper between the trees, and after some distance, Yeonwoo carefully suggests stopping there because going too far inside could become dangerous. Nevertheless, her mother refuses, pointing out that there are still people nearby. As a result, Yeonwoo reluctantly agrees to walk a little further with her. Furthermore, the deeper they go, the quieter everything becomes, and after reaching another point inside the forest, Yeonwoo once again insists that they should stop there because they have already gone too far. Suddenly, her mother slowly turns toward her with an eerie smile and quietly asks, "Do you truly think so?" Before Yeonwoo can even understand what is happening, the woman suddenly pushes her forward while throwing herself off as well. Consequently, both of them fall off the cliff. As Yeonwoo and her mother crash onto the ground below the cliff, pain immediately shoots through her body, and she groans while trying to understand what is happening. However, before she can even gather her thoughts properly, a very familiar voice suddenly reaches her from behind and gently asks if she is hurt. The moment she hears that voice, her eyes widen in shock because she recognizes it at once. Furthermore, the voice calmly warns her to be careful, and as soon as she turns around, she freezes completely after seeing Lord Hyo Jo standing there. Fear instantly fills her face, and she stutters his name while asking why he is there. Meanwhile, something strange quickly catches her attention. On his chest, she notices a floating black presence, and he is also wearing a black suit. Consequently, the words of the priestess suddenly return to her mind. She remembers hearing that ordinary people possess white souls, while only the god of death and his brides possess black souls. In addition to that, the priestess had explained that another person with a black soul is destined to become the next god of death. Furthermore, until the god of death's powers are fully passed on, the bride must personally find the next god of death herself and hand over the power. Otherwise, if she fails to find that person in time, the bride will die. The moment those memories return to her, Lady Yeonwoo quickly covers her mouth with her hand as terror spreads across her face even more. As a result, she realizes the horrifying truth that Lord Hyo Jo is the next god of death. However, before she can even process that discovery properly, her mother suddenly stands up and calmly announces that, just as promised, she has brought Yeonwoo before him. In addition to that, she reminds him to keep his own promise as well. Hearing this immediately leaves Yeonwoo stunned, and she desperately questions what kind of promise exists between them and why they are speaking like this together. Meanwhile, her mother slowly lowers her head and calls her poor child before touching her face. However, instead of comfort, cruel words follow soon after. She coldly blames everything on Yeonwoo and claims she already gave her a chance, yet it slipped away. Furthermore, she bitterly adds that both Yeonwoo and Seowoo should have died back then, because none of them would be suffering now if that had happened. Those painful words immediately shake Yeonwoo to her core, and suddenly a flashback crosses her mind from the hospital after she and her sister were hit by a car and received treatment. At that moment, she remembers hearing her mother and father speaking together. Consequently, tears begin filling her eyes as she recalls her father's final warning before his death. He had confessed that she and Seowoo were not truly their biological children, and he had begged her to be careful of her mother. Hearing those memories again leaves her heartbroken, yet her mother only responds by saying that her father remained useless until the very end. As a result, Yeonwoo stares at her in disbelief, and finally asks if she truly is not her real mother. Nevertheless, instead of answering directly, the woman simply stands up and coldly says they should continue moving because there is still a long road ahead. Those words finally push Yeonwoo beyond her limit. Enraged and overwhelmed with pain, she suddenly grabs her mother and shoves her to the ground while screaming and demanding to know why she did this to her. However, before anything else can happen, Lord Hyo Jo quickly strikes her down. Consequently, she falls back as her mother rises again and calmly walks toward him. Meanwhile, he simply orders her to lead the way, and the terrifying truth surrounding everything grows even darker. As Lady Yeonwoo lies on the ground after being struck down, her mind slowly drifts into a strange trance, and she suddenly begins to see memories from long ago, when she was still a little child. In those memories, her real mother gently calls for her attention, points to another woman, and asks her to greet her because she is a friend. Furthermore, little Yeonwoo looks toward the woman she now knows as her mother's friend, and the woman warmly greets her after learning she is Yeonwoo. Meanwhile, the memories continue changing before her eyes, and soon she sees herself again inside a forest covered in snow. Her real mother walks happily beside that same friend, the two women smiling, laughing, and joking as they move through the cold forest. However, while walking, little Yeonwoo suddenly notices an injured puppy nearby. Consequently, she quickly walks toward it and gently checks its wound. In addition to that, she removes a ribbon from her back and carefully ties it around the puppy's injured leg before softly assuring it that it will feel better soon. Moments later, she suddenly hears her parents calling for her from behind. They worryingly ask when she wandered so far away and tell her not to move because they are coming toward her. Excitedly, little Yeonwoo stands up and points to the puppy, asking if they can take it home and raise it together. Nevertheless, the moment she moves, the icy ground beneath them cracks. Before anyone can react, she falls down along with her parents. Consequently, this terrible accident becomes the moment her real parents lose their lives. Meanwhile, her mother's friend arrives there with her boyfriend, the man Yeonwoo once believed was her father. After seeing the horrifying scene, the man immediately suggests calling for help. However, the woman coldly refuses and says they should leave the unlucky children behind because whether they live or die does not matter. Although the man hesitates and tries to object, little Yeonwoo weakly raises her hand and desperately calls for her mother while crying in pain and begging not to be left alone. Because of that, the woman finally turns back, takes her hand, and pretends to comfort her by saying she is right there beside her. From that moment onward, Yeonwoo unknowingly begins calling her mother's friend her real mother. Back in the present, Lady Yeonwoo suddenly opens her eyes and sees Lord Hyo Jo standing nearby. He calmly notices she is awake, yet the moment she regains consciousness, she immediately sits up and demands to know why her mother would do something so cruel. Nevertheless, he remains completely calm and begins speaking about the day she stabbed out one of his eyes. He explains that as his heartbeat slowed and death drew closer, the only thought inside his mind was her. Furthermore, he painfully admits that before dying, he desperately wanted to see her face one more time, so he risked everything just to return again. At first, he planned only to kill her before following her into death himself. However, everything changed after her mother revealed something shocking to him. According to her, there is supposedly a way to begin life again after death. In addition, she claimed that in a previous life, Yeonwoo and Lord Hyo Jo had been husband and wife. Consequently, she convinced him that no matter who Yeonwoo loves now, the truth that he was her first could never change. Furthermore, she suggested that the two of them should die together and start over from the very beginning. Those terrifying words leave the atmosphere heavier than ever. Meanwhile, Lord Hyo Jo slowly draws out his sword and points it directly toward Lady Yeonwoo. Finally, while staring at her with painful obsession in his eyes, he confesses that he loves her. Intense anger rises inside Lady Yeonwoo, and as a result, tears begin pouring down her face without stopping. Nevertheless, even while standing before death itself, she suddenly grabs the sharp edge of Lord Hyo Jo's sword with her bare hand, completely ignoring the pain as blood runs from her palm. Moreover, her voice trembles with heartbreak and rage as she speaks about starting over from the beginning. She admits that, yes, there was once a time when they were husband and wife. However, no matter how many times their lives begin again, the ending always remains the same. Every single time he kills everyone beside her, and in the end, she dies while running away from him. Furthermore, she makes it painfully clear that no matter how many more lives they are forced to live, her answer will never change. She will never love him again. On hearing this, Lord Hyo Jo simply smiles calmly, almost as if her hatred means nothing to him. In response, he says that if this is truly her answer, then they should see it through until the very end. He even says that among all their countless lives, perhaps there may eventually come a time when she finally grows to love him. However, the moment Lady Yeonwoo releases the sword from her bleeding hand, everything changes in an instant. Suddenly, a powerful strike crashes directly into Lord Hyo Jo, sending him flying backward before slamming hard against the wall. Blood rises from inside him immediately, and before anyone can react, the one standing there is Lord Hwita. Without wasting even a second, Lord Hwita charges forward, and immediately both men begin fighting fiercely with their swords, each one determined to end everything once and for all. Meanwhile, Lady Yeonwoo stands frozen as the sound of clashing blades fills the place around her. Furthermore, the battle grows even more violent as neither side backs down. Just when it seems the fight cannot become any worse, Lord Hyo Jo suddenly changes direction and jumps straight toward Lady Yeonwoo with the clear intention of killing her himself. At that very moment, he speaks calmly about seeing her again in the next life. Consequently, believing that death has finally come for her, she closes her eyes and silently accepts her fate. However, the attack she expects never reaches her. Instead, Lord Hwita rushes forward and pulls her into his arms, protecting her with his own body before the sword can touch her again. Nevertheless, saving her comes at a terrible cost. In the process, Lord Hyo Jo's blade slices directly through Lord Hwita's hand, badly injuring him. Blood spills immediately, yet even then he refuses to let go of her. Meanwhile, Lord Hyo Jo looks at the injury with satisfaction and says the board is finally fairer. Since he lost an eye before, and Lord Hwita has now lost an arm, he says the fight has become more entertaining. As if that were not enough, he even asks whether they should have some fun now. Consequently, both men rush at each other once again and continue their deadly fight. At the same time, Lady Yeonwoo remains standing there while countless thoughts race through her mind. Fear, grief, anger, and desperation all mix together inside her heart. Nevertheless, one thought becomes clearer than everything else. Even if it costs her own life, she cannot allow Lord Hyo Jo to escape again. Therefore, while watching the brutal battle continue before her eyes, she silently resolves that this time, no matter what happens, Hyo Jo must die there. Lady Yeonwoo suddenly slips into a trance, and in this strange state, she finds herself in a place connected to Tamya. As she stands still, a voice comes from behind her, calm but firm, asking why she makes such a choice. The voice warns that if the next god of death dies like this, then she will also die, and because of that, she must not act in a foolish way. As a result, she turns around quickly and sees Tamya standing there. Immediately, she questions him with confusion and pain, asking how this can be. Moreover, she wonders why the next god of death must be Lord Hyo Jo, saying that if it were not him, none of this suffering would have happened in the first place. In response, Tamya remains calm and explains that no matter what happens, the role of the god of death must always be passed on. Furthermore, he says that at this rate, he will have no choice but to step in. Therefore, he urges her to make the wise choice. Then, without warning, he touches her forehead and warns that if she dies here, she will have no more chances left. Suddenly, the trance breaks, and Lady Yeonwoo returns to the present moment. In front of her, Lord Hwita is about to deliver the final strike to Lord Hyo Jo. However, just as the blade is about to fall, something unexpected happens. The sword suddenly rejects his control and pushes him back violently. As a result, he is thrown off balance, and confusion fills his mind as he tries to understand why the sword would react this way. Meanwhile, Lord Hyo Jo begins to laugh loudly and darkly, as if everything is going exactly as planned. Moreover, he confidently claims that Tamya is helping him because he himself is the underworld, and the underworld is nothing other than him. At the same time, Lady Yeonwoo stands at a distance, watching carefully, and she begins to think deeply. She questions whether the role of the next god of death is truly so important, and, furthermore, wonders whether Tamya is going so far as to protect against such a fate. As these thoughts continue, she slowly raises her hand to her chest and touches the black soul resting there. Immediately, memories of the priestess return to her mind. The priestess once explained that people are normally born with white souls, only the god of death and his bride carry black souls. In addition to that, she remembers that anyone with the black soul is destined to become the next god of death. Consequently, her expression changes as understanding begins to form inside her mind. Suddenly, she lets out a loud scream that echoes through the place. As a result, both Lord Hwita and Lord Hyo Jo stop and turn their attention toward her. Then, with strong determination in her voice, she declares that the one who will become the next god of death is none other than herself. Lady Yeonwoo suddenly begins to glow with a strange power, and as a result, the atmosphere shifts heavily around her. Lord June quickly calls out to her in alarm, but before anyone can reach her, she falls once again into a trance connected to Tamya. Immediately, Tamya speaks in a calm but serious tone, telling her to calm herself down. Furthermore, he explains that if this is truly her choice, then the path ahead will never be easy. He adds that she is the one who has gone against the natural order to become the god of death, and because of that, she will not have a bride. Even so, he asks if she still agrees to continue. Meanwhile, in the trance, Lady Yeonwoo responds with deep emotion, saying that her entire life she has only been pushed and controlled by others. Moreover, she recalls how her family, and even someone who was once her lover, shaped her path. In addition to that, she admits that the only thing she ever managed to choose for herself was her own life. Yet even death was never truly hers to decide, as she was forced back into life. Then she remembers the words that this would be the last time, and she feels a strange sense of relief. She says she is finally able to bring everything to an end, and therefore, she accepts it fully and chooses to go forward. In response, Tamya agrees and states that if that is her wish, then it is his command. Back in the present, a powerful change begins to take place. Lady Yeonwoo begins to gain the power of the White Wolf, and as a result, she becomes the god of death. On seeing this, Lord Hwita's eyes widen in complete shock, and he calls out to her, asking what is happening. However, she calmly responds that she is all right now. Furthermore, when he questions why she would do something like this, she apologizes, explaining that she could not discuss it with him beforehand. Meanwhile, Lord Hyo Jo bursts into loud, dark laughter, clearly amused and fascinated by the situation. In addition, he says she never stops surprising him, even at the very end, and questions how she managed to gain such power. Then Lady Yeonwoo stands firmly and speaks with strong confidence. She declares that she is now the god of death of the underworld. Moreover, she reminds him that he once said they should die together, but now there is no way she will die by his hand. As a result, she tells him that if he wants to die, he must do it alone. For a moment, Lord Hyo Jo falls silent, but then he begins to laugh again. Finally, he accepts her words and says, "Very well, if that is truly her will, then so be it." Lord Hyo Jo begins to change, and as a result, a dark power rises from within him as his black soul fully appears. Lady Yeonwoo notices it immediately and becomes confused, because even though she has already become the god of death, his soul remains black. Consequently, she questions why this is happening, asking why his black soul is appearing again. Meanwhile, Lord Hwita carefully watches the situation and explains that what is happening is the rampage of a dead soul. Moreover, he adds that when a black soul takes over, this is one of the common signs. However, in this case, he points out that Lord Hyo Jo is not just affected, but is actively devouring another soul. Because of that, he explains that Hyo Jo has chosen to consume his own guardian spirit, and as a result, he has turned completely into a black soul. As this continues, Lord Hyo Jo speaks with a strange sense of freedom, saying it is new to him. Furthermore, he explains that his body feels completely free, as if he can do anything without limit. In addition to that, he looks directly at Yeonwoo and declares that she belongs to him for eternity. Immediately after hearing this, Lord Hwita draws his sword and steps forward, saying he will provide cover. However, Lady Yeonwoo quickly tells him to calm down. Even so, he insists that she should not worry, because Lord Tamya has already given her a precious gift. Moreover, he says that she must also feel it, referring to the power of her guardian spirit, the White Tiger. Because of this, he concludes that she never truly wanted to end things herself, and therefore should act however she wishes. In response, he promises that no matter what she chooses, he will protect her side. After hearing his words, Lady Yeonwoo closes her eyes and reflects deeply. As a result, she agrees that Lord Hwita is right, and realizes that this battle is ultimately between her and Lord Hyo Jo. Furthermore, she decides she must end it herself. At the same time, she feels a powerful force rising inside her, something she has never experienced before. Moreover, she understands that this power is Tamya's gift, given to protect the people of the underworld. Suddenly, a glowing blue sword appears in her hand, and she thanks Lord Hwita for his support. Meanwhile, Lord Hwita immediately charges toward Lord Hyo Jo, but Hyo Jo tells him not to interfere. However, before he can react, Hwita swings his sword and cuts off one of Hyo Jo's arms. At that moment, Yeonwoo leaps forward to attack from behind. Because of this, Lord Hwita quickly calls out to her, warning her to be careful and reminding her that Hyojo's goal is not simply to kill them. Instead, he explains that Hyo Jo is trying to devour their souls. Lady Yeonwoo comes down from her attack and pauses for a moment, briefly rethinking her decision. Meanwhile, Lord Hyo Jo speaks coldly, calling what she is using a fragment of a black soul. However, she does not hesitate at all. Immediately, she moves forward and attacks again with full force. In response, he blocks her strike by holding her sword, but she continues pushing harder and harder. As a result, the pressure between them increases until he can no longer hold it. Eventually, she breaks through his defense and delivers a strong strike against him. He is forced backward and stumbles, retracing his steps. Then, looking at her, he speaks in a painful tone and asks if she ever truly loved him. Even once. At that moment, Lady Yeonwoo turns her head and responds without hesitation, saying she finds him utterly repulsive, and that is all. Hearing this, Lord Hyo Jo is shocked and asks how she can say something like that. Moreover, he questions whether she never loved him, not even until the very end. As he speaks, he adds that perhaps she takes after her mother. Suddenly, his expression changes as memories of his past flood his mind. He recalls his mother telling him that as a crown prince, he must always remember what she says. Furthermore, she once called him a cursed child, someone no one ever wished to be born. A shut prince. These were her final words before she took her own life right in front of him. As a result of this memory, his expression becomes empty and distant. Immediately after, Lord Hyo Jo vanishes without a trace. After everything settles, Lady Yeonwoo slowly turns toward Lord Hwita and tells him that it is truly over now. Meanwhile, he looks at her with a heavy expression and apologizes. She becomes confused and asks why he is apologizing all of a sudden. In response, he explains that because of his own greed, she became the god of death. Moreover, he admits that on that night, they should never have shared their first night together. Because of him, she is no longer truly fine. However, Lady Yeonwoo gently touches his face and reassures him that she is fine. In addition, she explains that it was not only his greed, but also her own. Furthermore, she accepts that although they cannot reach the end together, she can still watch over his final moments, and that alone is the happiness she has chosen. Hearing this, Lord Hwita smiles softly and embraces her. As he holds her, he makes a promise, saying that in this lifetime, for as long as he is allowed, he will live only for her. Moreover, he adds that in the next life and every life after that, his existence will be dedicated solely to her. Finally, he calls it a promise, sealing their vow in that moment. Soon after, the woman who once acted as Yeonwoo's fake mother opens her eyes and coughs as she slowly sits up. Yeonwoo is already standing beside her and calmly says that she is awake. Immediately, the woman looks shocked and calls her name, as if she still holds the role of a mother. However, Yeonwoo stops her at once and firmly says she should never call herself her mother again because everything has now returned to her memory. She points out that the woman was her real mother's friend, and yet she watched her parents die without doing anything. Moreover, she took her in, pretended to be her real mother, and even tried to kill both her and Seowoo. Because of this, she demands to know why it all happened. In response, the woman tries to defend herself, saying she had no choice and claiming that Yeonwoo's real mother was a terrible person. As she speaks, Yeonwoo suddenly releases a sword, and it cuts through the blanket beside her, showing how serious she is. Then Yeonwoo says she was foolish to think the truth would come out in the end. She continues by reminding the woman of her past lives, then challenges her to guess where they are. The woman replies that she has no idea, but Yeonwoo immediately answers that this place is where she was once imprisoned. Furthermore, she reminds her of being abused and locked away because of Hyo Jo, while also recalling how the woman once tried to make her accept a life in the imperial palace, saying it was only slightly uncomfortable but still luxurious, and that she should endure it for her family. At that moment, Yeonwoo steps closer and says she will now give her exactly what she always wanted, a comfortable life in a rich and luxurious room, but alone for the rest of her life. After saying this, she walks out of the room while the woman shouts after her, begging and insisting she is sorry and asking her not to leave. However, Yeonwoo does not turn back and closes the door behind her. Just as she stands outside, a voice comes from her right side. Seolhong appears and remarks that she expected Yeonwoo might destroy the woman completely, yet she has chosen otherwise. In response, Yeonwoo explains that she has no desire to do something like that, yet she refuses to be someone who only suffers. Then Seolhong stretches out her hand and reminds her of their earlier words, saying that they could become good friends. And now she will be counting on her as the god of death. Yeonwoo simply smiles and replies that it depends on what she does from now on. After that, she walks away. Meanwhile, outside near the carriage, Soho, Serim, and Lord Hwita are all waiting for her. As she comes out, she sees them standing there as if welcoming her. Without hesitation, she runs straight to Serim and hugs her tightly. In that moment, everything feels different, as if a heavy burden has been lifted. Consequently, she stands there with them, and it finally feels like it is time to become a true family. It is time to become a true family. Consequently, Lord Hwita and Lady Yeonwoo decide to marry each other, and he picks up a cup of wine and makes a vow with a serious voice. He says he, Hwita, swears on his life before all who stand witness that for the rest of his days and even beyond death, he will always stand by her side. After that moment, time moves forward to later that day, when both are inside a room together. As he lights the candle, she stands on the other side of the room, looks at him, and softly says she still cannot believe it, because after everything that has happened, they are truly married now. In response, he walks toward her and says he cannot believe it either. As a result of this closeness, they share a kiss, but she quickly pauses and says she has something to ask before they continue. Meanwhile, she moves toward the bed, opens a box she once saw a long time ago, and carefully takes out a ribbon. She shows it to him and explains that she found it while cleaning his room earlier. Immediately, he takes it and explains that it belonged to the person who once saved his life. He recalls having once been to the overworld and asks if she remembers. He describes a cold winter day, a fierce blizzard, and how his guardian spirit went out of control, sending him to the overworld. Furthermore, he remembers how he injured his legs while wandering in the forest, and how someone treated his wounds. That person owned this ribbon. He adds that he had kept it out of gratitude, even though he never expected to return to the overworld or find it again. As he speaks, she quietly listens, then says the ribbon actually belongs to her. He asks her to repeat what she said because he did not hear it clearly. Then she explains that she only remembered recently as well. She recalls that when she was young, she went hiking with her parents and found an injured puppy. Because of that moment, she used the same ribbon to wrap its wounds, never knowing that the puppy was actually him. As a result, she walks closer and says it is strange how fate works, because the one she saved as a child has returned across time to save her now. In response, he gently brushes her hair and says that if that is true, then perhaps he is bold enough to call her his destiny. Once again, they share a kiss, and he says he loves her deeply. She replies that she loves him too, and he reflects that maybe he was born only to meet her. Furthermore, their bond deepens, and he continues speaking about how it took him 3 lives and many decades to find her. He says that if he could meet her again, he would choose the same path, even if it meant going through all those years again. He also expresses regret for making her spend so many lonely years. After time passes, years go by, and eventually he passes away. As a result, she cries while mourning his death and remembers the moment of their marriage and his strong vow. Meanwhile, as the god of death, she releases his soul and quietly reflects, wondering who truly keeps a promise like that. 800 years pass after that, and Lady Yeonwoo now works in the forest as the god of death. As she moves through her duty, she calls out to lost souls, telling them to follow her path. However, as she continues her work, her thoughts drift once again to Lord Hwita. She wonders how he endured so many years alone. Furthermore, she recalls their shared moments, and also the vow she once made to live for him. On difficult days, when even those memories are not enough, she pushes forward with the thought that if she dies someday, she might see him again. Yet she also questions what happens if she still misses him even after surviving each day like that. After finishing her work, she walks to the base of a tree and sits down. As she rests, she suddenly hears a voice speaking to her, saying she looks exhausted. She immediately recognizes who it is and responds in a tired but familiar tone, saying it is obvious she would feel that way. The voice replies, noticing that she has become quite used to him now. In response, she says she has spent hundreds of years listening to that voice, so it would be strange if she were still afraid. Then she speaks directly to Tamya, asking if this is not enough and requesting to be allowed to die so she can finally rest. However, Tamya refuses and says that it cannot happen. This immediately makes her angry, and she asks why he would not allow it. He responds that if she disappears, there will be no one left to take the role of the next Reaper, so she must first find her successor before asking for death. At this point, she reminds him that he once said she would not have a bride, and that she would never accept anyone except Lord Hwita. Just then, without warning, she is lifted off the ground and begins to float. Confused, she asks what is happening and where she is being taken. Tamya calmly replies that this is why he prepared a small gift for her. She tries to protest, asking him to at least explain before doing anything, but before she can finish, she is suddenly dropped into another place. As she lands, she groans in pain and complains that it hurts. She speaks out loudly, saying no one can just throw someone like that and pretend it is fine, even if Reapers are immortal, because they still feel pain. At that moment, footsteps approach her. She turns around and sees a young man standing there, dressed neatly. The man looks around and asks where he is. As soon as she sees him, she calls out Lord Hwita in shock. However, he asks if she is referring to him. Immediately after that, his hair changes from black to white, surprising her even more. At that moment, she remembers his earlier words about how he once called her his destiny. As a result, she slowly begins to smile. Then she steps closer and asks if he is from the overworld. Without hesitation, she confirms it for herself and smiles again before welcoming him to the underworld. And with that, this beautiful story comes to an end. If you enjoyed this, please let me know below. Your comments really help us grow. Until next time, ciao.